I swung around. The tinted glass doors hissed shut. The light was bright. Synthetic ferns swayed very gently up and down the empty lobby. Nothing moved in the sun-smacked car park. Beyond, a row of palm trees and the deep sky. "Sir," I swung around. The receptionist was still waiting, offering me her pen, her smile as ironed as her uniform. I saw the pores beneath her makeup and heard the silence beneath the music and the rushing beneath the silence. "Kobayashi. I called from the airport a while ago to reserve a room," pinpricking in the palms of my hands, little thorns. "Ah, yes, Mr. Kobayashi, so what if she didn't believe me? The unclean check into hotels under false names all the time, to meet strangers. If I could just ask you to fill in your name and address here, sir, and your profession." I showed her my bandaged hand. "I'm afraid you'll have to fill the form in for me." "Certainly, how did that happen?" "A door closed on it." She winced sympathetically and turned the form around. "Your profession, Mr. Kobayashi?" "I'm a software engineer. I develop products for different companies on a contract-by-contract basis." She frowned. I wasn't fitting her form. "I see, no company as such then. Let's use the company I'm working with at the moment. Easy. The Fellowship's technology division will arrange corroboration." "Fine, Mr. Kobayashi, welcome to the Okinawa Garden Hotel." "Thank you." "Are you visiting Okinawa for business or for sightseeing, Mr. Kobayashi?" Was there something quizzical in her smile, suspicion in her face? "Partly business, partly sightseeing." I deployed my alpha control voice. "We hope you have a pleasant stay. Here's your key, sir, room 307. If we can assist you in any way, please don't hesitate to ask." "You assist me?" "Thank you. Unclean, unclean." These Okinawans never were pure-blooded Japanese. Different, weaker ancestors. As I turned away and walked toward the elevator, my ESP told me she was smirking to herself. She wouldn't be smirking if she knew the caliber of mind she was dealing with. Her time will come, like all the others. Not a soul was stirring in the giant hotel. Hushed corridors stretched into the noontime distance, empty as catacombs. There's no air in my room. Use of air conditioning is prohibited in sanctuary because it impairs alpha waves. To show solidarity with my brothers and sisters, I switched it off and opened the windows. The curtains I keep drawn. You never know whose telephoto lens might be looking in. I looked out into the eye of the sun. Naha is a cheap, ugly city. But for the background band of Pacific aquamarine, this city could be any tentacle of Tokyo. The usual red and white TV transmitter, broadcasting the government's subliminal command frequencies. The usual department stores rising like windowless temples, dazzling the unclean into compliance. The urban districts, the factories pumping out poison into the air and water supplies. Fridges abandoned in waste grounds of lesser trash. What grafted-on pieces of ugliness are their cities? I imagine the new earth sweeping this festering mess away like a mighty broom, returning the land to its virginal state. Then the Fellowship will create something we deserve, which the survivors will cherish for eternity. I cleaned myself and examined my face in the bathroom mirror. You are one such survivor, Quasar, strong features highlighting my samurai legacy. Ridged eyebrows, a hawkish nose, Quasar the harbinger. His serendipity had chosen my name prophetically. My role was to pulse at the edge of the universe of the faithful, alone in the darkness. An outrider, a herald. The extractor fan droned. Somewhere beyond its drone I could hear a little girl sobbing. So much sadness in this twisted world. I began shaving. I awoke early, not remembering where I was for the first few moments. Jigsaw pieces of my dream lay dropped around. There had been Mr. Aikta, my homeroom teacher from high school, and 2 or 3 of the worst bullies. My biological father had appeared too. I remembered that day when the bullies had got everyone in the class to pretend that I was dead. By afternoon it had spread through the whole school. Everyone pretended they couldn't see me. When I spoke, they pretended they couldn't hear me. Mr. Aikta got to hear about it, And as a society-appointed guardian of young minds, what did he take it upon himself to do? The bastard conducted a funeral service for me during the final homeroom hour. He'd even lit some incense and led the chanting and everything. Before his serendipity lit my life, I was defenseless. I sobbed and screamed at them to stop, but nobody saw me. I was dead. After awakening, I found myself troubled. Too much gamma wave interference. I meditated under my picture of his serendipity until it subsided. If it's funerals the unclean want, they shall have them aplenty during the white nights, before his serendipity rises to claim his kingdom. Funerals with no mourners. I walked down the Kokusai Dori, the main street of the city, doubling back and weaving off to lose anybody who was trailing me. Unfortunately, my alpha potential is still too weak to achieve invisibility, so I have to shake trailers the old-fashioned way. When I was sure nobody was following me, I ducked into a game center and placed a call from a telephone booth. Public call boxes are much less likely to be bugged. "Brother, this is Quasar. Please connect me with the Minister of Defense." "Certainly, brother. The Minister is expecting you. Permit me to congratulate you on the success of our recent mission." I was put on hold for a couple of moments. The Minister of Defense is a favorite of his serendipities. He graduated from the Imperial University. He was a judge before hearing the call of his serendipity. He is a born leader. "Ah, Quasar, excellent, you are in good health." On his serendipity service, Minister, I always enjoy good health. I have overcome my allergies, and for 9 months I haven't suffered from. "We are delighted with you. His serendipity is mightily impressed with the depth of your faith. Mightily impressed. He is meditating on your anima now in his retreat. On yours alone for fortification and enrichment. Minister, I beg you to convey my deepest thanks." "Gladly, you've earned it. This is a war against the unclean myriad, and in this war acts of courage do not go unacknowledged nor unrewarded. Now, you'll be wondering how long you are to remain away from your family. The cabinet believes 7 days will suffice." "I understand, Minister." I bowed deeply. "Have you seen the television reports?" "I avoid the lies of the unclean state, Minister." For what snake would willingly heed the voice of the snake charmer? Even though I am away from sanctuary, his serendipity's instructions are inscribed in my heart. I imagine we have caused a stir among the hornets. Indeed, they are talking about terrorism, showing the unclean foaming at the mouth. The poor animals are almost to be pitied almost. As his serendipity predicted, they are missing the point that it is their sins being visited on their heads. Be proud, Quasar, that you were one of the chosen ministers of justice. The 39th sacred revelation, pride in one's sacrifice is not a sin but self-respect. Keep a low profile nonetheless. Blend in. Do a little sightseeing. I trust your expense account will suffice. The treasurer was most generous and my needs are simple. Very good. Contact us again in 7 days. The fellowship looks forward to welcoming our beloved brother home. I returned to the hotel for my midday cleaning and meditation. I ate some crackers, seaweed snacks and cashew nuts, and drank green tea from a vending machine outside my room. When I went out again after lunch, the unclean receptionist gave me a map, and I chose a tourist spot to visit. The Japanese naval headquarters was set in a scrubby park at the top of a hill overlooking Naha, to the north. During the war it had been so well hidden that it took the invading Americans 3 weeks after they had seized Okinawa to stumble across it. The Americans are not a very bright race. They miss the obvious. Their embassy had the effrontery to deny his serendipity a residence visa 10 years ago. Now, of course, his serendipity can come and go where he pleases using subspace conversion techniques. He has visited the White House several times, unhindered. I paid for my ticket and went down the steps. The dim coolness welcomed me. A pipe somewhere was dripping. There was one more surprise waiting for the American invaders. In order to die an honorable death, The full contingent of 4,000 men had taken their own lives. 20 days previously. Honor. What does this frothy, idol-riddled world of the unclean know of honor? Walking through the tunnels, I stroked the walls with my fingertips. I stroked the scars on the wall, made by the grenade blasts and the picks that the soldiers had used to dig their stronghold, and I felt true kinship with them. The same kinship I feel at Sanctuary. With my enhanced alpha quotient, I was picking up on their anima residue. I wandered the tunnels until I lost track of the time. As I left that memorial to nobility, a coachload of tourists arrived. I took one look at them, with their cameras and potato chip packets and their stupid Kansai expressions, and their limbless minds with less alpha capacity than a housefly, and I wished that I had one more phial of the cleansing fluid left, so that I could lob it down the stairs after them and lock them in. They would be cleansed in the same way that the money-blinded of Tokyo had been cleansed. It would have appeased the souls of the young soldiers who had died for their beliefs decades ago, as I had been ready to do only 72 hours ago. They were betrayed by the puppet governments that despoiled our land after the war, as have we all been betrayed by a society evolving into markets for Disney and McDonald's. All that sacrifice, to build what? To build an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the United States. But I had no files left, and so I had to endure those unclean, chattering, defecating, spawning, defiling cretins. Literally, they made me gasp for air. I walked back down the hill under the palm trees. In the palm of the left hand there is an alpha receptor point. When his serendipity first granted me a personal audience, he held my hand open and gently pressed this receptor point with his index finger. I felt a peculiar buzz, like a pleasant electric shock, and I was later to discover that my concentrative powers had quadrupled. It was raining on that most precious day, 3.5 years ago. Clouds marched down from Mt. Fuji. An eastern wind blew across the undulating farmland around Sanctuary. I'd enlisted on the Fellowship Welcome Program 12 weeks before, and on this morning I had completed some business with one of the undersecretaries of the Fellowship Treasury. I had signed the papers releasing me from the prison of materialism. Now the Fellowship owned my house and its contents, my savings, pension funds, my golf membership, and my car. I felt freer than I had ever believed possible. My family, my unclean, biological family, my skin family predictably failed to understand. All my life, they had measured every last millimeter of failure and success, and here I was snapping their rule across my knee. The last letter I ever received from my mother informed me that my father had written me out of his will. But as his serendipity writes in the 71st sacred revelation, the fury of the damned is as impotent as a rat gnawing a holy mountain. They never loved me anyway. They wouldn't know of the word's existence if they hadn't seen it on the TV. His serendipity came down the stairs, accompanied by the Minister of Security. The light whitened as he neared the office. I saw his sandaled feet and his purple robes first, then the rest of his beloved form came into view. He smiled at me, knowing telepathically who I was and what I had done. I am the Guru, and he permitted me to kiss his holy ruby ring as I knelt. I could feel his alpha emanations like a compass feels magnetic north. "Master," I replied, "I have come home." His serendipity spoke cleanly and beautifully, and the words came from his very eyes. "You have freed yourself from the asylum of the unclean. Little brother, today you have joined a new family. You have transcended your old family of the skin, and you have joined a new family of the spirit. From this day you have 10,000 brothers and sisters. This family will grow into millions by the end of the world, and it will grow and grow with roots in all nations. We are finding fertile soil in foreign lands. Our family will grow until the world without is the world within. This is not a prophecy. This is inevitable future reality. How do you feel, newest child of our nation without borders, without suffering? Lucky, your serendipity. So very lucky to be able to drink from the fountain of truth while still in my 20s. My little brother, we both know that it was not luck which brought you here. Love brought you to us. Then he blessed me, and I felt the touch of eternal life. Who knows, said my master, if you continue your alpha self-amplification as rapidly as the Minister of Education reports, you may be entrusted with a very special mission in the future. My heart leapt still higher. I had been discussed. Only a novice, but I had been discussed. In the coffee bars, in shops and offices and schools, on the giant screen in the shopping mall, in every rabbit hutch apartment, people watched news of the cleansing. The maid who came to clean my room wouldn't shut up about it. I let her babble. She asked me what I thought. I said that I was only a computer systems engineer from Nagoya and knew nothing about such matters. Indifference was not enough for her. Outrage has become compulsory. To avert suspicion, a little play acting will be necessary. The maid mentioned the fellowship. It seems that the leprous fingers of our country's detestable media are being pointed, despite our past warnings. I went out in the middle of the afternoon to buy some more shampoo and soap. The receptionist was sitting with her back to the lobby, glued to the set. Television is unclean lies and it damages your alpha cortex. However, I thought just a few minutes wouldn't hurt me, so I watched it with her. 21 cleansed and many hundreds semi-cleansed. An unequivocal warning to the state of the unclean. I can't believe it happened in Japan, said the receptionist. In America, yes, but here. A panel of experts was discussing the atrocity. The experts included a 19-year-old pop star and a sociology professor from Tokyo University. Why do Japanese only listen to pop stars and professors? They kept playing the same footage over and over again. A scene of the uncleansed running out of the metro station, handkerchiefs smothering their mouths, retching, scratching furiously at their eyes. As his serendipity writes in the 32nd sacred revelation, if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. Pictures of the cleansed, lying still where their cleansing had freed them. Their skinned families, sobbing in their ignorance. Cut to the Prime Minister, the bushiest fool of them all, swearing that he wouldn't rest until the perpetrators of this monstrosity were brought to justice. Is this hypocrisy not blinding? Can't they see that the real atrocity is the modern world's systematic slaughter of man's oneness with his anima? The act of the fellowship was merely one counterattack against the true monster of our age. The first skirmish in a long war that evolution destines us to win. And why can people not see the futility? A mere politician, one more bribe-taking, backstabbing, under-the-table cockroach whose mind cannot even conceive of the cesspit it flounders in. How could such unclean lowlifes ever hope to coerce his serendipity into doing anything? A bodhisattva who can make himself invisible at will, a yogic flyer, a divine being who can breathe underwater. Bring him and his servants to justice. We are the floating ministers of justice. Of course, I still lack the alpha quotient to shield myself with telepathy or telekinesis, but I am many hundreds of kilometers away from the scene of the cleansing. They'll never think of looking for me here. I slipped out of the cool lobby. I kept a low profile all week, but invisibility might attract attention. I invented business meetings to attend, and from Monday to Friday walked past the receptionist with a curt good morning promptly at 8:30 a.m. Time dragged its heels. Naha's just another small city. The Americans from the military bases that plague these islands strut up and down the main streets, many of them with our females draped off their arms, Japanese females clad in little wraps of cloth. The Okinawan males ape the foreigners. I walked through the department stores, watching the endless chain of wanting and buying. I walked until my feet ached. I sat in shady coffee shops where shelves sagged under the weight of magazines of mind trash. I eavesdropped on businessmen, buying and selling what wasn't theirs. I carried on walking. Workaday idiots gaped in the rattling vacuity of pachinko machines, as I had once done in the days before his serendipity opened my inner eyes. Tourists from the mainland toured the souvenir shops, buying boxes of tat that nobody ever really wants. The usual foreigners selling watches and cheap jewelry on the pavements, without licenses. I walked through the game's arcades where the poisoned children congregate after school, gazing at screens where evil cyborgs, phantoms, and zombies do battle. The same shops as anywhere else: Burger King, Benetton, Nike. High streets are becoming the same all over the world, I suppose. I walked through back streets, where housewives put out futons to air, living the same year 60 times. I watched a potter with a pocked face, bent over a wheel. A dying man, coughing without removing his cigarette, repaired a child's tricycle on a bottom step. A woman without any teeth put fresh flowers in a vase beneath a family shrine. I went to the old Ryukyu Palace one afternoon. There were drinks machines in the courtyard, and a shop called the Holy Swordsman that sold nothing but key rings and camera film. The ancient ramparts were swarming with high school kids from Tokyo. The boys looked like girls, with long hair and pierced ears and plucked eyebrows. The girls laughed like spider monkeys into their pocket phones. Hate them and you have to hate the world, Quasar. Very well, Quasar. Let us hate the world. The only peaceful place in Naha was the port. I watched boats, islanders, tourists, and mighty cargo ships. I've always enjoyed the sea. My biological uncle used to take me to the harbor at Yokohama. We used to take a pocket atlas to look up the ship's ports and countries of origin. Of course, that was a lifetime ago, before my true father called me home. Coming out of an alpha trance one day after my noon cleansing, a spoked shadow congealed into a spider. I was going to flush it down the toilet when, to my amazement, it transmitted an alpha message. Of course, his serendipity was using it to speak with me. The guru has an impish sense of humor. Courage, Quasar, my chosen, courage and strength. This is your destiny. I knelt before the spider. I knew you wouldn't forget me, Lord, I answered, and let the spider wander over my body. Then I put him in a little jar. I resolved to buy some flypaper to catch flies so I could feed my little brother. We are both his serendipity's messengers. Speculation about the doomsday cult continues. How it annoys me. The fellowship stands for life, not for doom. The fellowship is not a cult. Cults enslave. The fellowship liberates. Leaders of cults are fork-tongued swindlers with private harems and fleets of Rolls-Royces behind the stage set. I have been privileged to glimpse life in the guru's inner circle, not one girl in sight. His serendipity is free of the sticky web of sex. His serendipity's wife was chosen merely to bear his children. The younger sons of cabinet members and favored disciples are permitted to attend to the guru's modest domestic needs. These fortunates are clad only in meditation robes, so they are ready to assume alpha positioning whenever the master condescends to bestow his blessing. And in the whole of sanctuary, there are only 3 Cadillacs his serendipity well knows when to exorcise the demons of materialism that possess the unclean, and when to exploit this obsession as a Trojan horse, to penetrate the mire of the world outside. To deflect suspicion from the fellowship, his serendipity allowed some journalists into sanctuary to film brothers and sisters during alpha enrichment. Our chemical facilities were also inspected. The Minister of Science explained that we were making fertilizer. Being vegetarians, he joked, the fellowship needs to grow a lot of cucumbers. I recognized my brothers and sisters. They gave telepathic messages of encouragement to their brother Quasar through their screen images. I laughed aloud. The unclean TV news hyenas were trying to incriminate the fellowship, not noticing how the fellowship was using them to transmit messages to me. The Minister of Security allowed himself to be interviewed. Brilliantly, he defended the fellowship from any involvement in the cleansing. One can only outwit demons, his serendipity teaches in the 13th sacred revelation, if one is as cunning as the Lord of Hell. More disturbing were the television interviews with the blind unclean, the apostates, people who are welcomed into the fellowship's love, but who reject it and fall again into the world of shit outside sanctuary. In his infinite mercy, his serendipity permits these maggots to live, if living it can be called, on condition that they do not defame the fellowship. If they ignore this law and sow lies about sanctuary in the press, the Minister of Security has to license the cleansing of them and their families. On television, the faces of the blind unclean were digitalized out, but no image doctoring can fool a mind of my alpha quotient. One was Mayumi Ai, who joined the fellowship in my welcome program. She paid lip service to his serendipity, but one morning, 8 weeks into the program, we awoke to find her gone. We all suspected her of being a police agent. Hearing the lies she told about life in sanctuary, I switched the television off and resolved never to watch it again. A week after my first call, I telephoned sanctuary. I was answered by a voice I didn't know. "Good morning, this is Quasar." "Ah, Quasar, the Minister of Information is busy this morning. I am his undersecretary. We've been expecting your call. Have you seen the growing hysteria?" "Indeed, sir. Yes, your cleansing operation was almost too successful, it might appear. His serendipity has ordered me to tell you to lie low for a couple more weeks. I obey his serendipity in all things. In addition, you are ordered to proceed to a more remote location, purely as a precaution. Our brothers in the unclean police have told us your details are being circulated. We must act with stealth and guile. Officially, we are denying complicity in your gas attack. This will win us more time to strengthen the fellowship with new brothers and sisters. This tactic worked for our cleansing experiment in Nagano Prefecture last year. How easily misled are these dung beetles? Indeed, sir. In the event that you are arrested, you are to assume full responsibility for your attack and claim that you had acted entirely on your own volition after being expelled from the fellowship for insanity. You would then be teleported out of custody by his serendipity. Naturally, sir, I obey his serendipity in all things. You are a great asset to the fellowship, Quasar. Any questions? I was wondering if Phase 2 of the Great Cleansing has begun yet, sir. Have our yogic flyers been dispatched to the Parliament building to demand the integration of his serendipity's teachings into the national curriculum? If we leave it too long, then the unclean might, Quasar, you forget yourself. When was it decreed that your responsibilities included advocating fellowship foreign policy? I understand my error, sir. Forgive me, sir. I beg you. You are already forgiven, dear son of his serendipity. No doubt you are lonely away from your family. Yes, sir. But I receive the alpha wave messages sent from my brothers and sisters through the news broadcasts, and his serendipity speaks to me words of comfort in my exile as I meditate. Excellent. 2 more weeks should be sufficient, Quasar. If your funds run low, you may contact the Fellowship's Secret Service using the usual code. Otherwise, maintain silence. One more thing, sir. The apostate Mayumi Ai, the Minister of Information, has noticed. The sewers of the blind unclean shall forever be sealed. The Minister of Security will act when the present scrutiny subsides. Perhaps we have shown too much mercy in the past. We are now at war. I walked to the port in the stellar heat of mid-afternoon and collected boat schedules from a rack. I pulled open my map. I have always preferred maps to books. They don't answer you back. Never throw a map away. The islands beckoned, imperial emeralds in a sky-blue sea. I chose one labeled Kumajima, half a day away to the west, but not so small that a visitor would stand out. There was only one boat per day, departing at 6:45 a.m. I bought a ticket for the next day's sailing. I spent the rest of the day sitting on the quay. I recited all of his serendipity's sacred revelations, oblivious to the flow of lost souls passing by. Eventually, the sun sank, crimson and wobbling. I hadn't noticed it grow dark. I walked back to my hotel where I told the receptionist that my business was concluded and I would depart for Osaka early the next morning. The subway train in Tokyo was as crammed as a cattle wagon, crammed with organs, wrapped in meat, wrapped in clothes. Silent and sweaty, I was half afraid some fool would crush the files prematurely. Our Minister of Science had explained to me exactly how the package worked. When I ripped open the seal and pressed the 3 buttons simultaneously, I would have 1 minute to get clear before the solenoids shattered the files, and the great cleansing of the world would begin. I put the package on the baggage rack and waited for the appointed minute. I focused my alpha telepathy and sent messages of encouragement to my co-cleansers in various metro trains throughout Tokyo. I studied the people around me. The honored unclean, the first to be cleansed, dumb, sorry, tired, mind-rotted, mules in a never-ending whirlpool of lies, pain, and ignorance. I was a few inches away from a baby in a woolly cap strapped to its mother's back. It was asleep and dribbling and smelt of toddler's marshiness. A girl, I guessed from the pink Minnie Mouse sewn onto the cap. Pensioners who had nothing to look forward to but senility and wheelchairs in lonely magnolia homes. Young salarymen, supposedly in their prime, their minds conditioned for greed and bullying. I had the life and death of those lowlifes in my hands. What would they say? How would they try to dissuade me? How would they justify their insected existences? Where could they start? How could a tadpole address a god? The carriage swayed, jarred, and the lights dipped for a moment into brown. Not well enough. I remembered his serendipity's words that morning. I have seen the comet far beyond the farthest orbit of the mundane mind. The new Earth is approaching. The judgment of the vermin is coming. By helping it along a little, we are putting them out of their misery. Sons, you are the chosen agents of the divine. In those last few moments, as we pulled into the station, his serendipity fortified me with a vision of the future. Within 3 short years, his serendipity is going to enter Jerusalem. In the same year, Mecca is going to bow down, and the Pope and the Dalai Lama will seek conversion. The presidents of Russia and the U.S. petition for his serendipity's patronage. Then, in July of that year, the comet is detected by observatories all over the world. Narrowly missing Neptune, it approaches Earth, eclipsing the moon, blazing even in the midday sky over the airfields and mountain ranges and cities of the world. The unclean rush out and welcome this latest novelty, and that will be their undoing. The Earth is bathed in microwaves from the comet, and only those with high alpha quotients will be able to insulate themselves. The unclean die, retching, scratching out their eyes, stinking of their own flesh as it cooks on their bones. The survivors begin the creation of paradise. His serendipity will reveal himself as his divinity, a butterfly emerging from the chrysalis of his body. I feel into the perforated sports bag and I rip open the seal. I have to flick the switches and hold them down for 3 seconds to set the timer. 1, 2, 3. The new Earth is coming. History is ticking. I zip the bag shut, let it fall to my feet, and shun it surreptitiously under a seat with the back of my heel. The compartment is so crammed that none of the zombies notices. The will of his serendipity. The train pulls into the station, and I hear the noises under the manhole cover, but I dare not listen to its words. If the noises ever become words, not now, not yet, not ever, where would it end? I enter the current that flows to the escalators and away from there. Over my shoulder, the train accelerates into the fumy darkness. The palms of my hands were pricking and sweaty. A seagull strutted along the window ledge and peered in. It had a cruel face. "And your name, sir?" The old lady who ran the inn grinned the grimace of a temple god. Why was she grinning? To make me nervous. She had more black gaps than stained teeth. My name's Tokunaga, Buntaro Tokunaga. Tokunaga, lovely name, it has a regal air. I've never thought about it. And what business are you in, Mr. Tokunaga? Questions and questions. Do the unclean never stop? I'm just an ordinary salaryman. I don't work for a famous company. I'm the department head of a small computer business in the suburbs of Tokyo. Tokyo, is that so? I've never been to the mainland. We get a lot of holidaymakers from Tokyo, though not off-season like now. You can see for yourself we're almost empty. I only go to the main island once a year to visit my grandchildren. I have 14 grandchildren, you know. Of course, when I say main island, I mean the main island of Okinawa, not mainland Japan. I'd never dream of going there, really. They tell me Tokyo's very big, bigger even than Naha, a department head. Your mother and father must be so proud. My, that's grand. I've got to ask you to fill out these dratted forms, you know. I wouldn't bother with it myself, but my daughter makes me do it. It's all to do with licenses and tax. It's a real nuisance, still. And how long will you be with us on Kumajima, Mr. Tokunaga? I intend to stay a couple of weeks. Is that so? I hope you'll find enough to do. We're not a very big island, you know. You can go fishing or go surfing or go snorkeling or scuba diving, but apart from that, life is very quiet here, very slow, not like Tokyo, I imagine. Won't your wife be missing you? No, time to shut her up. The truth is I'm here on compassionate leave. My wife passed away last month, cancer. The old crone's face fell and her hand covered her mouth. Her voice fell to a whisper. Oh my, is that so? Oh my. There I go, putting my foot in it again. My daughter would be so ashamed. I don't know what to say, she kept wheezing apologetically, which was doubly irksome as her breath reeked of prawns. Not to worry. When she passed away, she was finally released from the pain. It was a cruel release, but it was a release. Please don't be embarrassed. I am a little tired, though. Would you show me to my room? Yes, of course. Here are your slippers, and I'll just show you the bathroom. This is the dining room. Come this way, you poor, poor man. Oh my, what you must have been through, but you've come to the right island. Kumajima is a wonderful place for healing. I've always believed so. After my evening cleansing, I felt fatigue that no amount of alpha refocusing could dispel. Cursing my weakness, I went to bed and sank into a sleep that was almost bottomless. The bottom was in a tunnel, a deserted metro tunnel with rails and service pipes. My job was to patrol it and guard it from the evil that lived down there. A superior officer walked up to me. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Obeying orders, sir." "Which are?" "Patrolling this tunnel, sir," he whistled between his teeth. "As usual, a muddle at sanctuary. There's a new threat down here. The evil can only consume you when it knows about you. If you maintain your anonymity, all will be well. Now, officer, give me your name." "Quasar, sir." "And your name from your old life." "Your real name." "Tanaka, Keisuke Tanaka." "What is your alpha quotient, Keisuke Tanaka?" 16.9. "Place of birth." Suddenly, I realize that I have walked into a trap. The evil is my superior officer, plowing me with questions so it can consume me. My last defense is not to let it know that I have caught on. I am still floundering when a new character walks down the tunnel toward us. She is carrying a viola case and some flowers, and I've seen her before somewhere. Someone from my uncleansed days. The evil that is in the guise of my superior officer turns to her and starts the same ruse. "Haven't you heard about the evil? Who authorized your presence here? Give me your name, address, occupation immediately. I want to save her." Lacking a plan, I grab her arm and we run faster than air currents. Why are we running? A foreign woman on a hill, watching a wooden pole sinking into the ground. "I'm sorry, I didn't have time to explain." That officer wasn't a real officer. It was a disguise. It was the evil that lives in these tunnels. "You must be mistaken." "Yeah, and how would you know?" As we run, our fingers lock together, I look at her face for the first time. Sidelong, she is smiling, waiting for me to get this most grisly of jokes. I am looking into the real face of evil. I set off early the next morning to walk around the island. The sea was milky turquoise. The sand was white, hot and yielding. I saw birds I'd never seen before and salmon-pink butterflies. I saw two lovers and a husky dog walking down the beach. The boy kept whispering things to the girl, and she kept laughing. The dog wanted them to throw the stick, but was too stupid to realize that first he'd have to give the stick back to one of them. As they passed, I noticed neither of them wore wedding rings. I bought a couple of rice balls for lunch in a little fly-blown shop, and a can of cold tea. I ate them sitting on a grave, wondering when it was that I last belonged anywhere. I mean apart from sanctuary. I passed an ancient camphor tree in a field where a goat was tethered. Field workers' radios played tinny pop music that drifted down to the road. They sweltered under wide, woven hats. Cars rusted away in laybys, vegetation growing up out of the radiators. There was a lighthouse on a lonely headland. I walked to it. It was padlocked. A sugarcane farmer pulled up by the roadside and offered me a lift. I was footsore, so I accepted. His dialect was so heavy I could barely make out what he was trying to say. He started off talking about the weather, to which I made all the right noises. Then he started talking about me. He knew which inn I was staying at and how long I was staying, my false name, my job. He even gave his condolences for my dead wife. Every time he used the word computer, he sealed it in quotation marks. Back at the inn, the gossip shop was open for business. The television flashed and blinked silently on the counter. On the coffee table, 5 cups of green tea steamed. Seated around on low chairs were a man who I guessed was a fisherman, a woman in dungarees who sat like a man, a thin woman with thin lips, and a man with a huge wart wobbling from one eyebrow like a bunch of grapes. The old woman who ran the inn was clearly holding court. I still remember the television pictures on the day it happened. All those poor people stumbling out, holding handkerchiefs to their mouths, a nightmare. "Welcome back, Mr. Tokunaga. Were you in Tokyo during the attack?" "No, I was in Yokohama on business." I scanned their minds for suspicion. I was safe. The fisherman lit a cigarette. "What was it like the day after?" "It certainly took a lot of people by surprise." Dungaree woman nodded and folded her arms. "Looks like it's the beginning of the end for that bunch of lunatics, however." "How do you mean?" Keeping my voice steady. The fisherman looked surprised. "You haven't heard. The police have raided them. About time, too. The fellowship's assets have been frozen. Their so-called Minister of Defense is being charged with murder of ex-cult members, and 5 people have been arrested in connection with the gas. 2 of those 5 hanged themselves in their detention cells. Their suicide notes provided enough evidence for a new round of arrests. Would you like to see my newspaper?" I flinched from the shuffling sheets of lies. "No, it's all right, but how about the guru? The branches may burn in the forest fire, but new growth sprouts from the pure heart." "The who?" Wortman blubbled his rubbery nose. I wanted to kneel on his neck and cut that abomination off with a sharp pair of scissors. "The leader of the fellowship." "Oh, that maggot. He's hiding like the coward he is." Wortman choked on the hatred in his voice. "What a sick zoo the world has become, where angels are despised. He's a true devil, is that one, a devil from hell. Walking evil he is. Here you are, Mr. Tokunaga." The old woman poured me a cup of green tea. I needed to escape to my room to think, but I wanted more news. "He fleeces the poor fools who run along to him. Then he acts like their father, orders them to do his dirty work, plays out his wicked dreams, then scurries away from the consequences." Their ignorance made me gasp. If only I could make these vermin understand. "It's beyond my comprehension," said Dungaree woman, "how such things can happen. It wasn't just him, was it? There were bright people in the fellowship, from good universities and good families. Policemen, scientists, teachers, and lawyers. Respectable people. How could they go along with that Alpha Fellowship nonsense and choose to become killers? Is there so much evil in the world?" "Brainwashing," said Wortman, pointing to everybody. "Brainwashing." The thin woman examined the dragon curled around her cup. They did not specifically choose to become killers. They had chosen to abdicate their inner selves. I didn't like her. Her voice seemed to come not from her but from a nearby room. "I don't altogether follow you," said Dungaree woman. Society, and from the way the thin woman said the word I knew she was a teacher, is an outer abdication. We abdicate certain freedoms, and in return we get civilization. We get protection from death by starvation, bandits, and cholera. It's a fair deal, signed on our behalf by our educational system on the day we are born. However, we all have an inner self that decides to what degree we honor this contract. This inner self is our own responsibility. I fear that many of the young men and women in the fellowship handed this inner responsibility to their guru to do with as he pleased, and that, she flicked the newspaper, is what he did with it. "You sound like you have fairly entrenched opinions," I remarked. The thin woman looked at me straight in the eye. I looked straight back. "Our sisters at Sanctuary are taught humility." "But why?" The fisherman lit his pipe and bulged his cheeks in and out. "Why did his followers want to give him their will?" The thin woman looked at me as she spoke. "You'd have to ask them yourself. Maybe there are many answers. Some get a kick out of self-abasement and servitude. Some are afraid or lonely. Some crave the camaraderie of the persecuted. Some want to be big fish in a small pond. Some want magic. Some want revenge on teachers and parents who promised success would deliver all. They need shinier myths that will never be soiled by becoming true. The handing over of one's will is a small price to pay for the believers. They aren't going to need a will in their new earth." I couldn't listen to this anymore. "Maybe you're reading too much into it. Maybe they just did it because they loved him." I downed my tea in one gulp. It burned my tongue and it was too bitter. "Could I have my key now, please?" The old woman idly passed me the key. "You must be exhausted after your long walk. My nephew's wife saw you out by the lighthouse." Secrets on islands are hidden from mainlanders, but never from the islanders. I lay on my bed and wept. My brothers and sisters committing self-slaughter. Which of my co-cleansers had fallen at this last hurdle and why? We were heroes. Just a few months before the end of the unclean world. Paradise had been so near for them. I was further surprised at the Minister of Defense allowing himself to be captured. He has a high enough alpha quotient to displace molecules and walk through walls. The spider in the jar had died. Why? Why? After my evening cleansing, I walked around this fishing village. Squealing children were playing some incomprehensible game. Teenagers hung around on street corners in their trendiest gear, doubtless imitating the Tokyo teenagers they see in their magazines. Mothers stood gossiping outside the supermarket. I wanted to shout at them, "The world is going to end soon. You are all going to fry in the white nights." Okinawan music blared out of a bar, all twinky-twanky and jangling. And at the end of the street I reached the mountains, the sea, and the night. I walked along the pebbly beach, plastic buoys, a sea coconut shaped like a curved shell, junk washed up with the driftwood, cans, bottles, rubber gloves, detergent containers. I heard grunts and squeals from under a peeling boat, never to float again. In the distance a shadow lit a fire. His serendipity speaks to me in the crashing of the waves and the sucking of the shingle. Why telephone when telepathy is possible? His serendipity told me that his trusted cleanser Quasar had the greatest role to play. The days of persecution had begun, as prophesied in the 143rd sacred revelation. My master told me, "I shall be a shepherd for the faithful during the white nights. And after the comet ushers in the new earth, I shall be at the right hand of his serendipity, administering justice and wisdom in his name." I replied to his serendipity that I was ready to die for him, that I loved him as a son does his father and would protect him as a father does a son. His serendipity, hundreds of miles away, smiled. "The comet will be here by Christmas. The new earth is not far away now. The fellowship of humanity will gather together on a purer island, and the survivors will call me Father Quasar. There will be no bullying, no victimizing. All the selfish, petty, unbelieving unclean, they will fry in the fat of their ignorance. We will eat papayas, cashew nuts, and mangoes, and learn how to make traditional instruments and beautiful pottery. His serendipity will select our mates according to our alpha quotients, and teach us advanced alpha techniques, and we will travel astrally, visiting other stars. I knelt and thanked my Lord for his encouragement. The moon rose over the open bay, and those same stars came on, one by one. The baby in the woolly cap strapped to her mother's back opened her eyes. They were my eyes. A disembodied voice was singing a chorus over and over again, and reflected in my eyes was her face. She knew what I was going to do, and she asked me not to. But she was fated to die anyway, Quasar, when the comet comes. You shortened her suffering in the land of the unclean. The innocent surely will be reborn into the fellowship of the new earth. Cleanse yourself and anchor your faith deep and fast. The radio alarm clock glowed 1:30 a.m. Bad karaoke throbbed through the walls. I was wide awake, straitjacketed by my sweaty sheets. A headache dug its thumbs into my temples. My gut pulsed with gamma interference. I lurched to the toilet. My shit was a slurry of black crude oil. I kept thinking of the thin teacher and what I should have said to her to put her in her place. My eyes wandered around the labyrinth on the worn line. I took a shower as hot as the flesh could bear. For the first time since my initiation ceremony into the fellowship, I bought some cigarettes from a machine in the deserted lobby. I lit one, walking back up to my room. I was going to be up for a while. My palms have become blotchy. I clean myself 8 or 9 times a day, but something is wrong with my skin. I have taken to watching the television every morning. Proceedings are underway to disband the fellowship and make membership illegal. I have been named, and my photograph shown, ransacked from fellowship archives. Luckily it was taken with my scalp shaved and an alpha energizer on my head, so the likeness isn't close. I am the last of the Tokyo cleansers to evade capture. I saw my skin father and mother being chased into my skin sister's car by a baying pack of reporters. The whole scene was lit by flashbulbs. His serendipity has been caught and charged with conspiracy to commit genocide, and with fraud, kidnapping, and possession of Category 1 nerve agents. The news showed the same clip of his serendipity being bundled into a car by agents of the unclean and driven through a mob shouting for his blood. They showed it over and over again to a sinister soundtrack to tell the mindless that he is a villain, like Darth Vader, to be loathed and feared. The rest of the cabinet have also been arrested. They are falling over themselves to denounce each other, hoping their death sentence will be commuted to life imprisonment. I myself was denounced by the Minister of Education. Even his serendipity's wife has denounced our master, saying that she didn't know anything about the production of the gas. She who was so zealous about the cleansing. One television news station flew their jackals to Los Angeles to film the elite school in Beverly Hills where his serendipity's sons were boarded. I telephoned Sanctuary from the port. "State your name, business, and present location," said the cold voice. A cop. Even with the alpha quotient of a fruit fly, you could spot them a mile off. I hung up. But this is bad. I have run out of Japan. My passport is in the possession of the fellowship's foreign office, so seeking assistance with our Russian or Korean brothers and sisters is impossible. I am running out of money. Of course, I have no money of my own. After my initiation, every last yen was transferred to the fellowship. My skin family has disowned me and would turn me in. So would my skin friends from my life of blindness. This causes me no sorrow. When the white knights come, they shall reap what they have sown. The fellowship is my true family. I had one final resort, the fellowship's secret service. The media had mentioned nothing about their arrest, so perhaps they had gone to ground in time. I dialed the secret number and gave the encoded message. The dog needs to be fed. I kept on the line, saying nothing, as instructed during my cleansing training sessions at Sanctuary. The Secret Service man on the other end hung up when enough time for my call to be traced had elapsed. Help would be on its way. A levitator would be dispatched, bearing a wallet of crisp 10,000 yen notes. He will scan for my alpha signature and find me during one of my rambles around the island when I am alone or asleep in a grove of palm trees. He will be there when I awake, glowing perhaps like Buddha or Gabriel. Kumajima is a squalid, incestuous prison. To think this lump of rock was once the main trading center of the Ryukyu Empire with China. Boats laden with spices, slaves, coral, ivory, silk. Swords, coconuts, hemp. The shouts of men would have filled the bustling harbor. Old women would have knelt in the marketplace, with their scales and piles of fruit and dried fish. Girls with obedient forms lean out of the dusky windows over the flower boxes, murmuring. Now it's all gone. Long gone. Okinawa became a squalid apology for a fiefdom, squabbled over by masters far beyond its curved horizons. Nobody admits it, but the islands are dying now. The young people are moving to the mainland. Without subsidies and price fixing, the agriculture would collapse. When the mainland peaceniks get the American military rapists off the islands, the economy will slow, splutter, and expire. The fish are all being fished out by factory trawlers. Tracks lead nowhere. Building projects have been started but end in patches of concrete, piles of gravel, and tall, thorny weeds. Such a place would be ripe for his serendipity's mission. I long to awaken people, to tell people about the white nights and the new earth, but I daren't risk bringing attention to myself. My last defense is my ordinariness. When that wears out, I have nothing but my novice's alpha potential to protect me. The island's bewhiskered policeman spoke to me yesterday. I passed him outside a snorkel shop while he was bent over tying up his shoelaces. "How's your holiday, Mr. Tokunaga?" "Very restful, officer. Thank you." "I was sorry to hear about your wife. It must have been terribly traumatic." "Kind of you to say so, officer." I tried to focus my alpha coercion faculty to make him go away. "So you'll be off tomorrow, Mr. Tokunaga. Mrs. Mori at the guest house said you were staying for a couple of weeks." "I'm thinking of extending, actually, just a few more days." "Is that a fact? Won't your company be missing you?" "Actually, I'm working on a new computer system. I can do it here just as well as in Tokyo. In fact, the peace and quiet is more conducive to inspiration." The policeman nodded thoughtfully. "I wonder, at the junior high school the youngsters have recently started up a computer club. My sister-in-law's the head mistress there. Mrs. O. You've met already, I believe, at Mrs. Mori's. I wonder Mrs. O is far too polite to dream of imposing upon your time herself, I know, but I waited. It would be a great honor for the school if you could go along sometime and tell the computer class about life in a real computer company." I sensed a trap, but it would be safer to get out of it later than refuse now. "Sure. That would be very kind of you. I'll mention it when I see my brother next." I met the husky dog on the beach. His serendipity chose to address me in its barks. "What did you expect, Quasar? Did you think raising the curtain on the age of Homo serendipitous was going to be easy? No, my lord, but when are the yogic flyers going to be dispatched to the White House and the European Parliament to demand your release? Eat eggs, my faithful one. Eggs, my lord. Eggs are a symbol of rebirth, Quasar, and eat orange rocket ice lollies. What do they symbolize, Guru? Nothing. They contain vitamin C in abundance. It shall be so, my lord." But the yogic flyers, my father, my only reply was a barking dog and a puzzled look from the two lovers jumping up suddenly from behind a stack of rusty oil drums. The three of us looked at each other in confusion. The dog cocked its leg and pissed against a tractor tire. The ocean boomed its indifference. The little baby girl in the woolly cap, she had liked me. How could she have liked me? It was just some facial reflex, no doubt. She gurgled at me, smiling. Her mother looked at whom she was smiling, and she smiled at me too. Her eyes were warm. I didn't smile back. I looked away. I wish I had smiled back, but I wish they hadn't smiled at me. Would they have survived, or would the gas have got them? If they hadn't moved, it would have leaked out of the package and straight into their noses, eyes, and lungs. Mom, Dad, but we were only defending ourselves. There was one day during my assignment to the Ministry of Information. One of our sister's skin relatives, her unclean uncle, had taken court action to stop her selling their family's farmhouse and land. He was a property lawyer. The Secret Service had brought this flesh brother in for questioning. His serendipity instantly knew he was a spy sent by the unclean. An assassination plot was being engineered, it seemed. Laughable. All of us in Sanctuary knew how, 30 years ago, while traveling in Tibet, a being of pure consciousness named Arupadhatu transmigrated into his serendipity and revealed the secrets of freeing the mind from its physical shackles. This had been the beginning of his serendipity's path up the holy mountain. Even if the body of his serendipity were harmed, he could leave his old body and transmigrate into another, as easily as I change hotels and islands. He could transmigrate into his own assassin. Anyway, this lawyer was injected with truth serum and confessed to everything. His mission had been to put an odorless poison into the refectory rice cookers. His serendipity's wife conducted the interview herself. I heard, you see, we were only defending ourselves. My fingernails are coming loose. I spent the afternoon walking to the lighthouse. I sat on a rock and watched the waves and the birds. A typhoon was moving up the coast of China, skirting Taiwan and looming over the Okinawan horizon. Clouds were piling up in the west, winds were unraveling. I was being discussed, and decisions were being taken. What had gone wrong? A few more months and my alpha quotient would have been 25, putting me in the top 200 on Earth. His serendipity had assured me, in person. I had ingested some of his serendipity's eyelashes. After winning converts on the welcome program, I was rewarded with a test tube of the guru's sperm to imbibe. It boosted my gamma resistance. I had been taken off the lavatory docket and been made a cleanser. For the first time in my life, I was becoming a name. The corrugated iron roof of an abandoned shed clattered to and fro in the wind. Nothing has gone wrong. Nothing has gone wrong, Quasar. It was your faith that brought you to his serendipity's notice. It is your faith that will guide you through the days of persecution, through the terrible days of the white nights to the new earth. It is your faith that will nourish you now. Everything around me on this God-forsaken island is crumbling. I should have stayed in Naha. I should have hidden in snow country or deep-frozen Hokkaido or lost myself amid a metropolis of my own kind. What happened, I wonder, to Mr. Aikta? Where do people who drop off the edge of your world end up? Typhoon weather. The curtains I keep drawn. Our Minister of Defense received some reports that the government of the unclean had developed micro-cameras which they implanted in the craniums of seagulls, which were then trained to spy. Not to mention the Americans' secret satellites, scrolling over the globe, scanning for the fellowship at the behest of the politicians and the Jews, who long ago had set up the Freemasons, and funded Chinese efforts to pollute the well of history. I was sitting with my back to the lighthouse on the lonely headland. Headlights approached, seeking me out. I looked for a place to hide. There was none. A seagull watched me. It had a cruel face. A blue and white car pulled up. Too late, I looked for a place to hide. A door opened and a dim light lit up the interior. They found me, the rest of forever in a cell, and then, so strangely, I'm relieved it's all over. At least I can stop running. A hand was already clearing stuff from the front seat. Its owner leaned forward. Mr. Tokunaga, I presume. Grimly, I nodded and walked toward my captor. I've been searching for you. The name's Oda. I'm the harbor master. You spoke with my brother just the other day about giving a lecture at my wife's school. How about a lift back to town? You must be tired after walking all the way out here all on your own." I obeyed, and still trembling I climbed in and put on my seat belt. Lucky I was passing, there's a typhoon warning, you know. I saw a figure all hunched like it was the end of the world, and I thought to myself, I wonder if that's Mr. Tokunaga, not feeling too chipper this evening. No, maybe you've been overdoing it. The island air is good for clearing the head, but at the rate you've been tramping around, terribly sorry to hear about your wife. Death is a part of life. That's a sound philosophy, but it can't be easy to keep your thoughts focused. I can. I'm a good focuser. He braked and beeped a couple of times at a goat standing in the middle of the road. Magisterially, the goat sniffed at us and wandered into a field. "Must tell Mrs. Bestio that Caligula's escaped again. You name it, goats eat it. So you're a good focuser, you were saying." "Splendid, splendid. It would be a crime not to try diving while you're here, you know. We have the finest Pacific reefs north of the equator, I'm told. By the way, the youngsters are delighted at the prospect of a real computer man coming to talk to them. No great scholars, I'm afraid, but they're keen. My wife would like you to join us for dinner tomorrow if you're free. So, Mr. Tokunaga, tell me a little about yourself." The road looped back around to the port, as all the roads on this island eventually do. Clouds began to ink out the stars, one by one. Tokyo spring was late, and so was I. The commuters streamed to work with their collars and umbrellas up. The cherry trees lining the backstreets were still winter trees, craggy, pocked, and dripping with morning rain. I fished around for my keys, rattled up the shutters, and opened the shop. I looked through the post while the water was boiling. Some mail orders good. Bills bad. A couple of inquiries from a regular customer in Nagano about rare discs that I'd never heard of. Bumph. An entirely ordinary morning. Time for oolong tea. I put on a very rare Miles Davis recording that Takeishi had discovered in a box of mixed-quality discs that he'd picked up at an auction last month out in Shinagawa. It was a gem. "You Never Entered My Mind" was blissful and forlorn. Some faultless mute work. The trumpet filtered down to a single ray of sound. The brassy sun lost behind the clouds. The first customer of the week was a foreigner, either American or European or Australian. You can never tell because they all look the same. A lanky, zitty foreigner. He was a real collector, though, not just a browser. He had that manic glint in his eyes, and his fingers were adept at flicking through meters of discs at high speed, like a bank teller counting notes. He bought a virgin copy of Stormy Sunday by Kenny Burrell and Flight to Denmark by Duke Jordan, recorded in 1973. He had a cool t-shirt, too, a bat flying around a skyscraper leaving a trail of stars. I asked him where he was from. He said, "Thank you very much. Westerners can't learn Japanese." Takeishi phoned a bit later. "Satoru, have a good day off yesterday. Pretty quiet, sax lesson in the afternoon. Hung around with Koji for a bit afterwards. Helped Taro with the delivery from the brewery. Any vast checks for me in the post?" "Sorry, nothing that vast. Some nice bills, though." "How was your weekend?" This was what he had been waiting for. "Funny you ask me that. I met this gorgeous creature of the night last Friday at a club in Roppongi. I could almost hear his saliva glands juicing. Get this, 25, which for Takeishi is the perfect age, making him 10 years her senior. Engaged, which for Takeishi adds the thrill of adultery while subtracting any responsibility. Only get involved with women who have more to lose than you do was a motto of his. Clubbed until 4 in the morning. Woke up Saturday afternoon with my clothes on back to front in a hotel somewhere in Chiyoda Ward. No idea how I got there. She came out of the shower, and damn if she wasn't still eager to continue. It must have been heaven. Are you seeing her again? Of course we're seeing each other again. This is love at first sight. We're having dinner tonight at a French restaurant in Ikigaya, meaning they were meeting up in Ikigaya. Seriously, you should see her presence. 2 overripe nectarines squeezed together in a paper bag. One prod and they explode. Juice everywhere. Rather more than I needed to know. She's engaged, you say? Yeah, to a Fujitsu photocopier ink cartridge research and development division salaryman who knew the go-between who knew her father's section head. Some guys get all the luck. Ah, it's okay. What the eyes don't see, eh? She'll make a good little wifey, I'm sure. She's after a few nights of excitement before she becomes a housewife forever. She sounded a right character to me. She seemed to have forgotten that only 2 weeks ago he'd been trying to get back with his estranged wife. The rain carried on falling, keeping customers away. The rain fell softly, then heavily, then softly. Static hisses on telephone lines. Jimmy Cobb's percussion on blue and green. She was still on the telephone. It seemed to be my turn to say something. What's she like? Her personality, I mean. She said, oh, fine, like I'd asked about a new brand of rice cracker. Well, I've got to go and sort out my estate agent's office. Business has been a bit slack there, too. I'd better put the shits up the manager a bit. Sell lots of discs and make me lots of money. Phone me on my cell phone if you need anything, I never do. He rang off. 20 million people live and work in Tokyo. It's so big that nobody really knows where it stops. It's long since filled up the plain, and now it's creeping up the mountains to the west and reclaiming land from the bay in the east. The city never stops rewriting itself. In the time one street guide is produced, it has already become out of date. It's a tall city and a deep one as well as a spread-out one. Things are always moving below you and above your head. All these people, flyovers, cars, walkways, subways, offices, tower blocks, power cables, pipes, apartments, it all adds up to a lot of weight. You have to do something to stop yourself caving in, or you just become a piece of flotsam or an ant in a tunnel. In smaller cities, people can use the space around them to insulate themselves, to remind themselves of who they are. Not in Tokyo. You just don't have the space. Not unless you're a company president, a gangster, a politician, or the emperor. You're pressed against people body to body in the metro, several hands gripping each strap on the trains. Apartment windows have no view but other apartment windows. No, in Tokyo you have to make your place inside your head. There are different ways people make this place. Sweat, exercise, and pain is one way. You can see them in the gyms, in the well-ordered swimming pools. You can see them jogging in the small, worn parks. Another way to make your place is TV. A bright, brash place, always well lit, full of fun and jokes that tell you when to laugh so you never miss them. World news carefully edited so that it's not too disturbing, but disturbing enough to make you glad that you weren't born in a foreign country. News with music to tell you who to hate, who to feel sorry for, and who to laugh at. She's place is the nightlife. Clubs and bars and the women who live there. There are many other places. There's an invisible Tokyo built of them, existing in the minds of us, its citizens. Internet, manga, Hollywood, doomsday cults, they are all places where you go and where you matter as an individual. Some people will tell you about their places straight off and won't shut up about it all night. Others keep it hidden like a garden in a mountain forest. People with no place are those who end up throwing themselves onto the tracks. My place comes into existence through jazz. Jazz makes a fine place. The colors and feelings there come not from the eye but from sounds. It's like being blind but seeing more. This is why I work here in Takeshi's shop. Not that I could ever put that into words. The phone rang. Mama-san. Sato-kun, Akiko, and Tomomi have got this dreadful flu that's doing the rounds and Ayaka's still feeling a mite delicate. Ayaka had an abortion last week. So I'll have to open the bar and start early. Any chance you could get your own dinner tonight? I'm 19. Of course I can get my own dinner tonight. She did her croaky laugh. You're a good lad. She rang off. I felt in a Billie Holiday mood. Lady in Satin, recorded at night with heroin and a bottle of gin the year before she died. A doomed octoberish oboe of a voice. I wondered about my real mother. Not longingly. It's pointless to long. Mama-san said she'd been deported back to the Philippines afterwards and would never be allowed back into Japan. I can't help but wonder just sometimes who she is now, what she's doing, and whether she ever thinks about me. Mama-san told me my father was 18 when I was born. That makes me old enough to be my father. Of course, my father was cast as the victim, the innocent violated by the foreign seductress who sank her teeth into him to get a visa. I'll probably never know the truth, unless I get rich enough to hire a private detective. I guess there must be money in his family, for him to be patronizing hostess bars at my tender age, and to pay to clean up the stink of such a scandal so thoroughly. I'd like to ask him what he and my mother felt for each other, if anything. One time I was sure he had come. A cool guy in his late 30s. He wore desert boots and a dark tan suede jacket. One ear was pierced. I knew I recognized him from somewhere, but I thought he was a musician. He looked around the shop and asked for a Chick Corea recording that we happened to have. He bought it, I wrapped it for him, and he left. Only afterwards did I realize that he reminded me of me. Then I tried calculating what the odds against a random meeting like that were in a city the size of Tokyo, but the calculator ran out of decimal places. So I thought perhaps he'd come to see me incognito, that he was as curious about me as I was about him. Us orphans spend so much time having to be level-headed about things that when we have the time and space to romanticize, wow, can we romanticize? Not that I'm a real orphan in an orphanage. Mama-san has always looked after me. I went outside for a moment to feel the rain on my skin. It was like being breathed on. A delivery van braked sharply and beeped at an old lady pushing a trolley who glared back and wove her hands in the air as if she was casting a spell. The van beeped again like an irritated muppet. A mink-coated leggy woman who considered herself extremely attractive and who obviously kept a rich husband strode past with a flopsy dog. A huge tongue lolled between its white teeth. Her eyes and mine touched for a moment, and she saw a high school graduate spending his youth holed up in a pokey shop that obviously nobody ever spent much in, and then she was gone. This is my place. Another Billie Holiday disc. She sang Some Other Spring, and the audience clapped until they too faded into the heat of a long-lost Chicago summer night. The phone. Hi, Satoru, it's only Koji. I can hardly hear you. What's that racket in the background? I'm phoning from the college canteen. How did the engineering exam go? Well, I worked really hard for it. He'd walked it. Congratulations, so your visit to the shrine paid off. Hey, when are the results out? 3 or 4 weeks. I'm just glad they're over. It's too early to congratulate me, though. Hey, Mom's doing a sukiyaki party tonight. My dad's back in Tokyo this week. They thought you might like to help us eat it. Can you? You could sleep over in my sister's room if it gets too late. She's on a school trip to Okinawa. I ummed and awed inwardly. Koji's parents are nice, straight people, but they feel it's their responsibility to sort my life out. They can't believe that I'm already content where I am with my discs and my saxophone and my place. Underlying their concern is pity, and I'd rather take shit about my lack of parents than pity. But Koji's my friend, probably my only one. I'd love to come. What should I bring? Nothing, just bring yourself. So, flowers for his mom and booze for his dad. I'll come around after work then. Okay, see you. See you. It was a Mal Waldron time of day. The afternoon was shutting up shop early. The owner of the greengrocery across the street took in his crates of white radishes, carrots, and lotus roots. He rolled down his shutter, saw me, and nodded gravely. He never smiles. Some pigeons scattered as a truck shuddered by. Every note of Left Alone fell, drops of lead into a deep well. Jackie McLean's saxophone circled in the air so sad it could barely leave the ground. The door opened, and I smelled air rain-washed clean. 4 high school girls came in, but one of them was completely different. She pulsed, invisibly, like a quasar. I know that sounds stupid, but she did. The 3 bubbleheads flounced up to the counter. They were pretty, I guess, but they were all clones of the same ova. Their hair was the same length, their lipstick the same color, their bodies curving in the same way beneath their same uniform. Their leader demanded in a voice cutesy and spoiled the newest hit by the latest teen dwoob. But I didn't bother hearing them. I can't describe women not like Takeshi or Koji. But if you know Duke Pearson's After the Rain, well, she was as beautiful and pure as that, standing by the window and looking out. What was out there? She was embarrassed by her classmates. And so she should have been. She was so real, the others were cardboard cutouts beside her. Real things had happened to her to make her how she was, and I wanted to know them and read them like a book. It was the strangest feeling. I just kept thinking, well, I'm not sure what I was thinking. I'm not sure if I was thinking of anything. She was listening to the music. She was afraid she'd scare the music away if she moved. Well, have you got it or haven't you? One of the cutout girls squawked. It must take a long time to train your voice to be so annoying. Another giggled. Another's pocket phone trilled and she got it out. I was angry with them for making me look away from her. This is a disc collector's shop. There's a toy shop in the shopping mall by the metro station that sells the kind of thing you're looking for. Rich Shibuya girls are truffle-fed pooches. The girls at Mamason's, they have all had to learn how to survive. They have to keep their patrons, keep their looks, keep their integrity, and they get scarred. But they respect themselves and they let it show. They respect each other. I respect them. They are real people, but these magazine girls have nothing real about them. They have magazine expressions, speak magazine words, and carry magazine fashion accessories. They've chosen to become this. I don't know whether or not to blame them. Getting scarred isn't nice. But look, as shallow and glossy and identical and throwaway as magazines. You're a bit uptight, aren't you? Been dumped by your girlfriend. The leader leaned on the counter and swayed just a few inches away from my face. I imagined her using that face in bars, in cars, in hotels. Her friend shrieked with laughter and pulled her away before I could think of a witty retort. They flocked back toward the door. Told you, one of them said. The third was still speaking into her pocket phone. I dunno where we are, some crappy place behind some crappy building. Where are you? You coming? The leader said to the one still staring into space, listening to Mao. No, I thought with all my might. Say no and stay with me in my space. I said the leader, are you coming? Was she deaf? I guess so, she said in a real voice. A beautiful, real voice. Look at me, I willed. Look at me, please, just once look straight at me. As she left, she looked at me over her shoulder, my heart trampolined, and she followed the others into the street. The cherry trees were budding. Maroon tips sprouted and swelled through the sealed bark. Pigeons ruffled and prilled. I wish I knew more about pigeons. Were they strutting about like that for mating purposes, or just because they were strutty birds? That would be useful knowledge for school syllabuses. None of this capital of Mongolia stuff. The air outside was warmer and damp. Being outside was like being in a tent. A jackhammer was pounding into concrete a few doors down. Takeshi said that yet another surf and ski shop was opening up. How many surfers and skiers are there in Tokyo? I put on a Charlie Parker anthology with the volume up loud to drown out the ringing of metal. Charlie Parker, molten and twisting, no stranger to cruelty. Relaxin' at Camarillo. How deep is the ocean? All the things you are, out of nowhere. A night in Tunisia. I dressed the girl in calico, and she slipped away through a North African doorway. Here, being as different as I am is punishable. I was in Roppongi one time with Koji. He was on the pole and got talking to a couple of girls from Scotland. I just assumed they were English teachers at some crappy English school, but they turned out to be exotic dancers. Koji's English is really good. He was always in the top class at school. English being a girl's subject, I didn't study it much. But when I found jazz, I studied at home because I wanted to read the interviews with the great musicians, who are all American. Of course, reading is one thing, but speaking is quite another. So Koji was mostly doing the translating. Anyway, these girls said that everyone where they come from actually tries to be different. They'll dye their hair a color nobody else has, buy clothes nobody else is wearing, get into music nobody else knows. Weird. Then they asked why all girls here want to look the same. Koji answered, because they are girls. Why do all cops look the same? Because they're cops, of course. Then one of them asked why Japanese kids try to ape American kids. The clothes, the rap music, the skateboards, the hair. I wanted to say that it's not America they're aping, it's the Japan of their parents that they're rejecting. And since there's no homegrown counterculture, they just take hold of the nearest one to hand, which happens to be American. But it's not American culture exploiting us. It's us exploiting it. Koji got lost trying to translate the last bit. I tried asking them about their inner places because it seemed relevant. But I just got answers about how tiny the apartments were here and how houses in Britain all have central heating. Then their boyfriends turned up. 2 bloody great U.S. Marine guerrillas. They looked down at us, unimpressed, and Koji and I decided it was time for another drink at the bar. But yeah, it's certainly different here. All through my junior high school days, people hassled me about my parents. Finding part-time jobs was never easy, either. It was as tough as having Korean parents. People find out. It would have been easier to say they died in an accident, but I wasn't going to lie for those knobheads. Plus, if you say someone's dead, then it tempts fate to kill them off early. Gossip works telepathically in Tokyo. The city is vast, but there's always someone who knows someone whom someone knows. Anonymity doesn't muffle coincidence. It makes the coincidences more outlandish. That's why I still think one of these days my father might wander into the shop. So from elementary school onwards, I used to be in fights. I often lost, but that didn't matter. Taro, Mama-san's bouncer, always told me it's better to fight and lose than not fight and suffer, because even if you fight and lose, your spirit emerges intact. Taro taught me that people respect spirit, but even cowards don't respect cowards. Taro also told me how to headbutt taller adversaries, how to knee in the balls, and how to dislocate a man's hand, so that by high school nobody much bothered me. One time a gang of junior Yakuza were waiting outside school for me, because I'd given one of their kid brothers a nosebleed. I still don't know who tipped Mama-san off Koji, most probably, but Mama-san sent Taro along that day to pick me up. He waited until they had formed a ring around me down an alley, and then he strolled along and scared 7 shades of shit out of them. Now I think about it, Taro's been more like a dad to me than anyone else. A leathery man in a blood-red jacket came in, ignoring me. He found the Charles Mingus section and bought about 2/3 of the stock, including the collector's items, peeling off 10,000 yen notes like toilet paper. His eyeballs seemed to pulse to the bass rhythm. He left carrying his purchases in a cardboard box that he assembled himself on the counter. He hadn't asked for a discount, though I would have gladly given him one, and I was left with a wad of money. I phoned Takeshi to tell him the good news and that it might be best if he came to pick the money up himself that night. I knew he had a cash flow problem. Ah, gasped Takeshi. Baby, that's the way. That is very, very, very good. There was hallucinogenic music on in the background that sounded like a migraine, and a woman being tortured by tickling. Feeling I'd phoned at a bad time, I said goodbye and hung up, and still only 11 in the morning. Koji was the class egghead at high school, which made him an outsider too. He should have gone to a much better high school, but until he was 15 his dad was always being transferred, so it was never that easy for him to keep up. Koji was also diabolically bad at sports. I swear, in 3 years I never saw him manage to hit a baseball once. There was one time when he took an almighty swing. The bat flew out of his hands and hurtled through the air like a missile, straight into Mr. Aikta, our game's master, who idolized Yukio Mishima, even though I doubted he'd ever got through a whole book by anybody in his entire life. I was doubled up laughing, so I didn't realize nobody else was. That cost me school toilet cleaning duty for the whole term with Koji. That's when I learned Koji loved the piano. I play the tenor saxophone. That's how I got to know Koji, a winded games teacher and the foulest toilets in the Tokyo educational system. One of our regulars, Mr. Fujimoto, came in during the lunch hour. The bell rang and a gust of air rustled papers all around the shop. He was laughing as usual. He laughed because he was pleased to see me. He put a little parcel of books down on the counter for me. I always try to pay for them, but he never lets me. He says it's a jazz disc consultancy fee. Mr. Fujimoto, how's work today? Terrible. Mr. Fujimoto only has one voice, and that is very loud. It's as though his greatest fear is to not be heard. And when he really laughs, the noise almost pushes you backwards. The shop is smack bang between the business district of Otemachi and the publishing district around Achinamizu, so our salarymen customers usually work in one or the other. You can always tell the difference. There's a certain look that Megamani bestows on its handlers, a sort of beadiness and hunger, hard to put your finger on, but it's there all right. Money is another of those inner places, by the way. It's a way to measure yourself. The publishing salarymen, however, often have a streak of manic jollity. Mr. Fujimoto is a prime specimen. He puns regularly and appallingly. For example, afternoon, Satoru-kun. Say, couldn't you get Takeshi to give this place a new coat of paint? It's looking kind of run down. Do you think so? I can smell the payoff approaching. Definitely, it's positively seedy. Seedy, CD. I wince in genuine pain and Mr. Fujimoto gurgles appreciatively. The worse the better. This lunchtime Mr. Fujimoto was looking for something Lee Morganish. I recommended Hank Mobley's A Caddy for Daddy, which he promptly bought. I know his tastes. Anything on the loony side of funky. As I handed over his change, he suddenly became serious. He switched to a more formal mode of speech, took off his heavy glasses, and started cleaning the lenses. I was wondering whether you might be planning to apply for college next year. Not really, no. So, would you be thinking about entering a particular profession? He'd rehearsed this beforehand. I guessed what was coming. I don't really have any plans at the moment. I guess I'll just wait and see. Of course, Satoru, it's absolutely none of my business, and please forgive me for interfering in your plans, but the only reason I'm asking is that a couple of positions in my office have just become available. Very humble. Just glorified editorial assistants, basically, but if you were interested in applying, then I'd be happy to recommend you for one of them. Certainly, I could get you to the interview stage, and it would be a foot in the door. I started out myself this way, you know. Everybody needs a step up occasionally. I looked around the shop. That's a very generous offer, Mr. Fujimoto. I'm not sure how to answer. Think it over, Satoru. I'm going to Kyoto for a few days on business. We won't start interviewing until I get back. I'd be happy to have a word with your present employer on your behalf if that's what's worrying you. I know Takeshi has a lot of respect for you, so he wouldn't stand in your way. No, it's not really that. Thank you. I'll think seriously about it. Thank you. How much are the books? Nothing. Your consultancy fee. They're just a few samples. We give them out free to people in the trade. These pocket paperback classics, they walk off the shelves. I remember you said you enjoyed The Great Gatsby. There's a new Murakami translation of Fitzgerald's short stories we've just brought out. Lord of the Flies, that's a laugh a minute, and a new Garcia Marquez. It's very kind of you. Nonsense. Just give the idea of publishing a serious think. There are worse ways to make a living. I'd thought about the girl every day since, 20 or 30 or 40 times a day. I'd find myself thinking of her and then not want to stop, like not wanting to get out of a hot shower on a winter morning. I ran my fingers through my hair and contemplated my face, using a Fats Navarro CD as a hand mirror. Could she ever feel the same way back? I couldn't even remember accurately what she looked like. Smooth skin, highish cheekbones, narrowish eyes. Like a Chinese empress. I didn't really think of her face when I thought of her. She was just there, a color that didn't have a name yet, the idea of her. I got angry with myself. It's not as if I'm ever going to see her again. This is Tokyo. And besides, even if I did see her again, why should she be in the least bit interested in me? My mind can only hold one thought at a time. I may as well make it a worthwhile thought. I thought about Mr. Fujimoto's offer. What am I doing here? Koji's getting on with his life. All my high school classmates are in college or in a company. I am unfailingly updated on their progress by Koji's mom. What am I doing? A guy in a wheelchair flashed by outside. Hey, hey, this is my place, remember. Time for jazz. Undercurrent by Jim Hall and Bill Evans. An album of water, choppy and brushed by the wind, at other times silent and slow under trees. On other songs, chords glinting on inland seas. The girl was there too, swimming on her back, buoyed along by the currents. I made myself some green tea and watched the steam rise into the disturbed afternoon. Koji was knocking on the window, grinning at me goonishly and pressing his face up against the glass so he looked like a poisoned dwarf. I had to grin back. He came in, walking his loping, bumpy walk. You were miles away. I came via Mr. Donuts. Vanilla Angel Donuts, okay? Thanks. Let me make you some tea. This great Keith Jarrett record came in yesterday. You must give it a listen. I can't believe he makes it up as he goes along. A hallmark of genius. Fancy a couple of drinks later. Where? Dunno. Somewhere frequented by nubile girls on the prowl for young male flesh. The Students' Union bar, perhaps. But if you're busy sorting out the meaning of existence, we could make it another night. Smoke. Sure. Pull up a chair. Koji likes to think of himself as a ruthless womanizer like Takeshi, but really his emotions are as ruthless as a vanilla angel donut. That's one reason I like him. We lit up. Koji, do you believe in love at first sight? He rocked back on his chair and smiled like a wolf. Who is she? No, 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 no. No one. I was just asking. Koji the philosopher gazed upwards. At length he blew a smoke ring. I believe in lust at first sight. You gotta keep a certain hardness or you just turn to goo. And goo isn't attractive. And whatever you do, don't let her know how you feel or you're lost. Koji went into Humphrey Bogart mode. Stay enigmatic, kid, stay tough, you hear? Yeah, like you, for example. You were as tough as Bambi when you were last in love. But seriously, another smoke ring. But seriously, well, love has got to be based on knowledge, hasn't it? You have to know someone intimately to be able to love them. So love at first sight is a contradiction in terms. Unless in that first sight there's some sort of mystical gigabyte downloading of information from one mind into the other. That doesn't sound too likely, does it? Dunno. I poured my friend's tea. The cherry blossoms were suddenly there. Magic, frothing and bubbling, and they're just above our heads, filling the air with color too delicate for words like pink or white. How had such grim trees created something so otherworldly in a back street with no agreed-upon name? An annual miracle beyond my understanding. It was a morning for Ella Fitzgerald. There are fine things in the world after all. Dignity, refinement, warmth, and humor where you'd never expect to find them. Even as an old woman, an amputee in a wheelchair, Ella sang like a girl who could still be in high school, falling in love for the first time. The phone rang. It's Takeshi. Hi, boss, are you having a good day? I am not having a good day. I'm having a very bad day. I'm sorry to hear that. I am a fool, a bloody fool, a bloody, bloody fool. Why do men do this? He was drunk and me still on my morning tea. Where does this impulse come from, Satoru? Tell me. Like I knew but was refusing to grant him enlightenment. A sticky wrestle in an anonymous bedroom, a few bite marks, about 3 seconds worth of climax if you're lucky, a pleasant drowse for 30 minutes, and when you come to you suddenly realize you've become a lecherous, lying sleazebag who's flushing several million sperm and 6 years of marriage down the toilet. Why are we programmed to do this? Why? I couldn't think of an answer that was both honest and consoling. So I went for honesty. No idea. Takeshi told the same story 3 times in a loop. My wife dropped by to pick me up for lunch. We were going to go out, talk things over, maybe sort things out. I'd bought her some flowers, she'd bought me a new striped jacket she'd seen somewhere. Hopelessly uncool, of course, but she remembered my size. It was a peace pipe. We were just leaving when she went to the bathroom, and what did she find? I almost said a nurse's corpse, but thought better of it. What? Her bag and dressing gown, the nurse's, and the message she'd written to me in lipstick. On the inside of the mirror. What was the message? I heard ice cubes crack as Takshi poured himself another drink. None of your business, but when my wife read it, she calmly walked back into the living room, poured vodka on the jacket, set it alight, and left. The jacket shriveled up and melted. The power of the written word. Damn it, Satoru, I wish I was your age again. It was all so bloody simple back then. What have I done? Where does this myth come from? What myth? The one that plagues all men. The one that says a life without darkness and sex and mystery is only half a life. Why? And it was hardly like I'd been involved with Miss Celestial Beauty incarnate. She was just some stupid woman. Why? I'm only 19. Graduated from high school last year. I don't know. It was all pretty pathetic to listen to. Luckily at that moment Mama-san and Taro came in so I could leave Takeshi's unanswerable questions unanswered. If Mama-san were a bird, she would be a kind white crow. Taro would not be a bird. Taro would be a tank. For decades, long before I was on the scene, he has escorted Mama-san everywhere. Their relationship has depths to it that I've certainly never sussed. I've seen old photos of them from the 60s and 70s. They were a beautiful couple in their way. Now they make me think of a frail mistress and a faithful bulldog. Taro, the rumors go, used to do odd jobs for the Yakuza in his youth. Debt collection and such like. He still has some versatile friends in that world, which is very useful when it comes to paying protection money on the wild orchid. Mama-san gets a 60% discount. Another of those friends with connections at City Hall managed to obtain my full Japanese citizenship. Mama-san brought me my lunch box. I know you overslept this morning, she crackled, because of all the bloody racket. Sorry. What time did the last guests leave last night? The Mitsubishi men, 3:30 a.m. or so. One of them has a real thing for Yumi-chan. He insisted on a date next Saturday. What did Yumi-chan say? The Mitsubishi men pay on time. They have a whacking entertainment budget they need to use up every month. I promised her a new outfit from somewhere plush if she said yes. Besides, the man's married, so it won't get complicated. Go out with Koji last night. Taro cased the joint like a bodyguard looking for escape routes. Yes. I drank a bit too much. That's why I overslept. Taro guffawed. He's a good lad, that Koji. He's got his shit together. Meet any chicks. Only ones who want to know whether your sports car has tinted windows. Taro harumphed. Brains aren't everything in a woman. Ayaka was saying only this morning, a lad your age should be stoking the poker more. It's not healthy to. Taro put Satoru down. Mama-san smiled at me contentedly. Aren't the cherry blossoms outside a picture? Taro's taking me on a shopping expedition, and then we're going to see the blossoms in Ueno Park. Mrs. Nakamori's girls have invited ours along to a cherry blossom party this afternoon, so we're going along to make sure they don't get up to too much mischief. Oh yes. That reminds me. Mrs. Nakamori asked if you and Koji might be free to play in their cocktail lounge next Sunday. Apparently the trombonist in their regular band was involved in some sort of accident involving a bent pipe and some zoo animals. I thought it best not to pry. The poor man isn't going to be able to unbend his arm until June, so the band has had to cancel their fixtures. I told Mrs. Nakamori that I wasn't sure when Koji started back at college. Maybe you could give her a ring today or tomorrow. Come along now, Taro. We must be off. Taro picked up the book I was reading. What's this? Madame Bovary, that French geezer. Wouldn't you credit it, Mama-san? We couldn't get him to study for 6 years of education, now he's reading on the job. He read out a bit I'd underlined. One should be wary of touching one's idols, for the gilt comes off on one's fingers. He thought about it for a moment. Funny things, books. Yes, Mama-san, we'd better go. Thanks for bringing my lunch, Mama-san nodded. Ayaka made it, it's broiled eel. She knows how much you like it. Remember to thank her later. Goodbye now. The sky was brightening up. I ate my boxed lunch, wishing I was in Ueno Park too. Mama-san's girls are fun. They treat me like a kid brother. They would have spread out a big blanket under a tree and would be singing old tunes with made-up words. I've seen foreigners get drunk in bars out in Shibuya and places, and they turn into animals. Japanese people never do that. The men might get friskier but never violent. Alcohol lets off steam for Japanese. For foreigners, alcohol just seems to build steam up. And they kiss in public too. I've seen them stick their tongues in and grope the girls' breasts. In bars where everyone can see. I can never get over that. Mama-san always tells Taro to tell them we're full, or else she stings them for such a whopping cover charge that they never come back. The disc finished. I ate the last morsel of broiled eel, rice, and pickle. Ayaka knew how to make a good boxed lunch. My back hurt. I'm too young for my back to hurt. This chair has become really uncomfortable lately. I can't sit still. When Takeishi gets over his present financial crisis, I'll ask him about getting a new one. Looks like I'll have to wait a long time, though. I wondered what to play next. I burrowed through a box full of unsorted discs that Takeishi had left on the floor behind the counter, but there was nothing I didn't already know. Surely I could find something. We have 12,000 discs in stock. I realized I was scared of not needing music anymore. It turned out to be quite a busy afternoon. A lot of browsers, but a lot of buyers too. 7 o'clock came round quickly. I cashed up, put the takings in the safe in the tiny office, set the alarm and locked the office door. Put my lunch box and Madame Bovary in my bag, a Benny Goodman CD that I was going to borrow that night. A perk of the job flicked off the lights and locked the door. I was outside rolling down the shutter when I heard the phone ringing inside. Damn. My first impulse was to pretend I hadn't heard it, but then I knew that I'd be spending the whole evening wondering who had been trying to ring. I'd probably have to start phoning around to people just to see if they'd phone me, and if I did that I'd have to explain why I hadn't answered in the first place. Damn it. It would be easier just to open up the shop again and answer it. I've thought about it many times since. If that phone hadn't rung at that moment and if I hadn't taken the decision to go back and answer it, then everything that happened afterwards wouldn't have happened. An unknown voice. Soft, worried. It's Quasar, the dog needs to be fed. Excuse me. I listened for more. The static hiss sounded like the crashing of waves, or could it be the noise of a pachinko arcade? I didn't say anything. It's best not to encourage these crank callers. There was nothing more. As though he was waiting for something. So I waited a little longer and then I hung up, puzzled. Oh well. I had my back to the door when it opened. The bell jingled and I thought, oh no, let me out of here. I turned around and when I looked up I almost fell backwards over a limited edition box set of Lester Young. The floor of Takeishi's hole swelled. It's you, peering into the dimness of my place. She was speaking to me. She was actually here. She'd come back alone. I'd imagined this scene so many times in my head, but each time it was I who started things. I almost didn't catch what she was saying. She'd actually come back. Are you still open? Yes. You don't seem very open. The lights are off. Yes, I was getting ready to close, but until I close, I'm very completely open. Here, I switched the lights on again. There. Wishing I sounded cooler. I must look like a junior high school kid. Don't let me stop you going home. Don't let no, you're not. I take your time, please come in. Thank you. The her that lived in her looked out through her eyes, through my eyes, and at the me that lives in me. I began. This she began. Go on, we both said. No, I said. You go on, you're the lady. You're going to think I'm a nutcase, but I came in about 10 days ago and she was unconsciously rolling on the balls of her heels. And there was this piece of music you were playing. I can't get it out of my head. A piano and a saxophone. I mean, there's no reason why you should have remembered it or me or anything. she trailed off. There was something odd about the way she spoke. Her accent swung this way and that. I loved it. It was 2 weeks ago, exactly, plus a couple of hours. She was pleased. You remember me? I didn't quite recognize my own laugh. Sure I do. I was with my revolting cousin and her friends. They treat me like an imbecile because I'm half Chinese. My mother was Japanese, you see. Dad's Hong Kong Chinese. My home's in Hong Kong. Nothing apologetic about the way she spoke. I'm not pure Japanese, and if you don't like that, you can stick it. I thought of Tony Williams's drumming in a silent way. No, I didn't think of it. I felt it somewhere inside. Hey, that's nothing. I'm half Filipino. The music was left alone by Mal Waldron. Would you like to hear it again? Would you mind? Course I wouldn't mind. Mal Waldron's one of my gods. I kneel down to him every time I go to the temple. What's Hong Kong like compared to Tokyo? Foreigners say it's dirty, noisy, and pokey, but really, there's nowhere like it. Not anywhere. And when Kowloon gets too much, you can escape to the islands. On Lantau Island, there's a big Buddha sitting on a hill. For a moment, I had an odd sensation of being in a story that someone was writing, but soon that sensation, too, was being swallowed up. The cherry blossoms had come and almost gone. New green leaves, still silky and floppy, were drying on the trees lining the back street, living and light as mandolins and zithers. The commuters streamed by, not a coat in sight. Some had come out without their jackets. No denying it, spring was old news. The phone rang, Koji calling from the college canteen. So, who is she? Who? Stop it, you know perfectly well who. The girl at Mrs. Nakamori's last night who sat there swooning on your every note. Let me see. Her name began with Tomo and ended with Yo. What was she called, I wonder? Oh yes, that's right, Tomoyo. Oh her, don't give me that. I saw you two making eyes at each other. You imagined it. You were making eyes at each other. The whole bar saw. A sea cucumber would have noticed. Her father definitely did. Taro noticed. He came up to me afterwards and asked me who she was. I'd hoped that he could tell me. He said to grill you. And what Taro wants he gets, so I'm grilling you. There's not much to tell. She came into the shop 4 weeks ago. Then she came in again last week. We got talking just about music and we went out on a date or two last week. That's all. A date or 7, you mean? Well, you know how it goes. Not that I want to be nosy or anything, it's just that I didn't get the chance to interrogate her last night. But so have you, got to know her well yet. The girl's a lady. Ah, yes, but every lady is a woman. No, we haven't. You always were a slow worker, Satoru. Why not? Because I remember her body wrapped inside my duffel coat as we walked along, sharing the same umbrella. I remember spending the whole movie holding her hand. I remember her eyes scrunched up in laughter as we watched a street performer who stood motionless on a pedestal until you left a coin in his urn, when he changed his expression and pose until the next coin was dropped in. I remember her trying not to laugh at my bowling alley disasters. I remember lying on the blanket in Ueno Park as the cherry blossoms fell onto our faces. I remember her in this room, in this chair, listening to my favorite music as she did her homework. I remember her face as she concentrated, and that strand of hair that fell down, almost touching her notebook. I remember holding her clothes in elevators between floors and springing apart when the doors suddenly opened. I remember her telling me about her goldfish and her mother and life in Hong Kong. I remember her asleep on my shoulder on the night bus. I remember looking at her across the table. I remember her telling me about the ancient Jaman people who buried their kings in mounds on the Tokyo plain. I remember her face at Mrs. Nakamori's when Koji and I did Round Midnight better than we've ever played it before. I remember. I dunno, Koji. Maybe we didn't do it because we could have done it. Was that true? It would have been easy just to spend more time together. My heart certainly wanted to, but what? I really can't say, not because I'm being coy, I don't know. Koji made the sage noise that he always does on the rare occasions when he doesn't understand something. So when do I get to see her again? I swallowed. Never, probably. She's going back to international school in Hong Kong. She only comes to Tokyo every couple of years with her father to visit relatives for a few weeks. We have to be realistic. Koji sounded more depressed about it than I did. That's terrible. When's she going back this time? I looked at my watch. In about 30 minutes. Satoru, stop her. I really think, I think that don't think, do something. What do you suggest? Kidnap her. She's got her life to get on with. She's going to study archaeology at university in Hong Kong. We met, we enjoyed each other's company very much, and now we've parted. It happens all the time. We can write. Anyway, it's not like we've fallen longingly in love with each other or anything like that. Beep, beep, beep. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, I'm sorry, that was my bullshit alarm going off. I dug out some old big band Duke Ellington. It reminds me of wind-up gramophones, silly mustaches, and Hollywood musicals from before the war. It usually cheers me up. Take the train, rattling along on goofy optimism. I looked gloomily into the murky lake at the bottom of my teacup, and I thought about Tomoyo for the 50th time that day. The phone rang. I knew it was going to be Tomoyo. It was Tomoyo. I could hear airplanes and boarding announcements in the background. Hello, she said. Hello. I'm phoning from the airport. I can hear airplanes taking off in the background. Sorry I couldn't say goodbye properly last night. I wanted to see you. So did I, but with everyone there and everything. Thanks for inviting me and Dad to Mrs. Nakamori's last night. My dad says thanks too. I haven't seen him nattering away like he did with your Mama-san and Taro for ages. I haven't seen them nattering away like that for ages either. What were they talking about? Business, I guess. You know, Dad has a small stake in a nightclub. We both loved the show. It wasn't a show. It was just me and Koji. You're both really good musicians. Dad didn't shut up about you. Nah, Koji's good. He makes me sound passable. He phoned about 20 minutes ago. I hope we weren't too obvious at the bar last night. Koji thought we were a bit much. Don't worry about it, and hey, Dad even implied in his roundabout way you could visit during your holidays. He might manage to find a bar for you to play sax in if you wanted. Does he know about us? I don't know. Take she doesn't exactly give me holidays. At least I've never asked for one. Oh, she changed the subject. How long did it take you to get so good? I'm not good. John Coltrane is good. Wait a sec. I grabbed a copy of John Coltrane and Duke Ellington playing in a sentimental mood, smoky and genuflective. We listened to it together for a while. So many things I wanted to say to her. There was a series of urgent rings. I'm running out of money. There's something. Oh damn. Bye. Bye. When I get back I'll a lonely hum. At lunchtime Mr. Fujimoto came in, saw me, and laughed. Good afternoon, Satoru-kun, he jubilated. Blue skies, just you wait and see. Tell me, what do you think of this little beaut? He put a little package of books on the counter and straightened out his bow tie, arching his eyebrows and acting proud. A grotesque polka-dot frog green bow tie. Absolutely unique. His whole body wobbled with mirth. We're having a disgusting tie competition in the office. I've got 'em licked, I think. How was Kyoto? Oh, Kyoto was Kyoto. Temples and shrines, meetings with printers, uppity shopkeepers who think they have a monopoly on manners. It's good to be back. Once a Tokyoite, always a Tokyoite. I started my rehearsed speech. Mr. Fujimoto, when I told Mama-san about your kind offer to help me get an interview at your office, she gave me this to give you. She thought you and your coworkers might enjoy it at a cherry blossom party. I heaved the huge bottle of rice wine onto the counter. Sake, my word, that is a big boy. This will last a while, even in an office full of publishers. How extraordinarily kind. No, it was kind of you. I'm sorry I'm too ignorant to accept your generous offer. Not at all, not at all. No umbrage taken, I promise you. It was just a passing. Mr. Fujimoto looked for the right word, blinking hard, and laughed when he couldn't find it. I don't blame you in the least. You wouldn't want to end up being like me, would you? He found that a lot funnier than I did. It's not my place to say this, but I wouldn't mind ending up being like you at all. You've got a good job, unforgettable bow ties, a great taste in the world's finest jazz discs. He stopped smiling for once and gazed out. The last of the cherry blossom. On the tree it turns ever more perfect, and when it's perfect it falls. And then of course once it hits the ground it gets all mushed up. So it's only absolutely perfect when it's falling through the air, this way and that, for the briefest time. I think that only we Japanese can really understand that, don't you? A van roaring the message, "Vote for Shimizu." The only candidate who really has the guts to fight corruption screeched past like a drunken Batmobile. Shimizu never betrays, Shimizu never betrays, Shimizu never betrays. Mr. Fujimoto trailed his fingers through the air. Why do things happen the way they do? Since the gas attack on the subway, watching those pictures on TV, watching the police investigate like a crack squad of blind tortoises, I've been trying to understand. Why do things happen at all? What is it that stops the world simply seizing up? I'm never sure whether Mr. Fujimoto's questions are questions. Do you know? He shrugged. I don't know the answer, no. Sometimes I think it's the only question, and that all other questions are tributaries that flow into it. He ran his hand through his thinning hair. Might the answer be love? I tried to think, but I kept seeing pictures. I imagined my father, that man who I had imagined was my father, looking out through the rear window of a car. I thought of butterfly knives, and a time once 3 or 4 years ago when I was walking out of McDonald's, and a businessman slammed down onto the pavement from a 9th-floor window of the same building. He lay 3 meters away from where I stood. His mouth was gaping open in astonishment. A dark stain was trickling from it over the pavement between the bits of broken teeth and glasses. I thought about Tomoyo's eyebrows, her nose, her jokes, her accent. Tomoyo on an airplane to Hong Kong. I'd rather be too young to have that kind of wisdom. Mr. Fujimoto's face turned into a smile that hid his eyes. How wise of you. He ended up buying an old Johnny Hartman disc with a beautiful version of "I Let a Song Go Out of My Heart." A mosquito blundered its way into my ear, suddenly there, loud as an electric blender. I pulled my head away and swatted the little bugger. Mosquito season. I was scraping its fuselage onto a bit of paper when Takeshi's estranged wife marched in, pushing her sunglasses up into her bountiful hair. She was accompanied by a sharp-dressed man who I immediately sensed was a lawyer. They have a look about them. When Takeshi offered me this job, I'd spent a whole evening over at their apartment in Chiyoda, but now, apart from the curtest of nods, Takeshi's wife ignored me. The lawyer did not acknowledge my existence. He, Takeshi's wife, pronounced the pronoun with the unique bitterness of the ex-wife, only leases the property, but the stock is worth quite a lot. At least he was always boasting that it is. The real money's in the hair salons, though. This is just a hobby, really. One of his many hobbies. The lawyer demurred. They turned to go. Takeshi's wife looked at me as she was stepping through the door. You can learn something from this, Satoru. Never make a big decision which will alter the shape of your life on the basis of a relationship. You may as well take out a mortgage on a house made of sponge cake. Remember that. And she was gone. I thought about what she had said as I put on a Chet Baker disc. A trumpet with nowhere urgent to be and all day to get there. And his voice, Zenish murmurings in the soft void. My funny Valentine, you don't know what love is. I get along without you very well. The phone rang. A hysterical Takeshi, drunk again. Don't let them in. Don't let that mad cow in. Who? Her and her backstabbing scumbag blood-sucking lawyer who should be representing me. They're going after my assets with a meat cleaver. Don't let them look at the stock, don't let them look at the accounts, it's illegal, and hide the limited edition original Louis Armstrong, and the gold disc of Maiden Voyage. Stick it down your boxer shorts or something and Takesshi. What? It's a bit late, I'm afraid. What? They've already been, just to look around for a few seconds so the lawyer could see the place. They didn't look at the accounts, they didn't evaluate anything. Oh, great, just great, great, what an utter pigging mess. That woman is mad cow disease on 2 legs, and what legs they are. He hung up. The sunlight hummed and was soft. Shadows of twigs and branches swayed ever so slightly against the back wall. I thought of a time many years ago when 2 or 3 of Mama-san's girls had taken me boating on a lake. One of my earliest memories. Your place does keep you sane, but can also keep you lonely. What was I going to do? I rolled up my shirt and looked on my forearm. There was a snake which Tomoyo had drawn on with a blue pen yesterday afternoon. I asked her why a snake. She'd laughed at me like she was in on a joke that I wasn't in on. 2 thoughts walked into my place. The first thought said that we hadn't moved beyond friendship because rushing things would have closed an entrance behind us and opened an exit ahead of us. The second thought told me quite clearly what to do. Maybe Takeshi's wife was right. Maybe it is unsafe to base an important decision on your feelings for a person. Takeshi says the same thing often enough. Every mistake, he says, quadruples in price by the morning after. But who are Takeshi or his wife to lecture anybody? If not love, then what? I looked at the time, 3 o'clock. She was how many thousand kilometers in one time zone away? I could leave some money to cover the cost of the call. Good timing, Tomoyo answered, like I was calling from the cigarette machine around the corner. I'm unpacking. Missing me. A tiny little bit, maybe. Liar, you don't sound surprised to hear me. I could hear the smile in her voice. I'm not. When are you coming? And so we talked about what flight I could catch, where we would go, how she would level things with her father, what I could do to avoid eating into my meager savings too much. I felt as near to paradise as I have ever been. Hong Kong, the moon in the after. There's a mechanism in my alarm clock connected to a switch in my head that sends a message to my arm which extends itself and commands my thumb to punch the off button a moment before the thing beeps me awake. Every morning without fail, no matter how much whiskey I drank the night before or what time I finally got to bed. I've forgotten. Damn. That was a horrible, horrible dream. I can't remember all the details, and I don't think I want to. The office was being raided. Hugh Llewellyn had stormed in, with the Chinese police and my old scoutmaster whose Volvo I once messed up. They were all on rollerblades, and in my haste to erase the suddenly numerous files relating to account 1,390,931, I kept mistyping my password. KATYFRB, no, KTY, no, KATYFORBW, no, and I'd have to start over. They worked their way up the building, floor by floor. Coffee cups were spilling in their wake. The electric fan swings its eye this way again, and unpaid telephone bills flutter through the air, bats at dusk. There's a window open, and 40 days and nights up the wind is vicious. The mouse on my computer sits there frozen, refusing to double-click. Was it any of this? Was what any of this? I've forgotten. How many times have I dreamed of computers? I'd keep a dream diary, but even that might be used to help nail me one day. I imagine reporters printing the screwier ones and prison analysts discussing the weird ones in supermarket aisles. I wonder who had the first computer dream, where and when. I wonder if computers ever dream of humans. Horn-rimmed Llewellyn. I'd only met him yesterday, and here the jerk was already gate-crashing my subconscious. Damn. The minute hand clicks again. The second hand glides around, reeling in my life surely as a kite string when it's time to go home. Damn. I'm eating into my morning time safety margin. Another morning feeling as shattered as I felt the night before. My face feels cracked and ready to fall off in Easter egg bits. And to cap it all, I'm going down with another bout of flu, I swear it. Hong Kong and I spend half my life walking around feeling like a steamed dumpling. Easter must be around now. Come on, Neil, you can make it as far as the shower. A hot shower will do the trick. Nonsense. Some speed would do the trick, but it's all gone. I haul myself out of bed, stepping on a cold waffle and a plate. Darn, she's coming today. I think she'll clean it up. At least there'll be some food waiting when I get back. Something Chinese, but at least I won't have to face another waffle. Into the living room. There is a message for me on the answering machine. Luckily, I remembered to switch on the sleep-easy mode before I went to bed. Otherwise, I'd have got even less sleep than I did. I swipe all the crap on the sofa onto the floor, jab the play button, and lie on the sofa. Rise and shine, Neil. This is Avril. Thanks for disappearing last night. Remember, you've got the meeting with Mr. Wee's lawyers at 9:30, and Theo wants a full briefing beforehand, so you'd better get here by 8:45 sharp. Get the coffee perkin'. See you soon. Avril. Nice name, silly woman. Don't get too comfortable there, Neil. 1, 2, 3, up. I said up. Into the kitchen, chuck the old filter into the overflowing bin. Darn, it's gone everywhere. Ho-hum, sorry, made fresh filter, fresh coffee, more than the recommended dosage, thank you very much. Click on. Trickle your thickest juice there for your Uncle Neil, my baby, that's the way. I've forgotten. Open the fridge. Half a lemon, 3 bottles of gin, a pint of milk that expired over a month ago, dried kidney beans, and waffles. God is still in heaven, I still have some waffles left. Waffle in toaster. Back to bedroom, Neil. There'll be a white shirt hanging in the closet where she hangs them up every Sunday, every one the skin of a guai lo, worn and washed. I'll be so angry if she's yanked them off the hangers again. She'll do anything for attention. No, it's okay. Hanging in a neat row. Boxer shorts, trousers, slung over the chair where you left them last night. The cheap, tubular chair. I miss the Queen Anne one. It was the one thing in this apartment older than me. One more bit of Katie gone. Grab a vest, a shirt, your jacket, something's missing. Belt. Where's my belt? Okay, very funny. Where's my belt? The air conditioner drones from the living room. I'm going into the living room right now. Unless I find my belt on the arm of the sofa, I am going to go ballistic. I go into the living room. I find my belt on the arm of the sofa. Just as well. I remember that I got dressed without my shower. I stink, and there is a meeting with what's-his-face from the Taiwan Consortium this morning. You plonker, Neil, and nobody disagrees. When you call yourself a plonker, nobody ever disagrees with you. The shower will cost me the rest of my safety margin. Unless the morning routine goes like clockwork, I will miss that crucial ferry and have to start fabulating some impressive excuses. I click off the air conditioner. It's only May. You want to freeze me to death. Who would you have to drive round the bend then, hey? In the bathroom, I find she's been up to her usual tricks with the soap bottle. Katie always bought those pump-action containers of liquid soap, and so does the maid, which was all well and good until she discovered what fun it was to hammer the pump up and down. It is all over the walls, in the toilet bowl, on the floor of the shower cubicle, probably yes, under where I just laid my shirt. Smeared trails everywhere like messy streaks. Very amusing. Are you going to clean up this mess? Funny. She never touches any of the toiletries that Katie left behind. It's only ever my stuff. Why don't I just chuck that woman stuff out? I still have a box of tampons in the cabinet. 2 boxes. Heavy flow, light flow. The maid never touches the tampons. I can't understand why. Maybe it's a Chinese thing, like the babies not wearing diapers and just going through that flap wherever and whenever. The maid suffers no qualms about working through the talcum powder, skin moisturizers, and bath pearls, though. Why should she feel any qualms if she doesn't about anything else? The shower deluges my head. Soak, shampoo, rub, rinse, conditioner, finger up a smearage of the pumped-out body soap, lather, rinse. I give myself a full 2 minutes. Bathe now, pay later. Toweling myself dry, I suck in my gut, but it doesn't make much difference these days. Neil, when did that thing start growing on you? Stress is supposed to make you lose weight. Doubtless it does, but a dietary credit of 90% waffles, fruit pastilles, cigarettes, and whiskey must outweigh the stress debit. Look pregnant. Ow, I flinch. If Katie had got pregnant, would anything be different? Would you have got out while you could, or would you have more to worry about? Is it possible to worry more than I do and not just die from it? I don't know. Something is burning. Darn the iron. No, I hadn't switched the iron on. That's waffle smoke. Great. No breakfast. Take your time, Neil. It's a waffle past redemption. A waffle too far. When is a waffle not a waffle? When it's a piece of charcoal, that's when. I'll just have to heap the sugar into the coffee, I suppose. Liquid breakfast. Into the living room. A trickle of black is coming under the door, and I think it is blood. Whose blood? Her blood. Nothing would surprise me in this apartment anymore. Then I see it is dark brown. Great. I use 2 filters instead of 1, and we know what happens when you do that, don't we, Neil? Into the kitchen. Off with the coffee machine, off with the toaster, off with his head. Fancy a nice glass of water for breakfast, Neil. Why, thank you, Neil. No clean glasses, okay? A bowl of water, splendid. Bon appetit, Neil. I survey my culinary empire. It looks like Keith Moon has been a houseguest for a month. No, it doesn't. Keith Moon would leave it cleaner than this. Sorry, matey, I'll make it up to you later. You'll make sure I will, won't you? Put on your tie and get to work, Neil. Mustn't keep these slitty-eyed moneymakers waiting any longer than you probably will. What a morning. I haven't even looked out of the window to see what the weather is doing. I look on my pager, dry and cloudy. No umbrella then. That Asian non-weather. I've forgotten. I already know the view, bare hillside dulled by mist and the lethargic sea. I click off the air conditioner. Again. I leave the alarm clock radio on for her like my mum used to for the dog. From the bedroom I hear the business news in Cantonese. I don't know if she likes it. Sometimes she switches it off, sometimes she doesn't, sometimes she retunes it. Try to behave, I say, squeezing into my laced-up shoes, grabbing my briefcase and picking up my clutch of keys. Katie always answered, I hear and obey, O hunter-gatherer. She never answers, going, gone. The elevator was on its way down, thank God, otherwise I'd miss the bus to the ferry. The doors opened. I squeezed into the all-male space, half yellow, half pinko-gray, but all the same financial zone tribe. We couldn't afford to live here if we weren't. The space smelt of suits, aftershave, leather and hair mousse, and something lingering. Maybe badly ducted testosterone. Nobody said a word. Nobody breathed. I turned around so that my back wasn't facing another moneymaker's back and saw the door to my apartment, 144. Not good, Mrs. Feng had said. 4 in Chinese means death. You can't spend all of your life avoiding 4, Katie had protested. True, said Mrs. Feng, closing her sad eyes, but there is another problem. Which is, said Katie, giving me a half-smile. The elevator, said Mrs. Feng, opening her sharp eyes. We're on the 14th floor, I said. Don't tell me we can't use the elevator. But it's directly opposite your own door. So, Katie was no longer smiling. The elevator doors are jaws, they eat up good luck. In this place you shall have none. I looked up and saw myself looking down through smoked glass from among the tops of the unmoving heads, like I was spirit walking. You're also on Lantau Island, she had added as an afterthought. Ping went the bell. What's wrong with Lantau Island? It's the one place in Hong Kong where you can pretend the world was once beautiful. We don't like the currents, too much north, too much east. Ping went the bell, ping, 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 first floor, ground floor, whatever. The bus was waiting. We all ran across the road and boarded it, the James Bond music blaring in my head. I thought of little boys boarding a pretend troop transporter in a game of war. Standing room only on the bus, but I don't mind. It reminds me of being crushed on the dear old Circle line back in dear old Blighty. The cricket season will be starting now. That's why I like this bus. From the moment I get on it until the moment I enter the office, everything is out of my hands. I don't have to decide anything. I can zombify. Until that is, some jerk's cell phone drills through my eardrum. That is so annoying. Answer it. Answer it. Defo, answer your telephone. What are you all looking at me like that for? Right, my phone. When these things first appeared, they were so cool. Only when it was too late did people realize they are as cool as electronic tags on remand prisoners. I answer it, allowing the electrons of irrelevance to finish their journey along wires into space and back into my ear. Yeah, bros speaking. So, now every last jackass on this bus knows my name is Bros. Neil, this is Avril. Avril. Who else? She had probably slept over in the office. She was still hard at work on the Taiwan portfolio when I left last night, stroke this morning, stroke whenever it was. Jardine Pearl had a posse of lawyers working on this one. Cavendish had me, Avril, and Ming, who couldn't manage the lease on my apartment without messing it up and getting me right royally stuck on the deposit. The Chinese are bad enough, estate agents are even worse, but Chinese estate agents are Satan's secret servicemen. They should be lawyers, but they probably make more cash doing what they do. Darn the Taiwan portfolio. On top of everything else I had to worry about, I had this maze of details, small print traps. It was probably good Avril was on this case, but darn, she got on my nerves sometimes. London had sent her in January and she was so piously keen. Me 3 years ago. Sleep well. No, Avril probably wanted me to apologize for leaving early last night. This morning, 1 a.m. early, right? She could forget it. I'm phoning about the Mickey Kwan file. What about it? I can't find it. Oh, so where is it? You had it last night before you went home. Forget you, Avril. I had it yesterday evening, 6 hours before I went home. It's not on your desk now, and it's nowhere in Gillen's office. So it must be in your office somewhere because I haven't touched it since yesterday afternoon. You might it have been misfiled? Could it have been put under something again? In a drawer somewhere? I am on a bus on Lantau Island, Avril. I can't quite see my office from here. I thought I heard somebody sniggering behind the wall of suits, ties, and faces pretending not to listen. Sniggering like a loo-woo-woony. Maybe it was just a sneeze. Avril was a walking experiment in humorlessness. I should nickname her Spock. I don't understand you sometimes. Yes, I know you can't see your office from there, Neil. I know that very well. But in case you've forgotten again, Horace Chung and Theo want a progress report on the Wii folio in 51 minutes. You are not here because you are still on a bus on Lantau Island. You will not get here for another 38 minutes, 41 minutes if you haven't had breakfast and have to stop for donuts. Mr. Chung is always 10 minutes early. This means I have to complete said progress report by the time you waltz in through that door. As I need the Mickey Kwan file to do this, I need it now. I sighed and tried to think of a withering response, but I was all out of wither. I must be going down with this flu that's doing the rounds. What you say is all true, Avril, but I honestly, really, truly, madly, deeply don't know where the file has got to. The bus lurched to and fro. I caught a glimpse of tennis courts, the international school, the curve of a bay, and a fishing junk in the tepid Asian white. You have a copy on hard disk, don't you? I was suddenly very awake. Yes, but I'll download the file off your hard disk and whip off a copy on my printer. It's only about 20 pages, yeah, so just tell me your password. I'm afraid I can't do that, Avril. A pause while Avril thought. I'm afraid you can, Neil. I remembered watching a rabbit being skinned, where or when I couldn't remember. The knife seemed to unzip it. One moment a dozing Mr. Bunny, the next a long rip of blood from buck teeth to rabbity tail. But if you've downloaded any weird stuff from the internet, I promise your secret is safe with me. No matter how quietly I try to speak, 10 people would hear me. I can't tell you my password like this. It's a security breach. Neil, you probably haven't noticed. In fact, I know you haven't, otherwise you wouldn't have gone home last night, but we are on the verge of losing this account. The D-folio is worth $82 million. Dutch Barings and Citibank are both singing under their balcony every night, and they sing more sweetly than we do. If we don't have the Mickey Kwan gains to offset the upsets in Bangkok and Tokyo, we're history. And DC is going to know exactly why I'm not going to take the rap for this. You might be happy spending the rest of your life managing a McDonald's in Birmingham, but I want a little more out of life. Now tell me your password. You can change it when you get to work. Your security breach is going to last 49 minutes. Come on, if you can't trust me, who can you trust? Absolutely nobody, that's who I can trust. I pulled my jacket over my head and held the phone in my armpit. Quasimodo bros. KATYFORBS, don't tell her not to snoop. That would make her snoop. There, happy. To her credit, Avril didn't take the mickey. I'd have been happier if she had. Have I reached the stage where people feel sorry for me? Got it. See you in Theo's office. I won't let anyone else touch your PC. The bus pulled into Discovery Bay Harbor. The turbo ferry was waiting as always. Nobody needs to hurry, the first bell is ringing now. The second bell will ring in 1 minute. The third in 2 minutes. The boat wouldn't leave for 3 minutes, and bus to boat took less than 60 seconds if you have your pass ready, which we all do. That's a wide enough safety margin to drive a Toyota Land Cruiser up. The bus doors hissed open and the troops filed off, the bus rocking as they jumped, one by one. Was she here among us, holding my hand? Why had I always assumed she stayed in the apartment all day? It's more logical she roams around the place. She likes attention. Leave it, Neil. That's your apartment. Your home life. You go there because you have nowhere else to live. Don't bring her to Hong Kong Island. She probably can't cross water. Don't the Chinese say something like that? They can't jump, that's why there are steps into the holy places, and they can't cross water. No, 20 paces to the ticket barrier. Well, I think the morning's crisis is lowering its revolver. The really incriminating stuff is locked lower down in the bowels of my hard disk, and Avril simply doesn't have the time to go prodding around at random. She doesn't have the motive, and she is too stupid. As the comings and goings of account 1,390,930 became ever more complex, my security arrangements became ever more intricate, my lies more incredible as one near miss lurched to another. The truth is that Denholm Cavendish's yes men don't want to know the truth that even people handicapped by an Etonian education must dimly be able to smell by now. Don't worry, Neil. Avril will be printing off her precious Mickey Quan file. Gillen will be making a pot of coffee so thick you could fill cracks in the road with it. I'll fob Theo off with some nonsense about overzealous auditors, and like most superiors, he'll be too proud to ask me the simplest questions. Theo will fob the Cavendish compliance body off with some nonsense about capital tied up in double-hedging Japanese banks. They'll fob Jim Hirsch off with some nonsense about the house being told in no uncertain terms that it needs to put itself in order during the next financial quarter. And he'll fob Llewellyn's master off by swearing that he is totally and completely confident that Cavendish Holdings is absolutely clean in regard to these rumors smeared by, and here, I have to be frank with you, old boy, by the Chinese. And we don't need degrees in police detection to know who's pulling the strings of the Hong Kong People's Police these days, do we, comrade? And hey presto, we'll all get our 6-figure bonuses, 5 figures of which have already been spent and the rest of which will vanish into cars, property, and the entertainment sector during the next 18 months. You've done it again, Neil. Back from the brink. 9 lives, 999 more like. Everything is in order, that's the second bell, Neil. That gives you 60 seconds. Neil, why aren't you getting on this ferry? That feeling when vomiting is a certainty and you wonder what you've eaten. I don't have enough inside me to vomit. What's the matter? Is she making me stay, tugging my arm? No, it's nothing to do with her. I know when she's here and she's not here now, and she can't make me do anything. I choose, I'm the master, that's one of the rules. There was something more remarkable than her altogether. Last night, Avril and I were preparing a briefing for Mr. Wee, the shipping magnate. The computer was straining my eyes. I hadn't eaten since a BLT at lunch. I'd gone through hunger and numbness several times as my stomach downsized. Around midnight, I started feeling dizzy. I came down to this coffee bar just across the street from Cavendish Tower and ordered the biggest triple burger they did, 2 of them, and put 10 sugar cubes into my coffee. I drank it through my tongue, and my blood sang like the Archangel Gabriel as the sugar flooded in. That can't be natural, Neil. Forget natural. I watched the cars, people, and stories trundle up and down the street. In the distance, a giant bicycle pump was cranking itself up and hissing itself down. I watched the neon signs intone their messages over and over. There was a song playing, that Lionel Richie hit from years ago about the blind girl, a real weepai. I'd lost my virginity to that song under a mountain of coats at a friend's party in Telford. Who knows what I was doing in Telford? Who knows what anybody is doing in Telford? This kid and his girl came in. He ordered a burger and cola. She had a vanilla shake. He picked up the tray, looked around for a seat which wasn't there, and caught me watching him. He came over and in nervous English asked me if they could share my table. It wasn't Chinese English. They would normally die rather than sit with one of us. Either that or they'll just pile in without acknowledging that you're even there. So I nodded, tapping the ash from my cigarette. He thanked me gravely in English. "Thank you very much," he said. She was Chinese, I could tell that, but they spoke in Japanese. He had a saxophone case and a small backpack with airline tags still attached. They could barely have been out of high school. He needed a good long sleep. They didn't hug or cloy over each other like a lot of Chinese kids do these days. They just held hands over the table. Of course, I didn't understand a word, but I guessed they were discussing possibilities. They were so happy. The air between them was charged, which made me think that they hadn't moved beyond friendship yet. None of that lazy proprietorship which settles in after the first few times. Right at that moment, if Mephistopheles had genied his way from the greasy ketchup bottle and said, "Neil, if I let you be that kid, would you pledge your soul to the Lord of Hell for all eternity?" I'd have answered, like a shot, "I will, kid or no kid." I looked at my Rolex, midnight. What life is this? I was wrong about the sky. It's not dreary white. When you look, you see ivory. You can see a glow there above the mountain where the sun polishes it pearly and wafer thin. And the sea isn't blank. There are islands out there, right at the edge. Soft brush strokes on a fresh scroll hanging in Mrs. Feng's room, 4 floors above us. A hum. May I remind you, Neil, that you have credit card bills that would make Bill Gates twitch, that your divorce settlement will gouge out most of the money you thought was yours, that lawyers with fingers in the kinds of pies yours are in simply do not miss appointments with Mr. Wee. These Taiwanese shipping magnates eat breakfast with politicians powerful enough to make skyscrapers appear and disappear. 10 seconds before the third bell and the barriers come down. Worry about your existentialist dilemmas during your lunch hour, right? When did I last have a lunch hour? Whenever, but get on that boat right now. I am not telling you again. A man gallops down the walkway from the shops. Andy somebody, I know his face slightly from my Lantau Polo Club period. Not that you can find a single pony on the whole island. His Ralph Lauren tie is flapping like a live snake. His shoelaces are undone. My Andy somebody needs to be careful. He might fall and break his crown, and ill Gillel Hill crumbling after. Stop that boat. Wait. My Andy somebody is Lawrence of Olivier. Is this how she observes me? This indifference laced with mockery. The Chinese barrier guard, most likely the bus driver's brother's half-twin step-cousin-in-law, flicks his switch and the turnstiles close. Andy somebody's flight through the air ends gripping the bars, and he represses the howl of a demented prisoner. "Please." The Chinese barrier guard makes the faintest gesture with his head at the boat departure's board. "Let me through." Barrier guard swishes his head, and he goes back to his coffee booth. Andy somebody whinnies, fumbles for his mobile phone, and manages to drop it. He walks away speaking into it to Larry, inventing excuses and pretending to laugh. The turbo ferry pulls away from the jetty and buzzes away into the distance. I don't understand you sometimes. Katie insisted that I didn't see her off at the airport. Her flight was in the afternoon. It was a manic Friday. My desk at work had become a canyon floor between 2 unstable formations of contracts. And so the day she left, we had taken the bus before my usual one and drank a cup of coffee at the Jetty Cafe. That cafe there. In the window seat, somebody has pulled out his laptop computer and is hammering the keyboard as though he's trying to avert a thermonuclear war. Sitting hunched like that is going to ruin his back. Nope, he doesn't know it, but Andy's sitting at the very table where Katie and I staged our grand farewell. It was not a Nile coward grand farewell. Neil Brose and Katie Forbes brought you a much unlovelier performance. Neither of us had anything to say, or rather we had everything to say, but after all those nights of not saying a word, we suddenly found we had not $1 of time left between us. I suppose we talked about airport layouts, watering plants, what Katie was looking forward to once she got back to London. It was like we'd met the night before, spent time together in a Kowloon hotel, and had just woken up. In fact, we hadn't been intimate for 5 months, not since finding out. Darn, it was horrible, horrible. She was leaving me. It is what we didn't say that I remember best. We didn't mention Mrs. Feng or her. We didn't mention whose fault. Darn, haven't thousands of years of infertility come up with a better word than fault it was. Katie was always capable of mercy. We had never discussed therapy, clinics, adoption, procedures, that umbrella of ways around it, because neither of us had the will and we didn't now, I guess. If nature couldn't manage to knit us together, we sure as heck weren't going to be. We didn't mention the word divorce, because it was as real and near as that mountain there. We didn't mention the word love. That hurt way too much. I was waiting for her to say it first. Maybe she was waiting for me. Or maybe it was that we had left those days and nights for the starry-eyed beepy Muppets born 7 or 8 years after us. Those kids in the coffee bar last night. They were who love was for, not us old folks over 30. Forget it. The bell for the ferry had rung. On this spot right here, this pinkish paving slab I'm standing on right now. I know it well because I walk around it every day. Here was where I thought I should embrace her and maybe kiss her goodbye. You'd better get on your ferry, she said. Okay, if that was how she wanted it. Goodbye, I said. Nice being married to you. I instantly regretted those words, and I still do. It sounded like a parting shot. She turned and walked away, and I sometimes wonder, had I run back to her, could we have found ourselves pinballed into an altogether different universe, or would I have just got my nose broken? I never found out. I obeyed the ferry bell. Ashamed, I didn't look for her on the shore as the ferry pulled away, so I don't know if she waved. Knowing Katie, I doubted it. It took me about 45 seconds to forget her anyway. On page 5 of South China Business News, 10 lines of newsprint mugged my attention. A new Sino-American British investigative body, the Capital Transfer Inspectorate, had just raided the offices of a trading company called Silk Road Group. It was not well known to the general public, but it was very well known to me. I personally, as per instructions received, had ordered the transfer of $115 million the Friday before from account 1,390,931 to the Silk Road Group. Oh darn, there was nobody but me. The road from the jetty and the harbor village led to the Polo Club, flags hanging limp today. After the Polo Club, the road became a track. The track led to the beach. At the beach, the track turned into a path, winding along the shore. I'd never taken the path any further, so I had no idea where it might lead. A fisherman looked up, his gnarled fingers knotting a net, and our eyes met for a moment. I forget, outside my village of the short lease damned, people actually live out their whole lives on Lantau Island. Dad used to take me fishing at weekends. A gloomy reservoir lost in Snowdonia. He was an electrician. It's honest work, real work. You install people's switchboards for them, connect their lighting, tidy up cowboy and DIY botch jobs so they don't burn their houses down. Dad was full of a tradesman's aphorisms. Give a man a fish, Neil, and you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish and you feed him for life. We were at the reservoir when I told him I was going to do business studies at Polytechnic. He just nodded, said, That could lead to a good job in a bank and cast off. Was that the beginning of the path I'm still on? The last time we went fishing was when I told him I'd got the job with Cavendish, Hong Kong, and a salary 3 times that of my ex-headmaster. "That's grand, Neil," he said. "Your mother will be proud as punch." I had hoped for more of a reaction from him, but he had retired by that time. Truth be told, fishing bored me. I'd rather be watching the footy on the box. But Mum insisted that I went with him, so I did, and now I'm glad I went. Even today, the word Wales brings back the taste of tuna and egg sandwiches and weak, milky tea, and the memory of my dad looking out over a murky lake walled in by cold mountains. Her coming was the hum of a fridge, a sound you grow accustomed to before you hear it. I didn't know how long cupboards had been left open, air conditioners switched on, curtains twitched open, before I became conscious of her. Living with Katie postponed it. Katie thought I was doing what she was doing. I thought Katie was doing what she was doing. She didn't come in the dramatic way they do in the movies. Nothing was hurled across the room, no ghosts in the machine, no silly messages typed on my computer or spelled out with the fridge magnet letters. Nothing like Poltergeist or The Exorcist. More like a medical condition that, while terminal, grows in such small increments that it is impossible to diagnose until too late. Little things, hidden objects. The honey left on top of the wardrobe, books turning up in the dishwasher, that kind of thing. Keys, she had a penchant for keys. No, she's never been an in-your-face house guest. Katie and I joked about her even before we believed in her. Oh, it's only the ghost again. In the end, however, I think she affected the 3 of us deeper than any amount of smashed vases. I do remember the day that hum became a noise. It was a Sunday afternoon last autumn. I was at home for once. Katie had gone shopping at the supermarket down in the village. I was vegging out on the sofa, one eye on the newspaper and one on Die Hard 3 dubbed into Cantonese. I realized there was a little girl playing on the carpet in front of me, lying on her belly and pretending to swim. I knew she was there, and I knew there was no such child. The conclusion was obvious. Fear breathed on the nape of my neck. Half a building blew up. "We'd better get some more FBI agents," said the stupid deputy who didn't trust Bruce Willis. Reason entered, brandishing its warrant. It ordered that I behave as though nothing untoward was happening. What was I going to do? Go screaming from the apartment to where? I'd have to come back at some point. There was Katie to think about, too. Was I to tell her that a ghost was watching us morning, noon, and night? If this drawbridge was lowered, what else would come in? I forced myself to pretend to finish the article, though it could have been written in Mongolian. Fear was handcuffed, but it could still yell at the top of its lungs, "There's a ghost in your apartment." A ghost, you hear me. She was still there, swimming. She was on her back now. I had to lower the paper. Would it mean I was mad if she was there, or if she wasn't? What did I know about her? Only that she wasn't threatening me. I folded the newspaper and looked at where I had thought she was. Nobody and nothing. See, said Reason smugly. "Neil," said Neil, "you're cracking up." I walked resolutely towards the kitchen. Behind my back I heard her giggle. "Forget you," said Fear to Reason. I heard the lock being jiggled and Katie's keys echoing in the hallway outside. She dropped them. I walked over to the door and opened it for her. She was bending down so she couldn't see my expression, which I'm glad about. "Phew," said Katie, smiling and straightening up. "Welcome home," I said. "I say, is that champagne?" "Pain, lobster, and lamb, my hunter-gatherer. You've been asleep, haven't you? You're all groggy." Yeah, don't tell me I've missed your birthday again." "No, then what?" "I want to feed you up so you feel better and get energetic. I've decided that I want a baby. What do you think?" "How, Katie?" I was in a ramshackle yard, walled in by falling-down fishermen's cottages. Paths forked off and forked off some more. A black dog eyed me with its one eye, looking at what I am. I wished it were on a chain. What are the odds of that dog having rabies? Enough of their masters certainly seem to. A woman stood up from behind a cabbage the size of a small hut. She said, "You going to the big Buddha?" "Yes." I saw myself blundering in her yard. A foreign devil with mud round his ankles, shoes from Pennsylvania, a silk tie made in Milan, a briefcase full of Japanese and American gadgetry worth more money than she saw in 3 years. What must she think? Yes, I said. She pointed with a blunt vegetable down one of the paths. Thank you. At first the path was clear, but as it went deeper into the wood it grew more ambiguous. Leaves, stems, shoots, nodules, thorns, thicket. A common dirt-colored bird that sang in emerald and opal. Dry grass. Soil, stones, loose rocks, worms moving underground. I'm not thinking about it. The day was just beginning to warm up. I heard a helicopter and imagined Avril and Gillian leaning out with a headset and binoculars. Avril would be speaking into a camera like a radio station's traffic reporter. I giggled. Something jumped and thumped in the undergrowth. I froze but heard nothing more. There's a thought. Are there snakes on Lantau Island? 32 days hath September, April, June, and November, and forget the rest. Insects buzzed around my head, thirsty for sweat to drink. It's time to bring in the maid. Fair's fair, she was Katie's idea from the start. I never wanted one, didn't choose her. And for the first 6 months until this winter I didn't even see her. I never even met the maid until Katie was back in Britain. There was a circle of men at Cavendish who were into hiring maids willing to do more than fluff pillows and take the kids to school and back. Most of the men at Cavendish's hired Filipinos because they had no permanent residency and so had to be more compliant. They also know that the more accommodating they were, the more likely they'd be handed on when their master left Hong Kong. Maybe Katie had heard these tales in the wives' club. Maybe that was why she chose a Chinese maid. I was surprised when Katie told me she wanted one. Katie came from an upper-middle-class Cambridge family, but from a firmly lower-middle-class income bracket where you traded on your family's name and tightened your belt to put the kids through good schools. We met at a law firm in London, for goodness sake, not the House of Lords. But here we were, out in the colonies. Well, the ex-colonies. I was disappointed that she'd been swayed by the wives' club. But then, as Katie pointed out, I wasn't the one who had to clean up my mess. I couldn't argue when Katie pointed out that after she got pregnant, she'd have to take it easy. I suspected Katie was on a culture-bridging kick and had chosen penetrating the Chinese psyche as a hobby. If that suspicion had been correct, then for Katie it badly backfired. All Katie got from her hobby was grief, which she then passed on to me the moment I was through the door. Katie gave her presents, but she took them without saying a word. Katie said she was surly, inscrutable, and kept dropping mile-wide hints about how her starving family in the mainland needed more money. Katie suspected she was working at a hostess bar for more money at night. Katie couldn't be sure, but she thought a pair of gold earrings had gone missing. Looking back, I wonder if that was the work of our host daughter. If you're not happy with her, sack her. But how about her starving family? It's not your problem, you're not Lady Bountiful, spoken like a true lawyer. You're the one who's winging about her morning, noon, and night. I want you to speak to her, Neil. Why me? I've tried, but women only respect men in this culture. Just be assertive. I'll give her this Saturday off and ask her to come on Sunday. Make sure you're here. But they're your earrings. That had been the wrong thing to say. When I managed to calm Katie down, I asked her what I was supposed to say. Tell her that there are certain standards we wish her to meet. Say that perhaps we weren't clear enough when we first hired her. Maybe she's just a lazy bitch. What makes you think I'll have any effect? The Chinese psyche. If you let her know who the master is, they listen. She looks at me like I'm a piece of dog shit. Theo's wife was telling me about it. She had the same problem. It doesn't even matter if she doesn't understand everything. They can tell from the tone of your voice. And the next Sunday I met the maid. So you see, Katie brought us together. I had expected a cleaning lady. Maid meant maid. I guessed she was 28 or 29. She was in a black and white uniform and black tights. The material must make her skin sweat. She listened insouciantly, while I ran through my patter, avoiding eye contact for most of the time. Her hair was luscious, her skin dusky. After 30 seconds of being in the same room, I knew that she and I would end up entangled, and I knew that she knew it too. And from then on, even on the nights when Katie and I were together trying to conceive, I would close my eyes and see the maid underneath me. The path rose sharply behind the Trappist monastery, up into the purplish morning. Soon the tree line was far below. I never knew there was so much sky here. I took my jacket off and slung it over my shoulder. I was still carrying my briefcase. I got to an outcrop and sat down. My heart was twanging like a double bass. Should I take some of those tablets? The doctor who does the Cavendish people, a Chinese quack, just said, "Take 3 of these every day and you'll be all right." I said, "What are you giving me?" He said, "A bottle of pink ones, a bottle of green ones, and a bottle of blue ones." Cheers, Doc. Maybe I'll give the medicine a miss. Alchemy was changing the sky. The sun was burnishing the leaden dullness to silver. In turn, the silver was shrouding blue. It was going to be a nice day after all. A nearby furry rock lifted its head, blinking. It looked at me sorrowfully and mooed. I hadn't been this close to a cow I wasn't eating since who knows. Whales, for all I knew. Hong Kong glistened in the distance through the haze. Skyscrapers, construction clambering upwards like trees in a jungle. My cellular telephone rang and triggered an instant relapse. Fuck, what have I done? Please God, let me wake up, please. The cow mooed dolefully. Fuck, fuck, double fuck to the power of fuck squared. I am a lawyer living in a world where 13 means 13 million bucks, and I am bunking off work like a schoolboy skipping double maths. The Taiwanese think. What excuse is serious enough, plausible enough, and yet too implausible for it to be a lie? Kidnapping. No, a heart attack. Avril knows I'm on medication. A seizure? Think. Serious, violent, incapacitating vomiting, then why aren't I on the boat? I'd need to pay a doctor, I'd need a receipt, and a reliable witness. Answer me. Answer me. I clicked answer and said, Neil, isn't it about time that you decided what constitutes a crisis? Nothing. I listened to Neil's heart. It sounded like a percussion grenade in a neighboring valley. Neil, Neil, Avril, sure enough. Neil, where are you? A large fly landed on my knee, a Gothic tricycle. My relapse was over. Neil, can you hear me? Chiang Yun's here. He's being very polite, but he's wondering what is so important that you are late for this meeting. And so am I, and so will Jim Hirsch. And if Chiang Yun isn't important enough to warrant your valuable time, Mr. Gregorsky from St. Petersburg has already phoned you twice, and it's not even 9 a.m. I looked at my Rolex. My, how time had flown. The cow frowned. I smelt its shit nearby. I know you're there, Neil. I can hear you breathing. This had better be good. This had better be jolly good. Because nothing short of a capsized ferry is going to save you this time. Neil, you hear me, Neil? Okay, look, Neil, if you're unable to speak, then tap the phone twice now, all right. Aha, doubt was creeping into her contempt. I chuckled. Avril the ever-resourceful. Avril will go far, will Avril. Neil, this is not funny. You are royally messing up one of the biggest contracts we've ever seen. One of the biggest that has ever been heard of. I'm going to have to tell DC. You can't seriously expect me to take the flak for this. Ah, shut the fuck up. I clicked the thing off and placed it on the warm rock. A buzzard circled, and there was an anvil-shaped cloud. You never see them coming. They lurk in the overlooked and undusted places. They grow to huge proportions, and all along you don't even dream about them, not in their true form. And then one day a chance meeting happens, a glimpse of what you didn't know you wanted, and a latch is raised. Avril tried my beeper. Jesus, I was armed to the teeth with telecommunications devices. Like John Wayne unholstering himself after a hard day slaughtering Hispanic bandits with bad teeth, I unclipped it. I clicked open my briefcase. There was the Mickey Quan file whoops and Hugh Llewellyn's business card. I put in my beeper and cell phone. I stood up, took a big underarm swing, and hurled it into the void. It drew an elegant parabola. I could still hear my beeper, a costly, mewling kitten. The briefcase hit the mountainside running and spun down the slope in terminal leaps. In big, beautiful wheels, fast enough to kill on impact, like Mama Lion, like a tumbler, like a lemming, like Piggy from Lord of the Flies. My briefcase hung for a moment in the morning sun, weightless. Then it plummeted like a gannet into the sea. It seemed Katie had forgotten to cancel the maid. The first week after Katie's departure, I came home one night to find my washing done. The dishes washed up and neatly stacked, the toilet and the bathroom cleaned, and the windows polished. She'd even ironed my shirts, bless her. I certainly wasn't going to cancel that. Weekdays, I had to plan in my Filofax when I was going to shit. Seriously. The maid didn't take long to work out that Katie had gone. She came one Sunday morning. I was lying on the sofa watching Sesame Street. I heard the keys, and she entered as if she owned the place. She was not wearing her apron. She locked the door behind her, walked over to me as though I was inanimate, and stood over me. Big Bird, Ernie, and Bert were singing a song about the magic E that makes the say its name. I tried to speak, but she shoved my face back with her hand and kept it there, her hand pressing me tighter and tighter. She pulled off my t-shirt and pushed my trousers down with her foot. Athletic girl. She pinched the skin between my legs like a ring through the nose of an ox, led me to the bedroom, and laid me down on Katie's side of the bed. She slid out of her pants and knelt on my rib cage. I started unbuttoning her, but she made a tsu-tsu-woo noise, slapped me, and dug her fingernails into me until I capitulated. Then she spoke for the first and almost the last time. Say, you want me, you don't want catty bitch. Yeah, I do. Say, I want you, I don't want her. Say, catty bitch is bitch trash, I am real woman. I can't say that. Still keeping me hostage, she pulled off her top with one hand and unclipped her bra. I heard her giggling in the other room. Her nipples rose and darkened like something in a tale. She was a bitch, trash, you are a real woman. You would give money, you would give her stuff, all of it, a present. She took a lot back with her. She left much things, mine now, say it. Her hand slid up my body tighter and tighter. It's yours now. She put my hand onto her breast. Say, you stronger than me. You are stronger than me. Formalities, rituals, and contracts signing over, she lunged down on me. For a fraction of a second I thought about consequences, but the warmth and rhythm nudged me further and further away. Once I tried to get on top, but she bit me and elbowed me and rolled me back over. Afterwards the fan droned on our bodies. Nothing left of all that fire but the smell of low tide. I don't know what I felt. Maybe I felt nothing. The theme music of Sesame Street played itself out. She got up and sat down at Katie's dressing table. She opened the drawer and took out a coral necklace and fastened it around her neck, slenderer than Katie's. I wanted her again. This was costing me more than money, so I may as well push for maximum value and damn myself properly. I got up and took her from behind on the dressing table. We broke the mirror. Being with the maid became a drug. Once pricked, I was addicted. I thought about her at work. When I got back in the evening, my excitement would start even as I inserted my key. If I could smell Katie's cologne in the entrance hall, it would mean she was waiting. If not, I'd have to make do with whiskey. Hugo, Hamish, and Theo at the office tried to persuade me to go drinking at Mad Dog's a few times, thinking I was cut up about Katie, but the truth is, she didn't cross my mind that often. She was living in another compartment, and I didn't have to encounter her unless I went looking for her. The maid was different. She came looking for me. When I got home one night and saw Mrs. Feng's shoes in the entrance, I realized trouble had come visiting. Mrs. Feng and Katie were sitting at our dining room table. They had that speak of the devil look. The final verdict on Neil Bros had just been handed down. Neil, Katie said in her headmistress voice, which came out when she was nervous as fuck but wanted to seem in control. Mrs. Feng's been telling me about our visitor. Sit down. I wanted a beer, I wanted a shower, I wanted steak and chips. I wanted Manchester United versus Liverpool on satellite TV. Listen to Mrs. Feng before you do anything. The sooner this was over, the sooner I could get on with my evening. Mrs. Feng waited for me to sit down and stop fidgeting. The way she looked at me made me feel a suspect at an identity parade. You are not alone in this apartment. We know. She is hiding now. She is a little girl and is afraid of me. I could quite see why. Mrs. Feng's eyes were smoked glass. When she blinked, I swear I heard doors hiss. There are three possibilities. For centuries, unwanted children were left on Lantau by night, to the mercy of the winter nights and the wild animals. She could be one such ancient, but these rarely reside in modern buildings. A second possibility is, she was one of the undesirables rounded up by the Japanese when they occupied Hong Kong during the war. They were brought to Discovery Bay, ordered to dig their graves up where Phase 1 was built in the 70s, and shot so they fell back into the holes. Perhaps she had stolen some bauble. The third possibility is that she is I don't know the English word. She is the child of a Gwai Lo man and a maid. The man would have left and the maid flung the girl off one of these buildings. Modern mother care. Neil, shut up. A boy would bring disgrace, but a baby girl worse than that. It often happens, even when the parents are married and both Chinese if they are not rich. The dowries can cripple a couple's married life. I believe that she is one of these. Why were they both looking at me? Was it my fault? There's something else, Katie said. Mrs. Feng says she's drawn to men. Do you know what you're sounding like? Mrs. Feng says she sees me as a rival, and for as long as we're here, I'll never be able to have a baby. We'll have to leave Lantau. It can't follow you over water. Dr. Chan forwarded a slightly more plausible reason for the non-appearance of a Bros Forbes Jr., don't you think? Fuck, that came out wrongly. So, you're saying it's all a figment of my imagination. Number occasionally there is a presence here, but stratospheric rents on Central and Victoria Peak are a rather more concrete reality. The Chinese are the first to forget their sacred fucking feng shui when money's making the suggestion. Forget it, Katie. We can't afford to move. And there is no way we're moving in with the triad and the plebs and the immigrants down in Kowloon. You'd have a baby there and they'd chop it up and desiccate it for medicine. Mrs. Feng watched us. I could swear she was enjoying this. Mrs. Feng, I said, you know everything there is to know. What should we do? Call an exorcist? My sarcasm was dead on arrival. Mrs. Feng nodded slightly. In ordinary circumstances, yes, there are a number of specialist geomancers I could recommend. But this apartment is so very unlucky. I believe it is beyond redemption. You must move. We're not moving. We can't move. Mrs. Feng stood up. Then you will excuse me. Katie stood and made won't you stay and have some more tea noises, but she was already passing through the doorway. Beware, she warned without turning around, of what is at the other end of the door. While I was trying to work out what the fuck that was supposed to mean, Katie stood up and went into the spare bedroom. I heard her lock it. Madness, fucking madness. I got myself a beer and lay on the sofa, too tired to make myself some food. Thanks, Katie. You've had all fucking day to make something, so what if there is a fucking ghost? I never knew there were so many fucking locks in this place. The boy and the girl in the cafe last night, I keep seeing them. Katie and me. What happened to Love? Well, Love went to bed. It fucked over and over until it got sore knob bored, quite frankly. Then Love looked around for something else to do, and it saw its lovely friends all having lovely babies. So Love decided to do the same, but Love kept having its periods, same as ever, however much it inseminated itself. So Love went to an infertility clinic and discovered the truth. As far as I know, Love's stiff is there to this very day. And that, boys and girls, is the story of what happened to Love. I want to go back to the coffee bar and tell them. Listen to me, both of you, you are ill. You're not seeing things how they are. Who are you to tell anyone they are ill, Neil? Katie had phoned that evening. The maid had left 2 minutes before. I was just climbing into the shower, still sticky. How do women manage to time these things? She spoke to my answering machine. She was drunk. I let her speak to it, listening in, standing stark bollock naked in the living room, smelling of multiple encounters with the maid Katie had hated. "Neil, I know you're there. I can tell. It's 5 in the afternoon here. Dunno what that makes it there, 11 I suppose." I didn't know what the time was either. "I've been watching the Brits get slaughtered at Wimbledon. Wanted to say hello, I suppose. Dunno why I'm phoning really. I'm well, thanks. How are you?" "I'm well. I'm flat hunting. I should be closing on a little flat in Islington this time next week. The pipes are noisy, but at least there aren't any ghosts. Sorry, that's not funny. I'm doing a lot of PAing for Cecil's temp agency just to keep my hand in. Vernwood's left for Wall Street. Some hotshot fresh from the London School of Economics has been given his desk. I was wondering if you could get the Queen and chair shipped back sometime. It's worth a bob or two, you know. Spoke with your sister last week. Bumped into her in Harvey Nicks, funnily enough, quite by chance. She said you just extended your contract by another 18 months. Will you be coming back at Christmas? Might be nice to meet up, I just thought, you know, but then again you'll probably have people to meet and all that. And some of my jewelry is still in your apartment. We wouldn't want that maid getting her hands on it and running back to China, eh? I don't think I ever got those keys back from her. You'd better change the locks. I'm okay, but I need a holiday. About 40 years would do me. Well, if you're not too tired when you get in, give me a call. I'll be watching the doubles finals for the next couple of hours. Oh, and your sister said to tell you to call your mother. Your dad's pancreatic thingy has come back. By then, I never got round to returning that call. What would I say? A grave. It's back to the mountain, its face to the sea. The sun was high and pestilent. I took off my tie and hung it on a thorny tree. No point trying to read the name of the grave's occupant. There are thousands of these Chinese hieroglyphs making up the world's clunkiest writing system. I knew 5. Alcohol, mountain, river, love, exit. I sometimes think these hieroglyphs are the real Chinese, living down through the centuries, hiding their meanings in their similarities to outwit the foreigner, by and large immune to tampering. Mao himself failed to modernize his language. I'd followed the path down from the last peak. There'd been a brackish stream, a bush of birds, a butterfly with zebra stripes on wings wide as side plates. I'd lost the path once or twice, and it had come back to find me once or twice. It reminded me of the Brecon Beacons. I grew up when I realized that everywhere was basically the same, and so were the women. This time there was no way on. A false trail. I'd have to backtrack through the maze of thorn bushes and couch grass. I sat down and looked at the view. Another extension to the new airport was being built out there on reclaimed land. Little bulldozers played in the glistening silt flats. Sweat trickled down my wrists, my chest, down the crack between my buttocks. My trousers clung to my thighs. I should be taking my medication about now, but all that was in a briefcase in the bottom of a bay somewhere. I wondered if anyone had been sent to come and get me. Ming, probably. Avril was no doubt busy probing deeper into my hard disk, with Theo Fraser at her shoulder. Where might that lead? All those emails from Petersburg, all those see no evil, hear no evil 7- and 8-figure transfers of funds to out-of-the-way places. Unless you've lived with a ghost, you can't know the truth of it. You assume that morning, noon, and night, you're walking around obsessed, fearful, and waiting for the exorcist to call. It's not really like that. It's more like living with a very particular cat. For the last few months I've been living with 3 women. One was a ghost who is now a woman. One was a woman who is now a ghost. One is a ghost and always will be. But this isn't a ghost story. The ghost is in the background where she has to be. If she was in the foreground, she'd be a person. Katie and I had come back from some stupid Cavendish party. We'd come into the lobby together. I checked our mailbox, putting down my briefcase. There were some letters. We got in the elevator, ripping open the envelopes. Halfway up I realized I'd left my briefcase down in the lobby next to the mailbox. When we got to the 14th floor, Katie got out and I went back down, got my briefcase and returned to our floor. When the elevator doors opened, I saw Katie still outside the apartment and I knew something was very wrong. She was white and trembling. "It's locked. It's bolted from the inside. Burglars. On the 14th floor. They must still be in there." "It's not burglars," and we both knew it. She had come back. I don't know how I knew what to do, but I took out my own keys and rattled them a few times. Then I tried the door. It swung open into the darkness. Katie didn't speak to me, even though I know she was awake for most of the night. Looking back, that was the beginning of the end. So I backtracked. A bus full of curious people drove past, packed as usual. Fuck, the way that the Chinese will just stare at you. So rude. Have they never seen a sunburning foreigner in a suit out for a midday walk before? The sun, the smack of a boxing glove. I was parched. The helicopter came back. The sides of the valley hummed and swished. I should have come here months ago. It was waiting and I'd done nothing but truck to and fro from the office on that turbo ferry across the river Styx. What kind of place did the maid live in? In Kowloon or the New Territories somewhere? She'd get a bus or a streetcar from the port and get off far beyond where the decent shops finished. The same sort of place Ming lives in, I suppose. Down a back street, its walls crowded up to 15 floors with dirty signs for sweatshops and strip clubs and money changers and restaurants and God knows what. Nothing more than a rafter of mucky sky. The noise, of course, would never stop. The Chinese brain must be equipped with a noise filtration device that allows them to only listen to the one band of racket that they want to hear. Taxis, cheap little ghetto blasters, chanting from the temple, satellite TV, sales pitches floating aloft through megaphones. You'd go down an alley, there'd be the smell of grime and piss and dim sum. People would be hanging about in doorways needing new shirts and a shave, selling drugs. Upstairs, the elevators in those kinds of places never work, and into a tiny apartment where a family of 7 bicker and watch TV and drink. Strange to think I work in the same city. Strange to think of the little palaces up on Victoria Peak. That's probably where the Japanese kid is getting over his jet lag now. His girl bringing him lemon tea on a silver tray. Or more likely, her maid bringing in the lemon tea. I wonder how they met. I wonder. There are so many cities in every single city. When I first came to Hong Kong before Katie joined me, I was given 1 day's holiday to get over jet lag. I felt fine, so I decided to use it exploring the city. I traveled the trams, jolted by the poverty I saw, and walked the overhead walkways, feeling safe only among the business suits and briefcases. I took the cable car up to Victoria Peak and walked around. Rich wives were strolling in groups, and maids with the children and teenage couples walking arm in arm looking at all the other teenage couples. There were a couple of stalls mounted on wheels, the sort of setup my father used to call market barrows. They sold maps, peanuts in their shells, and the bland, salty snack things that Chinese and Indians are so fond of. One of them sold maps in English and postcards, so I bought a few. Suddenly a pile of cans next to the stall moved and barked something in Chinese. A face caked in grease and creased with age emerged and looked at me with loathing. I jumped out of my skin. The stall holder laughed and said, "Don't worry, he's harmless." The garbage man growled and repeated the same words slowly and louder at me. "What's he saying?" "He's begging." "How much does he want?" A stupid question. "He's not begging for money." "What's he begging for?" "He's begging for time." "Why does he do that?" "He thinks you're wasting yours, so you must have plenty to spare." My tongue was parched. I hadn't drunk for hours since that bowl of water at breakfast. Usually, I only ever drank coffee and whiskey. An old farmer was burning something that popped like firecrackers. Bamboo. Grainy mauve smoke drifted across the road. My eyes were watering. I was under a vast tree that fanned out across the sky and hid it incompletely as words will hide whatever is behind them. Red roses grew wild up the brick wall, crumbling back to sand. A roped-up dog went hysterical as I walked past. A flurry of fangs and barks. It thought I was a ghost. Futons airing. A Chinese pop song, god-awful and tinny. Two old people in a room devoid of furniture, steam rising from their teacups. They were motionless and expressionless, waiting for something. I wish I could go into their room and sit down with them. I'd give them my Rolex for that. I wish they would smile and pour me a cup of jasmine tea. I wish the world was like that. I watched the cars, people, and stories trundle up and down the night road. In the distance, a giant bicycle pump was cranking itself up and hissing itself down. I watched the neon signs intone their messages, over and over. The Japanese kid and his girl had disappeared fuck knows where, and Lionel Richie had dissolved in his own saccharine bathtub. My second burger had gone cold and greasy. I couldn't finish it. A version of Bohemian Rhapsody was playing, unbelievably sung in Cantonese. I should be getting back to Mr. Wee's briefings, or Avril will start the sacred martyr act. One more song and one more mega sugar coffee, then I'll go back like a good boy. It was Blackbird by the Beatles. I never listened to this one properly before. It's beautiful. Neil Brose, a Welsh voice unknown and familiar. A short, Mr. Molish bloke with horn-rimmed glasses. Yeah, my name's Hugh Llewellyn. We met at Theo and Penny Fraser's New Year party. Ah, yeah, Hugh, sure, I didn't know him from Adam. Mind if I pull up a pew? Sure, if you can say that about molded plastic seats bolted onto cast-iron frames. You'll have to forgive my frazzled memory, Hugh. Who are you with? I used to be with Jardine Pearl. Now I'm at the Capital Transfer Inspectorate. Fuck. Now I remember. We talked about rugby, then business. I dismissed him as a born compromise candidate. Poacher turned gamekeeper, eh? Hugh Llewellyn smiled as he unloaded his tray and wriggled out of his corduroy jacket with leather pads on the elbows. So fucking Welsh. A veggie burger and a styrofoam cup of hot water with tea bleeding out of its bag. People usually say, it takes a thief to catch a thief. Dad used to say that. I've read about your raids on who was it? Silk Road Group. Yep. Would you pass me a sachet of ketchup, please? I've heard some interesting rumors about them money laundering for Kabul's biggest drug exporter. Is it true? Go on, I won't tell a soul. Hugh bit into his veggie burger, chomped a few times, smiling, and swallowed. I've heard some interesting rumors about account 1,390,931. Fuck. I suddenly wanted to vomit my shitburger. I laughed lightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Fuck. That's exactly what liars say. Hugh squeezed the tea bag with a plastic fork. Go on, I won't tell a soul. Is it a bicycle combination lock? No, it's a Cavendish Holdings account that only you have the keys to. He had upped the stakes. Is this a fishing expedition, or do you have a warrant for my arrest? I prefer to see this as a friendly chat. Mr. Llewellyn, you don't know who you're dealing with. Mr. Brose, I know far more about Andrei Grigorsky than you. Believe me, you're being set up. I've watched him do it before. Why do you think neither his name nor Denholm Cavendish's name appears on not one single document, not one single computer file? Because they like you, trust you. You are their bulletproof vest. How much did he know? It's just a hush-hush hedge fund for I don't want to watch you zip yourself up in lies, Mr. Brose. I know your personal life is in tatters, but unless you cooperate with me, by the weekend things are going to take a sharp turn for the worse. I am your last way out. I don't need a way out. He shrugged and swallowed the last morsel. He'd put that away without me noticing. Then our friendly chat has come to an end. Here is my business card. I strongly recommend a change of mind by tomorrow noon. Good night. The door swung. I was left looking at the wreckage of my shit burger. I went back into Cavendish Tower but changed my mind in the lobby. I asked the night watchman to wait 5 minutes, then tell Avril I'd gone home. I waited 20 minutes at the harbor for the next ferry, looking across the black water at all the shining skyscrapers. Back on Lantau Island, just as a precaution, I emptied 3/4 of my account from the bank's cash machine, in case my cards got frozen. There wasn't another bus for 30 minutes, so I walked back to Phase 1 through the chilly night. She was waiting in the apartment. The air conditioner was belting out frigid air. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry. I had a lot of work. Resentful silence. I've got a lot on my mind, okay? I'm going to bed. I hid the money in a shoe box at the bottom of Katie's dressing table. I'd think of a better hiding place before the maid came. She might be a necessary drug, but she was still a thieving bitch. I came to a shrine and the sound of running water. There was a fountain guarded by 2 dragons. Hygiene be fucked. I was thirsty. I drank until I heard the water sloshing about in my belly. At least I wasn't going to die of dehydration. I wanted to dunk my arms and face into this cool, clear water, so I unstrapped my Rolex, perched it on the nose of a dragon, stripped off my shirt, and immersed as much of my torso in the fountain as I could. I opened my eyes under the water and saw the underbellies of wavelets with the sun beneath. Where now? There was an easy path and a steep path. I took the easy one, and 20 meters later arrived at the cesspit. I came back to the dragons and started climbing sharply. I was feeling much, much better, as though my body had stopped fighting the flu and was submitting to its will. The path steepened. At times I had to use my hands to scramble up. The trees were growing dense, scaly, and damp, the pinpricks of light that got to the path sharp and bright as lasers. I took off my jacket and gave it to a blackberry bush. It was already ripped. Maybe a passing monk or escaped refugee will take a shine to it. The air was busy with out-of-tune birds and their eyes. Time lost me. I looked at my Rolex and remembered that I'd left it on a dragon's nose. Grabbing a root to pull myself up, it came off in my hand and I tumbled down the path a few yards. I heard a crack but stood up right as rain. I felt fabulous. I felt immortal. Higher up loomed a rock as big as a house, but I scaled it like a teenager and was soon surveying my domain from the top. A slow-moving 747 made its stately descent, skinning the afternoon with its jagged blade of noise. I waved at the people. The sun glints off the tail. She is with me, waving too, jumping up and down. It's good to make somebody feel good, even if she doesn't exactly exist. She likes me. The maid was standing in front of the mirror, holding up Katie's summer frocks against her body. If she liked one, she'd try it on. If it fit, she'd put it into Katie's Louis Vuitton bag. If she didn't, it joined the others on the reject pile. I was floating, anchored to the bed by the dead weight of my groin. Who likes you? The little girl. What little girl? Your little girl who lived here. She liked me. She wanted sister to play with. The wind blew the curtains gently. These Chinese are fucking crazy. The last time Katie called, she wasn't drunk. I took that as a bad sign. Hello, Neil's answer phone. This is Katie Forbes, Neil's separated wife. How are you? You must be rushed off your feet, considering how Neil has forgotten how to pick up receivers and dial. I want you to tell Neil that I am now the proud owner of a palatial residence in northeast London, that we're having the rainiest summer since a very long time ago, and all the cricket is being rained off. Tell him that I'm having sessions with Dr. Clune twice a week, and that they are working wonders. Tell him that Archie Good is going to be my lawyer, and that the divorce papers should get to him by the end of the week. Tell him I'm not going for his jugular. I just want what's rightfully mine. Lastly, tell him it would prepare the ground for an amicable settlement if he gets off his lazy arse and ships me home my Queen Anne chair. He knows it's the one heirloom I give a damn about. Good night. The key to understanding Neil Bros is that he is a man of departments, compartments, apartments. The maid is in one, Katie is in another, my little visitor in another, Cavendish Hong Kong in another, account 1,390,931 in another. In each one lives a Neil Bros who operates quite independently of the neighboring Neil Broses. That's how I do it. My future is in another compartment, but I'm not looking into that one. I don't think I'll like what I'll see. Weird thing was, the maid was right. When I came back and the maid was there, the atmosphere in my apartment was palpably different. Muted Sibelius rather than thunderous Wagner. If she'd been real, I imagined her sitting under the table, chattering away to her dolls. She'd leave us alone, and the curtains would stay where I left them. Maybe I'd hear the kiss, kiss, kiss of her feet running across the marble floor in the living room. If the maid wasn't there, there'd be this air of reproachment and neglect. It was the same when I went away on business. I went to Canton once. A right fucking shithole it is too, and when I got back she was so pissed off with me that I had to stand there apologizing to the thin air. The path stopped climbing and crested the ridge. I saw Buddha's head above the camphor trees, almost close enough to touch. That was one big Buddha, platinum, spun on a wheel of deep blue. The trees were dream trees now. A shadow cat, a cat's shadow. My skin buzzed. My immortality was ebbing away. In this sun it must be turning to bacon. I think I had broken a toenail. I could feel something wet and warm in my shoe. I could feel my organs sag against each other, still functioning but slowing like tired swimmers. Why is the moon up there, up above you, Lord Buddha? White, blue, roaring in its silent furnace of sunlight. The moon in the afternoon. I stepped into a once and future century. People, coach tour, a car park, souvenir stands, advertisement hoardings, people crowding around ticket booths. Only the British and the Slavs know how to queue motorbikes here and not here. They were on the wrong side of a wall of bright liquid, a babble of languages from the room next door. Lord Buddha's lips were full and proud, always on the verge of words yet never quite speaking. His lidded eyes hooding a secret the world needs. The moon was in on the joke. New, old, new, old. If I met the old garbage man now, I'd say, I'm sorry, but I don't have any spare time to give you. Not even a minute. Not even a spare 10 fucking seconds. I wondered if that Japanese kid was playing his saxophone in a bar somewhere, over in a bar in Central or Kowloon. I would like to hear him. I'd like to watch his girl watching him. I would like that very much. I don't think it's going to happen now. I'd like to talk with them and find out how they met. I'd like to ask him about jazz and why John Coltrane is so famous. So many things to know. I'd like to ask him why I married Katie and whether I was right to sign and return those divorce papers. Was Katie happy at last now? Had she met someone who loved her, someone with a respectable sperm count? Would she be a tender, wise mother, or would she turn out to be a booze-soaked saggy fuck in her middle age? Would Hugh Llewellyn nail Andrei Grigorsky, or would Andrei Grigorsky nail Hugh Llewellyn? Would Mr. Wee, the shipping magnate, take his business elsewhere? Would Manchester United win the Premiership? Would the Cookie Monster's teeth fall out? Would the world be over by Christmas? She brushed nearby and blew on the back of my neck, and a million leaves moved with the wind. My skin was so hot it no longer seemed my own. A new Neil inside the old opened his eyes. Platinum in the sun, blue in the shade. He was waiting for my old skin to flake off so he could climb out and walk abroad. My liver squirmed impatiently. My heart was going through its options. What's that organ, the one that processes the sugar? What led me here? My dad would describe Denholm Cavendish, Sir Denholm Cavendish, as a man educated beyond his intellect. Now, Niall. D.C. pursed his lips together in the manner of the old general he believed himself to be. The traffic of Barbican, 20 floors below us, punctuated the pompous old fuck's dramatic pauses. A key question to understanding the role we're projecting for you in Hong Kong is this: what is Cavendish Holdings? No, D.C., the key question is, what answer do you want to hear? Play it safe, Neil. Let him feel intellectually on top. And don't tell him he's too fucking stupid to get my name right. A top-line legal and investment corporation, Sir Denholm. Good. He had an insight coming on. We're a corporation, a top-line corporation. But that's not all we are, Niall, my word, no. We are a family, isn't that so, Jim? Jim Hirsch smiled his "you've put your finger on it" smile. Sure, we have our family squabbles. Jim and I have had some fine old catfights in our time, haven't we, Jim, Same smile. Sure have, Sir D, you smooth American fuck, Hirsch. You see, Nile, no quarter given to yes men at Cavendish. But we pull through in the end, Nile, and let me tell you how. Because we understand the value of cooperation, mutual reliance, mutual trust, mutual assistance. He lit his cigar like Winston Churchill and gazed at the portrait of his grandfather, who gazed back. I wanted to snigger. The man was a walking cliché. How could this fuck for brains run a law firm with offices in 5 continents? The answer was obvious. He only thought he ran it. Playing the Asian markets requires a certain, how did I put it to Granger, Jim, the other day? I believe you said flair and verve in the strategizing stages, Sir D. Flair and verve. That's it, you see, flair and verve, in the strategizing stages. Now in London, New York, everyone knows what's what. The playing field is even, the goalposts are fixed. But Asia is the last wild frontier, The bandits of corruption live in the Chinese hills and make lightning raids. Regulators, forget 'em, paid off. Every last man. No, for our townships to prosper in Asia, we have to play by their rules, but play better. I'm talking about originality in capital manipulation. About reinterpretation. You have to recognize the real but invisible goalposts when you see them, and use whatever means are at your disposal to score. You with me, Nile? 100%, Sir Denholm. What was the old fuck on about? I want to add a special account to your Hong Kong portfolio. It's for an ally of mine, a Russian chap based in Petersburg. You'll meet him one day. You'll be hearing from him soon enough. A splendid fellow, chap by the name of Andrei Grigorsky. A real mover and shaker. He's done a few favors for us in the past. He leaned forward over the desk, tapping his cigar into an intricate ashtray inlaid with jade and amber and etched with lotus flowers and orchids. He's asked me to set up an account for his operation with our Hong Kong branch. I want to put you in charge of it. What do I do with it? Whatever he tells you to. However much, wherever, whenever. Child's play for a trooper of your experience. We'd come to the clincher. I think I can manage that, Mr. Cavendish. Keep it hush-hush. Just between you, me, Jim, and grandfather here, I get it. The old fuck's asking me to bend the law. One thing matters and one thing only. I'd always assumed it was his leather chair that creaked, but now I wondered whether or not it was really him. He prodded each word at me with his cigar. Do you have the balls? The blackheads on the tip of his nose urgently needed squeezing. I'm a financial lawyer. I bend the law every day. They were firmly attached when I last used them, Sir Denholm. DC was deciding whether or not he liked my answer. Then his laughter ignited, sending a projectile of saliva hurtling between my eyebrows. Jim Hirsch smiled too, a photo smile of a manager in a local newspaper. And I was smiling the same smile too. Do I go back further? How about this? Hong Kong had been appropriated by British drug pushers in the 1840s. We wanted Chinese silk, porcelain, and spices. The Chinese didn't want our clothes, tools, or salted herring, and who can blame them? They had no demand. Our solution was to make a demand by getting large sections of the populace addicted to opium, a drug which the Chinese government had outlawed. When the Chinese understandably objected to this arrangement, we kicked the fuck out of them, set up a puppet government in Peking that hung signs on parks saying no dogs or Chinese, and occupied this corner of their country as an import base. Fucking god-awful behavior when you think about it. And we accuse them of xenophobia. It would be like the Colombians invading Washington in the early 21st century and forcing the White House to legalize heroin. And saying, don't worry, we'll show ourselves out and take Florida while we're at it, okay? Thanks very much. Hong Kong became the trading hub of the biggest, most populated continent in the world. This led to one big burping appetite for bent financial lawyers. Or is it not a question of cause and effect, but a question of wholeness? I'm this person, I'm this person, I'm that person too. No wonder it's all such a fucking mess. I divided up my possible futures, put them into separate accounts, and now they're all spent. Big thoughts for a bent little lawyer. My forehead kissed the tarmac, soft as a sleeping daughter. I keeled over into a fetal position. A lurching tide of voices sloshed the hull of my hearing. What the fuck is going on? Now I understand what this insane fucking day has been about. Hilarious. I am fucking dying. No doubt about it. Now that I'm dying again, I recognize the signs. 31 years old and I am fucking dying. Avril's going to be so fucked off with me. And when DC hears, well, I think I can safely kiss my six-figure bonus goodbye. How will Katie take it? That's the clincher. Dad. Hilarious, she comes through the wall of legs and torsos. She looks down at me and she smiles. She has my eyes and the maid's body in miniature. She gives me her hand and we pick our way through the crowd of gawkers, the shocked, the titillated, and the gum-chewing. What can have happened to fascinate them so on such an afternoon? Hand in hand, we walk up the steps of the big bright Buddha, brighter and brighter into a snowstorm of silent light. Holy Mountain, up and down, maybe. The Holy Mountain has no other directions. Your left and right, your south, north, west, east, leave them at the village. You won't be needing them. You have 10,000 steps to go before you reach the summit. There is a road now. I saw it. Buses and trucks go up and down. Fat people from Chengdu and further drive up in their own cars. I watched them. Fumes, beeps, noise, oil, or they drive up in taxis, sitting in the back like Lady Muck Duck. They deserve all the fleecing they get. Engine-powered pilgrimages. Even Lord Buddha doesn't give a shovelful of chicken shit for engine-powered pilgrimages. How do I know? He told me himself. On the Holy Mountain, all the yesterdays and tomorrows spin around again sooner or later. The world has long forgotten, but we mountain dwellers live on the prayer wheel of time. I am a girl. I was hanging out the washing on a line I had suspended from the upstairs room window ledge and the tree. The height of our tea shack above the path, it was safe from thieves, and the tree tells the monkeys not to steal our things. I was singing to myself. It was spring and the mist was thick and warm. Upbound, a strange procession marched out of the whiteness. The procession was 10 men long. The first carried a pennant, the second a kind of lute I'd never seen, the third a rifle. The fourth was a footman. The fifth was dressed in silken robes the color of sunset. The sixth was an older man in a khaki uniform. 7 to 10 were baggage carriers. I ran to get my father, who was planting sweet potatoes behind our house. The chickens fussed like my old aunts in the village. When my father and I got around to the front, the strangers had reached our tea shack. My father's eyes popped open. He hurled himself onto the ground and yanked me down into the dirt with him. "Silly little bitch," he hissed. "It's the warlord's son. Kowtow." We knelt, pressing our foreheads into the ground until one of the men clapped. We looked up. Which one was the warlord's son? The man in silk was looking at me, smiling from the corner of his mouth. Footman spoke. "Sire, is it your wish to rest a while?" The warlord's son nodded, not taking his eyes off me. Footman barked at my father. "Tea. The best you have in your pit of roaches, or the crows will dine on your eyeballs tonight." My father leapt to his feet and pulled me with him behind the table. My father told me to polish the best tea bowls while he loaded fresh charcoal onto the brazier. I had never seen a warlord's son before. "But which one is he?" I asked. My father slapped me with the back of his hand. "It's none of your concern." He glanced over his shoulder nervously at the men who were laughing at me. My ear began to throb. "The striking gentleman in the beautiful robes," muttered my father, loud enough to be overheard. The warlord's son, I guessed he was 20, removed his hat and sleeked back his hair. Footman took one look at our best bowls and rolled his eyeballs. "How dare you even think it?" A baggage carrier unpacked some silver bowls, decorated with golden dragons with emerald scales and ruby eyes. Another servant unfolded a table. A third spread a perfectly white cloth. I thought I was dreaming. "The girl may serve the tea," said the warlord's son. I felt his eyes touch me as I poured the tea. Nobody spoke. I didn't spill a drop. I looked to my father for approval or at least for reassurance. He was too busy worrying about his own skin. I didn't understand. The men spoke in crisp, shiny Mandarin. Their magnificent, strange words paraded past. Words about somebody called Sun Yat-sen, somebody called Russia, somebody else called Europe. Firepower, taxes, appointments. What world had these men come from? My father took my shawl off and told me to tie back my hair and wash my face. He made me serve some more tea. He was picking his teeth with a splintered chopstick and watching the men carefully from the shadows. Silence thickened the air. The mist had closed in. The mountainside was dark with white. The afternoon became so sluggish that it stopped altogether. The warlord's son stretched his legs and arched his back. He picked at his teeth with a bejeweled toothpick. After drinking tea as bitter as that, I want sherbet. You rat in the shadows, you may serve me a bowl of lemon sherbet. My father fell to his knees and spoke to the dirt. We have no such sherbet, Lord. He looked around at his men. How tiresome. Then tangerine sherbet will have to suffice. We have no sherbet at all, Lord. I'm very sorry. Sorry? I can't eat your sorry. You wreck my palate with your brew of nettles and fox shit. What kind of stomach do you think I have? A cow's. His look told his entourage to laugh, which they did. Oh well, there's nothing for it. I'll have to eat your daughter for dessert. A poisoned thorn slid in, bent and snapped. My father looked up. The khaki man coughed. What's that cough supposed to mean? My father told me to come on this accursed pilgrimage. He didn't say I couldn't have any fun. Footman inspected my father like shit on his boot. Get your upstairs room as ready as you can for his lordship. My father made a gurgling noise. Sir, Lord. I mean, the warlord's son imitated the buzzing of a horsefly. These wormholes, can you believe it? Give him one of the bowls. They were a wedding present from my ogre-in-law. I never liked them, as a dowry. More than a fair exchange for sluicing out a peasant girl's cunt. They're from Siam. She'd better be a virgin for workmanship like that. She is, Lord, untouched. I promise it. But I've had some genuine marriage proposals from suitors in high places. Footman unsheathed his sword and looked at his master. The warlord's son thought for a while. Suitors in high places, carpenter's cocks. Very well, give him 2 bowls, but no more haggling, Mr. Wormhole. You've tried your luck enough for one morning. My lord's reputation for generosity is just no wonder all who hear of my lord's grace weep with love at the very mention. Oh, shut up. My father looked around at me. You heard his lordship, girl. Ready yourself. I could smell their sweat. Something unspeakable was going to happen. I knew where babies came from. My aunts down in the village had told me about why my bad blood leaked out every month. But Lord Buddha was watching me from his shrine beside the tree. I asked him for it not to hurt as much as I feared. Up. Footman jabbed towards the stairs with his sword. Up. The silences after his last gasp were sung together by a blackbird. I lay there, my eyes unable to close. His were unable to open. I listed the places where I hurt and how much. There were 7 places on my body where he had sunk his fangs into my skin and bitten. He dug his nails into my neck and twisted my head to one side and clawed my face. I hadn't made a noise. He had made all the noise for both of us. Had it hurt him? I could feel him shrinking inside me at last. He finally stirred to pick his nose. He pulled himself out of me, and a few seconds later something slid out of me and down my thighs. I looked. Gummy blood and something white was staining our only sheet. He wiped himself on my dress and looked down at me critically. Dear me, he said, we're no goddess of beauty, are we? He got dressed. He dug his big toe into my navel and looked down at me from the dimness. A spoonful of saliva splashed onto the bridge of my nose. Skinned little bunny. A spider spun the dimness between the rafters. Mr. Wormhole, I heard him say as he descended the creaky stairs. You should be paying me. For breaking in your foal. A flutter of laughter. If I were a man, I would have flown down the stairs and shoved a dagger into his back. That afternoon, without a word to me, my father went to sell the bowls. In the misty dusk, an old woman came. She labored slowly up the stairs to where I lay, wondering how I could defend myself if the warlord's son called again on his way down. "Don't worry," she said. "The tree will protect you. The tree will tell you when to run and when to hide." I knew she was a spirit because I only heard her words after her lips had finished moving, because the lamplight shone through her, and because she had no feet. I knew she was a good spirit because she sat on the chest at the end of the bed and sang a lullaby about a coracle, a cat, and the river running round. 10 or 20 days later, my father returned, penniless. I asked him about the money, and he threatened to whip me. When we wintered with my cousins, I was told the whole story. He'd gone to Leshan and spent half my dowry on opium and brothels. The other half he had spent on a scabby horse that died before he got back to the village. I was airing my bedding from the upstairs room's window ledge when I heard their voices. A boy and a girl had arrived without me noticing. My hearing is drawing in. Through a spy-hole in the planking, I watched them for some moments. Her face is made up like the daughter of a merchant, or else a whore. Her breasts are budding, and the boy has that look men get when they want something, and not a chaperone in sight. She was leaning against her hands, against the skin of my tree on the hidden side, where a hollow will cup a young girl's body perfectly. Above it, a bunch of violets grow every spring, but she cannot see it. The boy swallows hard. "I swear I will love you forever, truly." He rests his hands on her hips, but she swats them away. "Did you bring your radio to give me?" The girl has a voice used to getting its way. "I brought you my life to give you." "Did you bring your radio, the little silver one that can pick up Hong Kong?" I hobbled downstairs, the stairs and my ankles creaking. So intent are they on getting what they both want, they didn't notice me until I was at the chicken coop. "T." They spring apart. Big ears blushes like a tomato. Does she thank me for guarding her honor? No. She looks at me, arms folded, quite unabashed, though her legs are as wide apart as a man's. "Yes, T." They come around to the entrance to the tea shack. She sits down, crosses her legs, and pulls lipstick and a mirror from her shoulder bag. He sits opposite her and just stares like a dog at the moon. "Radio," she orders. He gets a shiny little box out of his bag and slides out a long wire. Takes it, touches the side, and suddenly a woman's voice is on the path, singing about love, the southern breeze, and pussy willows. Where's she coming from? The girl deigns to notice me. "It's the latest hit from Macau." She looks at the boy. "Haven't you heard it?" "Course I have," he says gruffly. "There are things I will never understand. My father shrieked at me and the chickens squawked. You little slut, you little fool. After everything I've done for you, after the sacrifices I've made, this is how you thank me." If it had been a boy, the warlord's son would have showered us with gifts. Showered us. We could have lived in his castle. I would have been appointed a dignitary with servants, fruits from the islands. But why would anyone want to acknowledge that? He jabbed his fingernail into my baby's loins. My baby howled, only 5 minutes old and already learning. "You've sold your chances of a decent marriage for a night pot of watery shit." One of my aunts let him out. The tree was looking in and smiling. "Isn't she beautiful?" I asked. The shadows and light on my baby's face were leafy and green. A few days later, it was agreed that my daughter would be raised with relatives living 3 days, ride downstream. A large landowning household. One more daughter could be slipped in without much fuss. An uncle told me that the distance would conceal the shame I'd inflicted on our family's honor. My chastity was gone forever, of course. Perhaps in a few years some widower pig farmer might be persuaded to take me in as a mistress and nurse for his old age. If I was lucky. I resolved then and there not to be lucky. The same uncles all agreed that the Japanese would never get this far down the Yangtze, nor this far into the mountains. And supposing they did, everyone knows how Japanese soldiers need more oxygen than humans, so they could never get up the holy mountain. The war had nothing to do with us. Many of the village sons were conscripted by the warlord and sent to fight on the side of some kind of alliance, but that was beyond the valley where the world is less real. places called Manchuria, Mongolia, and further. My uncles never knew truth from chicken shit. I dreamed of a clay jar of rice in the cave. When I asked a monk what it meant, he told me it was a suggestion from Lord Buddha. When the holy mountain is windy, sounds from afar are blown near, and nearby sounds are blown away. The tea shack creaks. My lazy father never lifted a hammer in his life, and the tree creaks. That's why we didn't hear them until they had kicked the windows in. My father was climbing into the cupboard. I listened, nervous, but already resigned to whatever fate Lord Buddha had laid out for me. I wrapped my shawl around me. They didn't speak valley language. They didn't even speak Cantonese or Mandarin. They made animal noises. I spied through the cracks in the planking. It was difficult to see in the lamplight, but they looked almost human. My village cousins had told me that foreigners had elephant noses and hair like dying monkeys, but these ones looked a lot like us. On their uniforms was sewn insignia that looked like a headache, a red dot with red stripes of pain flashing out. Lights were shone into our faces, and rough hands hauled us downstairs. The room was full of beams of lantern light, men, pots and pans being overturned. Our money box was found and smashed open. That headache insignia, a thing with wings swung above. The smell of men, always men. We were brought before a man with spectacles and a waxy mustache. I was the breadwinner, but I looked at the floor. A nice cup of green tea, perhaps. My father wrestled through a stammer. Sir. This one could speak. Strange Cantonese squeezed through a mangler. We are your liberators. We are requisitioning this wayside inn in the name of His Imperial Egg of Japan. The holy mountain now belongs to the Asian sphere of co-prosperity. We are here to percolate our sick mother China from the evil of the European imperialists, except the Germans, who are a tribe of honor and racial purity. Oh, said my father, that's good. I like honor, and I'm a sick father. The door banged open. I thought it was a gunshot, and a soldier wearing a gallery of medals came in. Waxy mustache saluted Metal Man and shouted animal noises. Metal Man peered at my father, then at me. He smiled from the corner of his mouth. He made some quiet animal noises to the other soldiers. Waxy Mustache barked at my father. You have harbored fugitives in your inn. No, sir, we hate that goat-fucking warlord. His son raped my daughter here. Waxy Mustache translated this into animal noises to Metal Man. Metal Man raised his eyebrows in surprise and grunted back. My men are pleased to hear your daughter provides comfort to passers-by. But we are displeased to hear your slur of our ally, the warlord. He is working with us to purge the valley of communism. Of course, when I said silence, Metal Man forced the mouth of his gun into my father's mouth. Bite, he said. Metal Man looked into my father's eyes. Harder. Metal Man uppercutted my father's chin. My father spat out bits of tooth. Metal Man chortled. My father's blood dripped to the floor in flour splashes. He staggered back into a tub of water, as though he had rehearsed it. The soldier holding me relaxed his grip as he laughed. I staved in his kneecap with a bottle of oil and sent the lamp in my face flying across the room. Whoever it hit screamed and dropped something that smashed. I ducked and ran for the door. Lord Buddha slipped a brass chopstick into my hand and opened the door for me as my fingertips touched it and shut it behind me. There were 3 men outside. One got a good grip, but I stuck the brass chopstick through the side of his mouth and he let go. The Japanese soldiers followed me up the path, but it was a moonless night, and I knew every rock, curve, bare path, and fox trail. I slipped off the path and heard them vanish into the distance. My heart had slowed by the time I reached the cave. The holy mountain fell away below me, and the windy forest moved like the ocean in my dreams. I wrapped myself in my shawl and watched the light of heaven shine through the holes in the night until I fell asleep. My father was black with bruises, but he was up and limping through the wreckage of the tea shack. His mouth looked like a rotting potato. You caused this, he scowled by way of greeting. You fix it. I'm going to stay with my brother. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. My father hobbled off down the path. When he returned, he had become an old man waiting to die. That was weeks later. My daughter was blossoming into a local beauty, my aunts told me. Her guardian had already turned down 2 proposals of marriage, and she was still only 12. The guardian was setting his sights high. If the Kuomintang forces took over the valley soon, he could possibly arrange a union with a nationalist administrator. He might even get himself a fat appointment as a clause in the marriage negotiations. A photographer had been paid to take her picture, which was being circulated among possible suitors in high places. When I wintered in the village, an aunt brought me one of these photographs. She had a lily in her hair and a chaste, invisible smile. My heart glowed with pride and never stopped. My daughter's father, the warlord's son, never lived to see her blossom. This causes me no sorrow. He got butchered by a neighboring warlord in alliance with the Kuomintang. He, his father, and the rest of his clan were captured, roped and bound, slung onto a pile at a crossroads down in the valley, doused in oil and burnt alive. The crows and dogs fought over the cooked meat. Lord Buddha promised to protect my daughter from the demons, and my tree promised that I would see her again. Far, far below, a temple bell gongs, the surface of the dawn ripples and turtle doves fly from the wall of forest, up and up, always up. A government official strutted downbound out of the mist. I guessed he'd been driven to the summit. I recognized his face from his grandfather's. His grandfather had scraped a living from the roads and marketplaces in the valley, shoveling up manure and selling it to local farmers. An honest, if lowly, way to get by. His grandson sat down at my table and slung his leather bag onto the table. Out of his bag he produced a notebook, an account book, a metal strongbox, and a bamboo stamp. He started writing in his notebook, looking up at the tea shack from time to time as though he was thinking about buying it. "Tea," he said presently, "and noodles." I began preparing his order. "This," he said, showing me a card with his picture and name on it, "is my party ID, my identification. It never leaves my person. Why do you need to carry a picture of yourself around? People can see what you look like. You're in front of them. It says I am a local cadre party leader." I dare say people work that out for themselves. This mountain has been incorporated into a state tourism designation area. What's that in plain Chinese? Turnpikes will be placed around the approach routes to charge people to climb. But the holy mountain has been here since the beginning of time. It's now a state asset. It has to earn its keep. We charge people 1 yuan to climb it and 30 yuan for the foreign bastards. Traders on state asset property need a trading license. That includes you. I tipped his noodles into a bowl and poured boiling water onto the tea leaves. "Then give me one of these licenses." "Gladly. That will be 200 yuan, please." "What? My tea shack has stood here for thousands of years." He leafed through his account book. "Then perhaps I should consider charging you back rent." I bent behind the counter and spat into his noodles, stirring them around so my phlegm was good and mixed. I straightened up, chopped some green onions and sprinkled them on. I put them in front of him. "I've never heard such nonsense." "Old woman, I don't make the rules. This order is direct from Beijing. Tourism is a prime thrust of socialist modernization. We earn dollars from tourists. I know you don't even know what a dollar is and don't even try to understand economics because you can't. But understand this. The party orders you to pay. I've heard all about the party from my cousins in the village. Your bubbling baths and your flash cars and your queue jumping and stupid conferences, and shut your ignorant mouth now if you want to make a living from the people's mountain. The party has developed our motherland for half a century and more. Everyone else has paid. Even the monasteries have paid. Who are you, or your chicken-fucking country cousins, to dare think you know best? 200 yuan now, or I'll be back in the morning with the party's police officers to close you down and throw you in jail for non-payment. We'll truss you up like a pig and carry you down the mountain. Think of the shame, or pay what you owe. Well, I'm waiting. You're in for a long wait then. I don't have 200 yuan. I only make 50 yuan in a season. What am I supposed to live on? The official slurped up his noodles. You'll have to shut up shop and ask your country cousins to let you pick fleas from their sows in the corner. And if your noodles weren't so salty, you might sell more. If I'd been a man, I'd have thrown him into my cesspit, party official or no party official. But he had the upper hand here, and he knew it. I unfolded a 10 yuan note from my apron pocket. It must be a difficult job, keeping track of all the tea shacks up and down the mountain, who's paid what. He swished out his mouth with green tea and sluiced out a jet that spattered against my window. Bribery, corruption, cancer in the breasts of our motherland. If you think I'm going to agree to postpone the victory of socialism to smear the bright new age that is our nation's glorious destiny, I unfold another 20 yuan. That's all I have. He pocketed the money. Boil those eggs and pack them with those tomatoes. I had to do as he said. Once a shit shoveler, always a shit shoveler. 2 monks ran out of the mist, upbound, gasping. Running monks are as unusual as honest officials. Rest, I said, unfolding a fresh cloth for them. Rest. They nodded gratefully and sat down. I always serve Lord Buddha's servants the best tea for free. The younger monk wiped the sweat from his eyes. The Kuomintang are coming, 2,000 of them. The village was being abandoned when we left. Your father was climbing into his cousin's cart. They were going into the hills. I've seen it all before. The Japanese wrecked my tea shack. The Kuomintang make the Japanese look civilized, said the elder monk. They are wolves. They loot what food and treasure they can carry and burn or poison what they can't. In a village down the valley, they cut off a boy's head just to poison a well. Why? The communists are gaining momentum all over China now, despite the American bombs. The Kuomintang have nothing to lose. I've heard they're heading to Taiwan to join Chiang Kai-shek and have orders to bring what they can. They scraped the gold leaf off the temple Buddhas at Leshan. It's true. The younger monk shook some grit from his sandal. Don't let them get you. You have about 5 hours. Hide everything deep in the forest and be careful when you come back. There might be some stragglers, please. We'd hate to see anything happen to you. I gave the monks some money to burn incense for my daughter's safety, and they left, running up through the mist. I hid my best cooking utensils high in my tree, and asking his pardon hid Lord Buddha up above where the violets grew. The mist cleared, and it was suddenly autumn. When the wind blew, the leaves streamed up the path like rats before a sorcerer. The trees grew as tall as the holy mountain itself. Their canopy was the lawn of heaven. Follow, said the unicorn's eyes. Lay your hand on my shoulder. Corridors of bark and darkness led to further corridors of bark and darkness. My guide had hooves of ivory. I was lost and happy to be lost. We came to a garden at the bottom of a well of light and silence. Over an intricate bridge inlaid with jade and amber, lotus flowers and orchids swayed gently. Bronze and silver carp swam with the dark owls around my head. This is a peaceful place, I thought to the unicorn. Will you stay a while? Mother, thought the unicorn, a tear growing bigger and bigger in her human eye. Mother, don't you recognize me? I awoke with the saddest feeling. Hiding in my cave, watching the rain, I wished I could change into a bird or a pebble or a fern or a deer like lovers in old stories. On the 3rd day the sky cleared. The smoke from the village had stopped. I cautiously returned to my tea shack, wrecked again. Always it is the poor people who pay, and always it is the poor people's women who pay the most. I set about clearing up the mess. What choice is there? The communists came with early summer. There were only 4 of them, 2 men, 2 women. They were young and wore neat uniforms and pistols. My tree told me they were coming. I warned my father, who, as usual, was asleep in his hammock. He opened one eye. Fuck 'em, they're all the same. Only the badges and medals change. My father was dying as he had lived, with the minimum effort possible. The communists asked if they could sit down in my tea shack and talk with me. They called each other comrade and addressed me respectfully and gently. One of the men was the lover of one of the women. I could see that immediately. I wanted to trust them, but they kept smiling while I talked. I've always been wronged by smilers. The communists listened to my complaints. They didn't seem to want anything except for green tea. They just wanted to give things. They wanted to give things like education, even to girls, health care, so that the ancient plague of China would be vanquished. They wanted an end to exploitation in factories and on the land, an end to hunger. They wanted to restore dignity to motherhood. China, they said, was no longer the sick old man of Asia. A new China was emerging from somewhere called feudalism, and the new China would lead the new earth. It would be here in 5 years' time, because the international revolution of the proletariat was a historical inevitability. Everybody would have their own car in the future, they said. Our children's children would go to work by flying machine. Because everyone would have enough for their needs, and so crime would naturally die out. Your leaders must know powerful magic. Yes, said one of the women. The magic is called Marx, Stalin, Lenin, and class dialectics. It didn't sound like very convincing magic to me. My father rolled out of his hammock. Tea, he told me. We're very glad to see the communists bring a bit of order to our valley and mountain, he said, looking at the girls and picking his teeth with his thumbnail. The nationalists raped her. He jerked his head at me. Must have been desperate. I felt hot shame rising. Had he really forgotten it was the warlord's son? The girl who was in love came over and held my hand. Such a young hand it was, so pure that I was afraid for it. The old regimes violated plenty of women. That was their way of life. In Korea, the Japanese army herded up all the girls in a township, gave them Japanese names, and they spent the whole war on their backs. But those days are gone now. Yes, said one of the men. China has been raped by capitalists and imperialists for centuries. Feudalism relegated women to cattle. Capitalism bought and sold women like cattle. I wanted to tell him he didn't know anything about being violated, but the woman was being so kind to me, I could barely speak. Other than my tree and Lord Buddha, nobody had ever shown me such kindness. She promised to bring me medicine if I needed any. They were kind, bright, and brave. They addressed my father as Sir, and even paid for their tea. Are you going up the holy mountain on a pilgrimage? The boys smiled. The party will free the Chinese race from the fetters of religion. Soon there will be no more pilgrims. No more pilgrims, so isn't the holy mountain going to be holy? Not holy, they agreed, but still very impressive for a mountain. And I knew right then that even though their intentions were true, their words were chicken shit. When I wintered in the village that year, distressing news reached me from Leshan. My daughter, her guardian, and his wife had fled to Hong Kong after the communists had ordered their arrests as enemies of the revolution. Everybody knew that nobody ever returned from Hong Kong. A tribe of foreign bandits called the British spread lies about Hong Kong being paradise. But the moment anybody arrived there, they were put in chains and forced to work in poison gas factories and diamond mines until they died. That evening my tree had promised I would see my daughter again. I didn't understand. But I have learned that my tree tells truths that don't make sense until the light of morning. The fat girl wore stripy clothes that made her look fatter. She looked at the noodles, steaming and delicious, and looked at me. She slurped up a mouthful, held them in her mouth for a moment, shook her head, and spat them onto the table. Foul. Her witchy friend took a long drag on her cigarette. That bad, huh? I wouldn't feed it to a pig. Old woman, don't you have any chocolate? Nothing was wrong with my noodles. Any what? Fat girl sighed, bent down, scooped up some dirt and sprinkled it onto the noodles. That might improve the taste. I'm not paying a yuan for it. I wanted food, not pig swill. Witchy friend snickered and looked in her bag. I've got cookies somewhere. Anger is pointless on the holy mountain. I rarely feel it. But when I see food being wasted so wantonly, I feel such rage that I can't control myself. The noodles and dirt slid down fat girl's face. Her skin shone under the grease. Her wet shirt clung to her neck. Her mouth was an O of shock. She gasped like a surfacer, flapped her arms, and fell backwards. Witchy friend had leapt up and stepped back, flapping her wings. Fat girl climbed to her feet, red and heaving. She started charging at me, but changed her mind when she saw I had a pot of boiling water ready to douse her. I would have done it too. She retreated to a safe distance and yelled, "I'm going to report you, you bitch. You wait, just you wait. My brother-in-law knows an undersecretary at the party office, and I'm going to have your flea-infested tea shack bulldozed, with you under it." Even when they were out of sight around the bend, their threats floated downwards through the trees. "Bitch, your daughters fuck donkeys. Your sons are sterile, bitch. I can't abide bad manners," said my tree. "That's why I left the village. I didn't want to get angry, but she shouldn't have wasted the food. Shall I ask the monkeys to ambush them and remove their hair? That would be a very petty revenge. Then consider it done." The time that famine came up the valley was the worst of all times. The communists had organized all the farms in the valley into communes. Nobody owned the land. There were no landowners anymore. The landowners had been hounded into their graves, had donated their land to the People's Revolution, or were in the capitalists' prisons with their families. All the peasants ate in the commune canteen. The food was free. For the first time in history, every peasant in the valley knew he would get a square meal in his stomach at the end of the day. This was the new China, the new earth. Nobody owned the land, so nobody made sure it was respected. The offerings to the spirits of the rice paddies were neglected, and at harvest time rice was allowed to rot on the stalk. And it seemed to me that the less the peasants worked, the more they lied about how much they worked. When pilgrim peasants from different communes in the valley sat in my tea shack and argued agriculture, I watched their stories get taller. Cucumbers big as pigs, pigs big as cows, cows big as my tea shack. Forests of cabbages, you could get lost in them. Apparently Mao Zedong thought had revolutionized production techniques and was even spreading to the woods. The commune planner had found a mushroom as big as an umbrella on the southern slopes. Most worrying of all, they believed their own chicken shit and attacked anyone who dared use the word exaggerate. I was just a woman growing old on a holy mountain, but no radish of mine got bigger. That winter the village was bleaker, muddier, madder than I ever knew it. I lived with my cousin's family. Rice farmers for generations. I asked my cousin's husband why had they all become so lazy. The men got drunk most evenings and didn't stir from their beds until the middle of the next morning. Of course, the women ended up doing most of the things the men were too hungover to manage. It was all wrong. Bad spirits sat with the crows on the rooftops, incubating ill intent. In the streets, alleyways, and the market square, nobody was walking. Days passed without a kind word. The main monastery in the village had been closed. I wandered through it sometimes, through its moon gates and ponds choked with duckweed. It reminded me of somewhere else. The village was suffering from a plague that nobody had noticed. I went to speak to the village elders. "What are you going to eat next winter? The fruits of Mother China. You're not growing anything. You don't understand, you haven't seen the changes." I'm seeing them now. It's not tallying up. China will provide for her sons. Mao Zedong will provide. When things don't tally up, it's the peasants who pay. However clever this Mao's thoughts are, they don't fill bellies. Woman, if the communists hear you talk that way, you'll be sent away for re-education. Go back up your mountain if you don't like it here. We're playing mahjong. That same winter, Mao decreed his great leap forward. New China faced a new crisis, a shortage of steel. Steel for bridges, steel for plowshares, steel for bullets to stop the Russians invading from Mongolia. And so all the communes were issued with furnaces and a quota. Nobody in the village knew what to do with a kiln. The blacksmith had been hanged from his roof as a capitalist, but everyone knew what happened to you if the kiln went out on your watch. My cousins, nieces, and nephews now had to work scavenging for wood. The school was closed, and the teachers and students mobilized into firewood crews to keep the kilns fed. Were my nephews to grow up with empty heads? Who would teach them to write? When the supply of desks and planking was used up, virgin forests at the foot of the holy mountain were chopped. Healthy trees. News came up the valley where trees were scarcer, that the communists organized lotteries amongst the non-party villagers. The winners had their houses dismantled and burned to keep the furnaces fed. The steel was useless. The black, brittle ingots came to be called turds, but at least you can use real turds for manure. Every week the women loaded the ingots onto the truck from the city, wondering why the party wasn't sending soldiers to the village to mete out punishment. We discovered the answer by late winter when the rumors of food shortages traveled up the valley. The first reaction among the men was typical. They didn't want to believe it was true, so they didn't. When the village rice warehouse stood empty, they started to believe it. Still, Mao would send the trucks. He might even lead the convoy personally. The party officials said the convoy had been hijacked down the valley by counter-revolutionary spies, and that more rice would be on its way very soon. In the meantime, we would have to tighten our belts. Peasants from the surrounding countryside started arriving in the village to beg. They were as scrawny as chickens' feet. Goats disappeared, then dogs, then people started bolting their gates from dusk until dawn. By the time the snows were melting, all the seed for the next year's harvest had been eaten. New seed would be coming very soon, promised the party officials. Very soon still hadn't arrived when I set off back up the path to my tea shack, 4 weeks earlier than my usual departure. It would still be bitterly cold at night, but I knew Lord Buddha and my tree would look after me. There would be birds, eggs, roots, nuts. I could snare birds and rabbits. I'd survive. Once or twice I thought of my father. He wouldn't survive another year, even down in the comfort of the village, and we both knew it. "Goodbye," I'd said, across my cousin's back room. He never stirred from the bed except to shit and piss. His skin had less life in it than a husk in a spider's web. Sometimes his lidded eyes closed and his cigarette shortened. Was anything under those lids? Remorse, resentment, even indifference? Or was there only nothing? Nothing often poses in men as wisdom. Spring came late, winter dripping off the twigs and buds, but no pilgrims walked out of the mist. A mountain cat liked to stretch herself out on a branch of my tree and guard the path. Swallows built a nest under my eaves, a good omen. An occasional monk passed by. Glad of the company, I invited them into my tea shack. They said that my stews of roots and pigeon meat were the best thing they had eaten for weeks. Whole families are dying now. People are eating hay, leather, bits of cloth, anything to fill their bellies. When they die, there's nobody left to bury them or perform the funeral rites, so they can't go to heaven or even be reborn. When I opened my shutters one morning, the roof of the forest was bright and hushed with blossom. The holy mountain didn't care about the stupid world of men. A monk called that day. His skin wrapped his hungry face tightly. According to Mao's latest decree, the new enemies of the proletariat are sparrows because they devour China's seeds. All the children have to chase the birds with clanging things until the birds drop out of the sky from exhaustion. The problem is, nothing's eating the insects, so the village is overrun by crickets and caterpillars and bluebottles. There are locust clouds in Sichuan. This is what happens when men play at gods and do away with sparrows. The days lengthened. The year swung around the hot sun and deep skies. Near the cave I found a source of wild honey. "Your family are surviving," a monk from the village told me, "but only because of money sent by your daughter's people in Hong Kong. A husband was found for your daughter after New Year. He works in a restaurant near the harbor, and a baby is already coming. You are to become a grandmother." My heart swelled. My family had done nothing but heap shame onto my daughter since her birth, and now she was saving their skins. Autumn breath dyeing colors into the shabby greens. I prepared firewood, nuts, dried sweet potatoes and berries and fruit, stored up jars of wild rice, and strengthened my tea shack against blizzards, patching together clothes made of rabbit fur. When I went foraging, I carried a bell to warn away the bears. I had decided in the summer that I was going to winter on the mountain. I sent word down to my village cousins. They didn't try to persuade me. When the first snows fell, I was ready. The tea shack creaked under the weight of icicles. A family of deer moved into the glade nearby. I was no longer a young woman. My bones would ache, my breath would freeze. And when the deep midwinter snows came, I would be trapped in my tea shack for days on end with nobody except Lord Buddha for company. But I was going to live through this winter to see the icicles melt in the sun and to kiss my daughter. When I saw my first foreigner, I didn't know what to feel. I guessed it was he loomed big as an ogre, and his hair was yellow. Yellow as healthy piss. He was with a Chinese guide, and after a minute I realized that he was speaking in real language. My nephews and nieces had been taught about foreigners in the new village school. They had enslaved our people for hundreds of years until the communists, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, had freed us. They still enslave their own kind and are always fighting each other. They believe evil is good. They eat their own babies and love the taste of shit, and only wash every 2 months. Their language sounds like farting pigs. They rut each other on impulse, like dogs and bitches in season, even in alleyways. Yet here was a real, living foreign devil, talking in real Chinese with a real Chinese man. He even complimented my green tea on its freshness. I was too astonished to reply. After a few minutes, my curiosity overcame my natural revulsion. "Are you from this world? My nephew told me there are many different places outside China." He smiled and unfolded a beautiful picture. "This," he said, "is a map of the world. I'd never seen such a thing." I looked in the middle for the holy mountain. "Where is it?" I asked him. "Here, this is where we are now. The mountain is here. I can't even see it. It's too small." "Impossible," he shrugged, just like real people shrug. He was good at mimicry. "This is China, you can see that, right?" "Yes," I said dubiously, "but it still doesn't look big enough." "I think someone sold you a broken map." His guide laughed, but I don't think being ripped off is anything to laugh about. "And this is the country I'm from, a place called Italia." Italia. I tried to say this place, but my mouth couldn't form such absurd sounds, so I gave up. "Your country looks like a boot." He nodded, agreeing. He said that he came from the heel. It was all too strange. His guide asked me to prepare some food, while I was cooking the foreign devil and his guide carried on speaking. Here was another shock. They seemed to be friends. The way they were sharing their food and tea, how could a real person possibly be friends with a foreign devil? But they seemed to be. Maybe he was hoping to rob the devil when he was sleeping. That would make sense. "So how come you never talk about the Cultural Revolution?" the devil was saying. "Are you afraid of police retaliation? Or do you have wind of an official revision of history proving that the Cultural Revolution never actually happened?" "Neither," said the guide. "I don't discuss it because it was too evil." My tree had been nervous for weeks, but I hadn't known why. A comet was in the northeast, and I dreamed of hogs digging in the roof of my tea shack. The mist rolled down the holy mountain and stayed for days. Dark owls hooted through the daylight hours. Then the Red Guard appeared. 20 or 30 of them. 3/4 were boys, few of whom had started shaving. They wore red armbands and marched up the path, carrying clubs and homemade weapons. I didn't need Lord Buddha to tell me they were bringing trouble. They chanted as they marched near. "What can be smashed," chanted half, "must be smashed," answered the other, over and over. I recognized the leader from the winter before the Great Famine. He was a dunce at school who rarely moved a muscle except to do occasional bricklaying work. Now he swaggered up to my tea shack like the Lord of Creation. "We are the Red Guard. We are here in the name of the Revolutionary Committee," he yelled as if hoping to knock me over by the power of volume. "I know exactly who you are, brain. Brain was his village nickname because he didn't have any. When you were a little boy, your mother used to bring you to my cousin's house. I cleaned your ass when you shat yourself. I thought these children were like bears. If you show fear, they attack. If you act as if they're not really there, they carry on up the path. Brain slapped me across my face. It stung, my eyes watered, and my nose felt caved in, but it wasn't the pain that shocked me, it was the thought of an elder being slapped by a youth. It ran against the laws of nature. "Don't call me that again," he said casually. "I really don't like it." He turned around. "Lieutenants, find the horde that this capitalist roader has leached out of the masses. Start looking in the upstairs room. Mind you search thoroughly, she's a devious old leech." "What?" I touched my nose and my fingers came away scarlet. Boots thumped up the stairs, banging, ripping, laughing, smashing, splintering. "Help yourself," Brain told the other red guards, pointing to my kitchen. "This saggy corpse stole it from you in the first place, remember. Destroy that religious relic first, though. Smash it to atoms." "You'll do nothing of the sort." Another blow felled me and Brain stood on my face, pushing my head down into the mud. He stamped on my windpipe. I thought he was trying to kill me. I could feel the imprint of his boot. "Just you wait until I tell your mother and father about this." I barely recognized my voice. It sounded so strangled and weak. Brain tossed his head back and barked a short laugh. "You're going to report me to my mommy and daddy. I'm pissing my pants at the prospect. Let me tell you what Mao says about your parents. Your mother may love you, your father may love you, but Chairman Mao loves you more." I heard Lord Buddha being smashed. "You're going to be in trouble when the real communists hear about this. Those revisionists are being liquidated. The village party females have been found guilty of whoring with a Trotskyite splinter group." He dug his big toe into my navel and looked down at me from the dimness. A spoonful of saliva splashed onto the bridge of my nose. "Whoring, a subject you're no stranger to, I've heard." I was still strong enough to feel anger. "What do you mean? Spreading your thighs for that feudalist?" "The warlord's son. Runs in the family, no doubt. We know all about your mongrel whelp sucking the imperialists' cocks in Hong Kong, conspiring to overthrow our glorious revolution. Don't look so shocked. The villagers were falling over each other to denounce class traitors. Don't tell me you've forgotten how good it felt to have a man up you." He bent down to whisper in my ear. "Maybe you need a little reminder." He squeezed my breast. "That hairy pouch between your legs still has a splash of oil in it, has it?" "Maybe we found her money, General. That probably saved me. The Red Guards certainly wouldn't." He stood up again and opened my strongbox. In the background, the destruction of my tea shack was continuing. The youths were stripping my tea shack of food like locusts. "I'm appropriating your stolen goods in the name of the People's Republic of China. Do you wish to lodge an appeal with the People's Revolutionary Tribunal?" He knelt on my shoulder blades and peered into my face. My face was still pressed sidewards into the dirt, but I stared straight back. I could see right up his nose. "I'll take that as a no. And what is this? Speak of the devil, your suckling runt, unless I'm very much mistaken." He twirled the photograph of my daughter between finger and thumb. Brain clicked open his lighter and watched for my reaction as he fed a corner to the flame. Not my daughter, the lily in her hair. Grief was rattling in me, but I suffered in silence. I wasn't going to give Brain the pleasure of a single tear. He flicked my blackening treasure away before it burnt his fingers. "We're all done here, General," a girl said. "A girl." Brain freed my windpipe at last. "Yeah, we should be pushing on. There are more dangerous enemies of the revolution than this abomination higher up the mountain." I leaned against my tree and looked at the wreckage of my tea shack. "The world's gone mad," I said. "Again." "And it will right itself," said my tree. "Again. Don't grieve too much. It was only a photograph. You will see her before you die." Something in the wreckage gave way and the roof thumped down. "I live here quietly, minding my own business. I don't bother anybody. Why are men forever marching up the path to destroy my tea shack? Why do events have this life of their own?" "That," answered my tree, "is a very good question. I was one of the lucky ones. The following day I went down the path to the village to borrow supplies. The monastery had been looted and smashed, and many of the monks shot where they knelt in the meditation hall. In the courtyard of the Moon Gate I saw 100 monks kneeling around a bonfire. They were burning the scrolls from the library, stored since the days Lord Buddha and his disciples wandered the valley. The monks' ankles were tied to their stretched-back heads. They were shouting, "Long live Mao Zedong thought! Long live Mao Zedong thought!" over and over. Gangs of Red Guard patrolled the rows and stoned any monk who flagged. Outside the school the teachers were tied to the camphor tree. Around their necks hung signs, "The more books you read, the more stupid you become." Posters of Mao were everywhere. I counted 50 before I gave up counting. My cousin was in her kitchen. Her face was as blank as the wall. "What happened to your tapestries?" "Tapestries are dangerous and bourgeois. I had to burn them in the front yard before the neighbors denounced me." "Why is everybody carrying a red book around with them? Is it to ward off evil?" "It's Mao's red book. Everyone has to own one. It's the law." "How could one bald lard blob control all of China like this?" "It's don't let anyone hear you say such things. They'll stone you." "Sit down, cousin." "I suppose the Red Guard dropped by on their way up to burn the temples at the summit. You must drink some rice wine. Here you are. 1 cup. Drink it all down now. I've got some bad news. Your remaining relatives in Leshan have gone." "Where?" "To Hong Kong, to correction camps. Your daughter's presence aroused their neighbors' envy. The whole household has been denounced as class traitors." "What's a correction camp? Do people survive?" My cousin sighed and waved her hands. "Nobody knows, no more words." 3 sharp knocks and my cousin cringed like a man-trap had snapped on her gut. "It's only me, mother." My cousin lifted the latch and my nephew came in, nodding a greeting at me. I came back from a self-criticism meeting in the marketplace. The cow farmer got denounced by the butcher. "What for?" "Who cares? Any crap will do." Truth is, the butcher owed him money. This is a handy way to wipe clean the slate. That's nothing, though. 3 villages down the valley a tinker got his knob cut off, just because his grandfather served with the Kuomintang against the Japanese. I thought the communists fought alongside the Kuomintang against the Japanese. That's true. But the tinker's grandfather chose the wrong uniform. Chop. And outside Leshan there's a village where a pig roast was held 2 days ago. "So," said my cousin, my nephew swallowed. "They haven't had pigs there since the famine." "So," I croaked. 3 days ago the commune committee was shot for embezzling the people's butter cream. Guess what? Guess who they put in the pot? Attendance at the pig roast was compulsory on pain of execution, so everyone shares in the guilt. Pot or shot. It must be quiet down in hell, I thought aloud. All the demons have come to the holy mountain. Is it the comet, do you think? Could it be bathing the world in evil? My nephew stared at the bottle of rice wine. He had always supported the communists. It's Comrade Mao's wife's doing. She was just an actress, but now all this power has gone to her head. You can't trust people who lie for a living. "I'm going back to my tea shack," I said, "and I'm never coming down from the holy mountain again." "Visit me sometimes, cousin, when your ankles let you climb the path. You'll know where to find me." The eye was high above. It disguised itself as a shooting star, but it didn't fool me, for what shooting star travels in a straight line and never burns itself out? It was not a blind lens, no. It was a man's eye looking down at me from the cobweb dimness, the way they do. Who were they and what did they want of me? I can hear the smile in my tree's voice. Extraordinary. How do you tune yourself into these things? What do you mean? It hasn't even been launched yet. Once again, I rebuilt my tea shack. I glued Lord Buddha back together with sticky sap. The world didn't end, but hell did empty itself into China, and the world was bathed in evil that year. Stories came up the path from time to time, brought by refugees with relatives at the summit. Stories of children denouncing their parents and becoming short-lived national celebrities. Truckloads of doctors, lawyers, and teachers being trucked to the countryside to be re-educated by peasants in correction camps. The peasants didn't know what they were supposed to teach. The correction camps were never built in time for the class enemy's arrival, and the Red Guard sent to guard them slowly grew desperate as they realized that they had been sent into exile along with their captives. These Red Guard were children from Beijing and Shanghai, soft with city living. Brain had been denounced as a Dutch spy and sent to an inner Mongolian prison. Even Mao's architects of his Cultural Revolution were denounced, their names reviled in the next wave of official news from Beijing. What kind of a place was the capital, where such things were loosed from their cages? The cruelest of the ancient emperors were kittens alongside this madman. No monks prayed, no temple bells rang, not for many seasons. As the guide told his foreign devil, it was all too evil. Summers, autumns, winters, and springs swung round and around. I never went down to the village. The winters were sharp-fanged, to be sure, but the summers were bountiful. Clouds of purple butterflies visited my upstairs room during the mornings when I hung out the washing. The mountain cat had kittens. They became semi-tame. A handful of monks returned to live at the summit of the holy mountain, and the party authorities didn't seem to notice. One morning I awoke to find a letter pushed under the door of my tea shack. It was from my daughter, a letter and a photograph in color. I had to wait until a monk came by because I can't read, but this is what it said. "Dear Mother, I've heard that some short letters are being allowed through at the moment, so I'm trying my luck. As you can see from the photograph, I'm almost a middle-aged woman now. The young woman to my left is your granddaughter, and do you see the baby she is holding? She is your great-granddaughter. We are not rich, and since my husband died we lost the lease on his restaurant, but my daughter cleans foreigners' apartments and we manage to live well enough. I hope one day we can meet on the holy mountain. Who knows? The world is changing. If not, we will meet in heaven. My stepfather told me stories about your mountain when he was alive. Have you ever been to the top? Perhaps you can see Hong Kong from there. Please look after yourself. I shall pray for you. Please pray for me." A trickle of pilgrims slowly grew to a steady flow. I could afford to buy chickens and a copper pan and a sack of rice to see me through the winter. More and more foreigners came up the path. Hairy ones, puke-colored ones, black ones, pinko-gray ones. Surely they're letting too many in. Foreigners mean money, though. They have so much of it. You tell them a bottle of water is 20 yuan, and often they'll pay up without even doing us the courtesy of haggling. That's downright rude. A day passed nearby not long ago. In summer, I hire out the upstairs room for people to sleep in. I set up my father's hammock in the kitchen downstairs and sleep in that. I don't like doing it, but I have to save money for my funeral or in case a famine returns. I can make more money from a foreigner this way than in a whole week of selling noodles and tea to real people. This night a foreigner was staying, and a real man and his wife and son from Kunming. The foreigner couldn't speak. He communicated in gestures like a monkey. Night had come. I'd boarded up the tea shack and lay in the hammock waiting for sleep to come. My visitor's son couldn't sleep, so the mother was telling him a story. It was a pretty story about 3 animals who think about the fate of the world. Suddenly, the foreigner speaks, in real words. "Excuse me, where did you hear that story first? Please try to remember." The mother is as surprised as me. My mother told it to me when I was a little girl. Her mother told it to her. She was born in Mongolia. Where in Mongolia? I only know she was born in Mongolia. I don't know where. I see. I'm sorry for troubling you. He clunks around. He comes downstairs and asks me to let him out. "I'm not giving you a refund, you know," I warn him. "That doesn't matter. Goodbye. I wish you well." Strange words. But he is determined to leave, so I slide the bolts and swing open the door. The night is starry without a moon. The foreigner was upbound, but he leaves downbound. "Where are you going?" I blurt out. The mountain, forest, and darkness close their doors on him. "What's up with him?" I ask my tree. My tree has nothing to say either. "Mao is dead," my tree told me first, one morning of bright showers. Later an upbound monk burst into my tea shack. his face brimming over with joy, and confirmed the news. I tried to buy some rice wine to celebrate, but everybody had the same idea, and not a drop could be bought anywhere. Some people spent the night sobbing. Some spent the night telling everybody to prepare for the invasion from the Soviet Union. The party people spent the night hiding behind closed shutters, but most of the villagers spent the night celebrating and setting off fireworks. I climbed to the upstairs room, where a young girl was sleepless with fear. I knew she was a spirit because the moonlight shone through her and she couldn't hear me properly. "Don't worry," I told her. "The tree will protect you. The tree will tell you when to run and when to hide." She looked at me. I sat on the chest at the end of my bed and sang her the only lullaby I know about a cat, a coracle, and a river running around. It was a kind year. One by one, the temples were rebuilt and their bells rehung, so the sun and the moon could be properly greeted and Lord Buddha's birthday celebrated. Monks became commonplace visitors again, and the flow of pilgrims increased to dozens in a single day. Fat people were whisked by on stretchers, carried by teams of 2 or 3 men. A pilgrimage by stretcher, as pointless as a pilgrimage by car. Chicken brains who still believed in politics talked in excited voices about the 4 modernizations, the trial of the Gang of Four, and a benign spirit come to save China called Deng Xiaoping. He could have as many modernizations as he wanted as long as he left my tea shack alone. The slogan of Deng Xiaoping was this: "To become rich is glorious." The eye of Lord Buddha opened at the summit of the holy mountain on several occasions, and the monks lucky enough to witness this miracle leapt off the precipice, through the double rainbow, and landed on their feet in paradise. Another miracle happened above my head. My tree decided to have children. One autumn morning I found it growing almonds. Higher up, hazelnuts. I could scarcely believe this miracle, but I was seeing it with my own eyes. A branch rustled higher up still, and a persimmon dropped at my feet. A week later I found wind-fallen quinces, and lastly, wrinkled, tart apples. As I slept the tree creaked, and the music of dulcimers lit the path of dreams. I dreamed of my father in the dark place where it hurt. I looked into the dripping pond near the cave, and he was looking back up at me forlornly, with his hands tied behind his head. Sometimes when I was preparing tea for guests I could hear him in the upstairs room, shuffling around, looking for cigarettes and coughing. Lord Buddha explained that he was racked with guilt, and that his soul was locked in a cage of unfinished business, down in the dim places. There it would stay until I went on a pilgrimage of my own up to the summit. Make no mistake, I think my father was Emperor Chicken Shit. Finding virtue in him was harder than finding a needle in the Yangtze River. He never spoke a word of kindness or thanks to me, and he wronged me deeply for 2 tea bowls. But he was my father, and the souls of the ancestors are the responsibility of the descendants. Besides, I wanted a good night's sleep without his self-pity whining its way into my dreams. Lastly, it would be discourteous of me to spend this life working on the holy mountain without once making the pilgrimage to the summit. I was of the age when old women wake up bedbound, to discover their last day of moving around as they wished had been the day before, and they hadn't even known it. It was a fine morning before the rainy season. I rose with the sun. My tree gave me some food. I boarded up the tea shack, hid my strongbox under a pile of rocks at the back of the cave, and set off upbound. 50 years before I could have reached the summit before dark. At my age, I wouldn't arrive before the afternoon of the following day. Steps, gullies, steps, mighty trees, steps, paths clinging to the rim of the world. Steps in sunlight, steps in shadow. When evening fell I lit a fire in the porch of a ruined monastery. I slept under my winter shawl. Lord Buddha sat at the end of my bed, smoking and watching over me as he does all pilgrims. When I awoke I found a bowl of rice and a bowl of oolong tea still steaming. I stumbled into a future lifetime. There were hotels, 5 and 6 floors high. Shops sold glittery things that nobody could ever use, want, or need. Restaurants sold food that smelt of things I'd never smelt before. There were rows of huge buses with colored glass, and every last person on board was a foreign devil. Cars crowded and honked their horns like herds of swine. A box with people in it flew through air, but nobody seemed surprised. It breathed like the wind in the cave. I passed by a crowded doorway and looked in. A man was on a stage singing into a silver mushroom. Behind him was a screen with pictures of lovers and words. Somewhere in the room, a machine made loud noises. Then I realized the man was singing about love, the southern breeze, and pussy willows. I was nearly knocked over by a stretcher-bearer carrying a foreign woman who wore sunglasses even though there wasn't any sun. "Watch where you're standing," he gasped. "Which way is the summit of the holy mountain?" I asked. "You're standing on it. Here, here. Where's the temple? You see, I need to offer prayers for the repose of there." He pointed with a nod. The temple was smothered in bamboo scaffolding. Workmen teamed up and down ladders along platforms. A group of them were playing football in the forecourt, using statues of ancient monks as goals. I walked up close to the goalkeeper to make sure my eyes weren't deceiving me again. My, it's General Brain of the Red Guard. "Who the fuck are you, old woman? The last time we met you were standing on my throat and getting quite turned on, I remember. You smashed up my tea shack and stole my money." He recognized me but pretended not to and turned away, muttering darkly. At that moment the ball shot past him and a shout of victory rang out through the mist. "This is a pleasant coincidence, isn't it, General Brain? You're a cunning one, I'll give you that. First, you're the head of a team to smash the temples to bits. Then you're the foreman of a team sent to restore them. Is this socialist modernization? How do you know I'm the foreman? Because even when you're shirking off work, you give yourself the easiest job." Brain's face couldn't decide what to do. It kept flitting from one expression to another. Some of the workers had overheard me and were looking at their foreman askance. I left him, picking my way through the sawing and hammering at the temple gate. Grudges are demons that gnaw away your bone marrow. Time was already doing a good enough job of that. Lord Buddha has often told me that forgiveness is vital to life. I agree. Not for the well-being of the forgiven, though, but for the well-being of the forgiver. I passed through the great doorway and stood in the cloisters, wondering what to do next. An elderly monk with a misshaped nose walked up to me. "You're the lady who owns the tea shack, aren't you?" "Yes, I am." "Then you shall be my guest. Come to the sanctuary for a bowl of tea." I hesitated. "Please don't be nervous. You are very welcome here." An apprentice monk in his saffron robe was dabbing gold leaf onto Lord Buddha's eyebrow. He looked at me and smiled. I smiled back. Somewhere a jackhammer was pounding the pavement and an electric drill buzzed up and down. I followed the monk through a maze of cloisters smelling of incense and cement dust. We came to a quiet place. There were some statues of Lord Buddha and some hanging scrolls. The tea was waiting for us in the empty room. "What do the scrolls say?" The monk smiled modestly. "Calligraphy. It's an idle hobby of mine. The one on the left, in the sunlight on my desk, I write a long, long letter, and on the right, mountains I'll never see again fade in the distance. Forgive the shoddy workmanship. I'm an amateur. Now let me pour the tea. Thank you, you must be delighted. All these pilgrims come to visit your temple." The monk sighed. "Very few of them are pilgrims. Most don't even bother entering the temple." "Then why do they come all the way to the holy mountain?" "Because it's somewhere to drive their cars, because lots of other people come here, because the government has designated us a national treasure. At least the party has stopped persecuting you, only because it pays better to tax us." A passerby whistled a song that was both happy and sad. I heard a brush sweeping. "I've come here about my father," I began. The monk listened gravely, nodding from time to time as I told my story. "You were right to come. Your father's soul is still too burdened to leave this world. Come with me into the temple. There's a quiet altar to one side, safe from the tourists' flashbulbs. We shall light some incense together, and I shall perform the necessary rites. Then I shall see about finding you a bed for the night. Our hospitality is Spartan but sincere, like yours." The monk showed me back to the great doorway the morning after. Another day lost in fog. "How much?" I felt inside my shawl for my money bag. "Nothing." He touched my arm respectfully. "All your life you filled the bellies of errant monks when their only food was pebbles. When the time comes, I'll see to it that your funeral rites are taken care of. Kindness always makes me weep. I don't know why, but even monks have to eat." He gestured into the noisy fog. Lights blinked on and off. Dim buses growled. "Let them feed us." I bowed deeply, and when I looked up again he had gone. Only his smile remained. Walking away to the downbound path, I caught sight of Brain, lugging a bucket of gravel up a ladder. His face was bruised and cut. Men, honestly. A group of girls ran screaming and laughing across the square, barely avoiding me. The monk was right, there was nothing holy here anymore. The holy places were having to hide deeper and higher. A man came to see me at my tea shack. He said he was from the party newspaper and that he wanted to write a story about me. I asked him the name of his story. 70 Years of Socialist Entrepreneurialism. 70 years of what? His camera flashed in my face. I saw phoenix feathers even when I closed my eyes. Socialist entrepreneurialism. Those are young uns' words. Ask the young uns about it. "No, madam," he pushed on, standing back a few yards and aiming his camera at my tea shack. "Flash. I've done my homework. You were a pioneer, really. There's money to be made out of the holy mountain, but you were among the first to see the opportunity and you're still here. Remarkable, really. You are the granny that lays the golden eggs." That would be a good subtitle. It was true that during the summer months the path had become crowded with climbers. Every few steps was a tea shack, a noodle stall, or a hamburger stand. I tasted one once, foreign muck. I was hungry again less than an hour afterwards. Clustered around every shrine was a crowd of tables selling plastic bags and bottles that littered the path higher up. "I'm not a pioneer," I insisted. "I lived here because I never had any choice. As for making money, the party sent people to smash my tea shack because I made money." "No, they didn't. You're old and you're quite mistaken. The party has always encouraged fair trade. Now, I know you have stories that will interest my readers." "It's not my job to interest your readers. It's my job to serve noodles and tea. If you really want something interesting to write about my tree. It's 5 trees in one, you know. Almonds, hazelnuts, persimmons, quinces, and apples. The bountiful tree. That's a better name for your story, don't you think?" 5 trees in one," repeated the newspaper man. "I admit the apples are tart, but that's nothing. The tree talks." "Really?" He left soon afterwards. He wrote his stupid story anyway, inventing my every word. A monk read it out to me. Apparently I had always admired Deng Xiaoping's enlightened leadership. I'd never even heard of Tiananmen Square, but apparently I believed the authorities responded in the only possible way. I added writers to my list of people not to trust. They make everything up. "Do you know who I am?" I opened my eyes. "The leaf shadows of my tree dapple her beautiful face. The lilies in your hair, my darling, they suited you. Thank you for your letter. It came just the other day." A monk read it to me. She smiled the way she does in the photograph. "This is your great-granddaughter," says my niece, as though I'm making a mistake. My niece is the mistaken one, but I'm too tired to explain the nature of yesterdays. "Have you returned to China for good, my darling?" "Yes. Hong Kong is China now anyway, but yes." There is pride in my niece's voice. "Your great-granddaughter has done very well for herself, Aunt. She's bought a hotel and restaurant in the village. There's a spotlight on the roof that turns around and around all through the night. All the rich people from the city come there to stay. A film star stayed only last week. She's had a lot of good offers of marriage. Even the local party chief wants her hand." My heart curls up, warm like a tame mountain cat in the sun. My daughter will honor me as an ancestor and bury me on the holy mountain facing the sea. I've never seen the sea, but they say Hong Kong is paved with gold. She laughs, a pretty laugh. I laugh too to see her laughing, even though it makes my ribs ache and ache. You can find a lot of things on Hong Kong's pavements, but not much gold. My employer died. A foreigner, a lawyer with a big company. He was extremely wealthy. He was very generous to me in his will. With the intuition of an old dying woman, I know she isn't telling the whole truth. With the certainty of an old dying woman, I know it's not the truth that much matters. I hear my daughter and niece making tea downstairs. I close my eyes and hear ivory hooves. A ribbon of smoke uncoils as it disappears up, up, and up. Mongolia, the grasslands rose and fell past the train, years upon years of them. Sometimes the train passed settlements of the round tents that Casper's guidebook called jurs. Horses grazed, old men squatted on their haunches, smoking pipes. Vicious-looking dogs barked at the train, and children watched as we passed. They never returned Casper's wave, they just looked on like their grandfathers. Telegraph poles lined the track, forking off to vanish over the restless horizon. The large sky made Casper think of the land where he had grown up, somewhere called Zetland. Casper was feeling lonely and homesick. I felt no anticipation, just endlessness. The Great Wall was many hours behind us now. A far-flung, trackless country in which to hunt myself. Sharing our compartment was a pair of giant belchers from Austria who drank vodka by the pint and told flatulent jokes to one another in German, a language I had learned from Casper 2 weeks before. They were betting sheaves of Mongolian currency togrugs on a card game called cribbage one of them had learned from a Welshman in Shanghai, and swearing multicolored oaths. In the top bunk sat an Australian girl called Sherry, immersed in war and peace. Casper had been an agronomist at university before dropping out and had never read any Tolstoy. I caught him wishing he had, though not for literary reasons. A Swede from the next compartment invited himself in from time to regale Casper with stories of being ripped off in China. He bored us both, and even Casper's sympathies were with the Chinese. Also in the Swede's compartment was a middle-aged Irish woman who either gazed out of the window or wrote numbers in a black notebook. In the other neighboring compartment was a team of 4 Israelis, 2 girlfriends and their boyfriends. Other than chatting politely with Casper about hostile prices in Xi'an and Beijing, and the new bursts of violence in Palestine, they kept themselves to themselves. Night stole over the land again, dissolving it in shadows and blue. Every 10 or 20 miles tongues of campfire licked the darkness. Casper's mental clock was several hours out, so he decided to turn in. I could have adjusted it for him, but I decided to let him sleep. He went to the toilet, splashed water over his face, and cleaned his teeth with water he disinfected in a bottle with iodine. Sherry was outside our compartment when he came back, her face pressed against the glass. Casper thought how beautiful. "Hello," he said. "Hello." Sherry's eyes turned towards my host. "How's the war and peace? I have to admit I've never read any Russians. Long. What's it about? Why things happen the way they do? And why do things happen the way they do? I don't know yet, it's very long." She watched her breath mist up the window. "Look at it, all this space and almost no people in it. It almost reminds me of home." Casper joined her at the window, after a mile had passed. "Why are you here?" she thought for a while. "It's the last place, you know, lost in the middle of Asia, not in the east, not in the west. Lost as Mongolia, it could be an expression. How about you?" Some drunk Russians up the corridor groaned with laughter. "I don't really know. I was on my way to Laos when this impulse just came over me. I told myself there was nothing here, but I couldn't fight it. Mongolia, I've never even thought about the place. Maybe I smoked too much pot at Lake Dal." A half-naked Chinese toddler ran up the corridor, making a zun-zun noise which may have been a helicopter or maybe a horse. "How long have you been traveling?" asked Casper, not wanting the conversation to lag. 10 months, you. 3 years this May. 3 years, oath you are a terminal case. Sherry's face turned into a huge yawn. Sorry, I'm bushed. Being cooped up doing nothing is exhausting work. Do you think our Austrian friends have shut up the casino for the night? I only hope they have shut up the joke factory. You don't know how lucky you are not speaking German. Back in their compartment, the Austrians were snoring in stereo. Sherry bolted the door. The gentle sway of the train lulled Casper towards sleep. He was thinking about Sherry. Sherry peered over the bunk above him. Do you know a good bedtime story? Casper was not a natural storyteller, so I stepped in. I know one story. It's a Mongolian story. Well, not so much a story as a sort of legend. I'd love to hear it, Sherry smiled, and Casper's heart missed a gear. There are 3 who think about the fate of the world. First, there is the crane. See how lightly he treads, picking his way between the rocks in the river, tossing and tilting back his head. The crane believes that if he takes just one heavy step, the mountains will collapse and the ground will quiver and trees that have stood for 1,000 years will tumble. Second, the locust. All day the locust sits on a pebble, thinking that one day the flood will come and deluge the world, and all living things will be lost in the churn and the froth and black waves. That is why the locust keeps such a watchful eye on the high peaks and the rain clouds that might be gathering there. Third, the bat. The bat believes that the sky may fall and shatter and all living things die. Thus the bat dangles from a high place, fluttering up to the sky and down to the ground and up to the sky again, checking that all is well. That was the story, way back at the beginning. Sherry had fallen asleep, and Casper wondered for a moment where this story had come from. I closed his mind and nudged it towards sleep. I watched his dreams come and go for a little while. There was a dream about defending a Gothic palace built on sand flats with pool cues, and one about his sister and niece. His father entered the dream, pushing a motorbike down the corridor of the Trans-Siberian Express with a sidecar full of money that kept blowing away. Drunk and demanding as ever, he asked Casper what the devil he thought he was playing at, and insisted that Casper still had some very important videotapes. Casper had become a half-naked little boy and knew nothing about them. My own infancy was spent at the foot of the holy mountain. There was a dimness, which I later learned lasted many years. It took me that long to learn how to remember. I imagine a bird beginning as an I slowly. The bird understands that it is a thing different from the it of its shell. The bird perceives its containment, and as its sensory organs begin to function, it becomes aware of light and dark, cold and heat. As sensation sharpens, it seeks to break out. Then one day, it starts to struggle against the gluey gel and brittle walls, and cannot stop until it is out and alone in the vertiginous world, made of wonder and fear and colors, made of unknown things. But even back then, I was wondering, why am I alone? The sun woke Casper. He had dried tears in his eyes and his mouth tasted of watch straps. He badly wished he had some fresh fruit to eat, and the Austrians had already beaten him to the bathroom. He slid out of bed and we saw Sherry was meditating. Casper pulled on his jeans and tried to slip out of the compartment without disturbing her. "Good morning and welcome to sunny Mongolia," Sherry murmured. "We get there in 3 hours." "Sorry I disturbed you," said Casper. "You didn't, and if you look in that plastic bag hanging off the coat hook you should find some pears, have one for breakfast." "So," said Sherry, 4 hours later. Grand Central Station, Ulaanbaatar. "Strange," said Casper, wanting to express himself in Danish. The whitewash was bright in the pristine noon sun. The never-silent wind blew on over the plains into the vanishing point where the rails led. The signs were in the Cyrillic alphabet, which neither Casper nor any of my previous hosts knew. Chinese hawkers barged off the train, heaving bags of goods to sell, shouting to one another in familiar Mandarin. A couple of listless young Mongolians on military service fingered their rifles, thinking of where they would rather be. A group of steely old women were waiting to get on the train, bound for Irkutsk. Their families had come to see them off. Two figures hovered in the wings in black suits and sunglasses. Some youth sat on a wall, looking at the girls. "I feel like I've climbed out of a dark box into a carnival of aliens," said Sherry. "Sherry, I know, as a young lady, you have to be careful of whom you trust when you're traveling, but I was wondering, stop sounding like a palm. Yes, sure. I won't jump you if you don't jump me. Now, your Lonely Planet says there's a halfway decent hotel in the Sansar district at the eastern end of Sambu Street. Follow me." I let Sherry take care of my host. One less thing for me to worry about. The Austrian said good bye and headed off to the Kublai Khan Holiday Inn, no longer laughing. The Israeli team nodded at us and marched off in another direction. Casper had already forgotten about the Swede. Backpackers are strange. I have a lot in common with them. We live nowhere and we are strangers everywhere. We drift, often on a whim, searching for something to search for. We are both parasites. I live in my host's minds and sift through their memories to understand the world. Casper's breed live in a host country that is never their own, and use its culture and landscape to learn, or to stave off boredom. To the world at large we are both immaterial and invisible. We chew the secretions of solitude. My incredulous Chinese hosts who saw the first backpackers regarded them as quite alien entities, which is exactly how humans would regard me. All minds pulse in a unique way, just as every lighthouse in the world has a unique signature. Some minds pulse consistently, some erratically. Some are lukewarm, some are hot. Some flare out, some are very nearly not there. Some stay on the fringe like quasars. For me, a room full of animals and humans is like a room full of suns of differing magnitudes and colors and gravities. Casper, too, has come to regard most people as blips on a radar. Casper is as lonely as me. "Did I blink?" remarked Sherry. "Where's the city? Beijing was a city, Shanghai was a city. This is a ghost town. It's like East Germany in the Iron Curtain days. Ranks and files of faceless apartment blocks, with cracks in the walls and boards for windows. A large pipeline mounted on concrete stilts. Cratered roads with only a few dilapidated cars trundling up and down. Goats eating weeds in a city square. Silent factories. Statues of horses and little toy tanks. A woman with a basket of eggs stepping carefully between the broken flagstones and smashed bottles and wobbling drunks. Streetlights ready to topple. A once mighty power station spewing out a black cloud over the city. On the far side of the city was a gigantic fairground wheel that Casper and I doubted would ever turn again. 3 Westerners in black suits walked by. Casper thought they were in the wrong place and time. Ulaanbaatar was much bigger than the village at the foot of the holy mountain, but the people we saw here lacked any sense of purpose. They just seemed to be waiting. Waiting for something to open, for the end of the day, for their city to be switched on, or just waiting to be fed. Casper readjusted the straps on his backpack. My secret history of Genghis Khan did not prepare me for this. That night Casper dug into his mutton and onion stew with relish. He and Sherry were the only diners in the hotel, which was actually the 6th and 7th floors of a crumbling apartment building. The woman who had brought the food from the kitchen looked at him blankly. Casper pointed at it, gave her a thumbs-up sign, smiled, and grunted approvingly. The woman looked at Casper as though he were a madman and left. Sherry snorted. She's about as welcoming as the customs woman at the border. One of the things that my years of wandering have taught me is, the more impotent the country, the more dangerous its customs officials. When she showed us the room, she gave me a look like I'd run over her baby with a bulldozer. Casper picked out a bit of fleece from a meatball. "Service sector communism, it's quite a legacy. She's stuck here, remember. We can get out whenever we want." He had some instant lemon tea from Beijing. There was a flask of hot water on the sideboard, so he made a cup for himself and Sherry, and they watched the waxy moon rise over the suburb of jurs and campfires. "So," began Casper, "tell me more about that Hong Kong pub you worked in. What was the name? Mad Dogs." "I'd rather hear more stories of the weirdos you met during your jewelry-selling days in Okinawa. Go on, Vikingman, it's your turn." So many times in a lifetime do my hosts feel the beginnings of friendship. All I can do is watch. As my infancy progressed, I became aware of another presence in my body. Stringy mists of color and emotion condensed into droplets of understanding. I saw and slowly came to recognize gardens, paths, barking dogs, rice fields, sunlit washing drying in warm town breezes. I had no idea why these images came when they did, like being plugged into a plotless movie. Slowly I walked down the path trodden by all humans, from the mythic to the prosaic. Unlike humans, I remember the path. Something was happening on my side of the screen of perception, too. Like a radio slowly being turned up, so slowly that at first you cannot be sure of it being there. Slowly, I felt an entity that was not me generating sensations, which only later could I label loyalty, love, anger, ill will. I watched this other clarify and pull into focus. I began to be afraid. I thought it was the intruder. I thought the mind of my first host was the cuckoo's egg that would hatch and drive me out. So one night while my host was asleep, I tried to penetrate this other presence. My host tried to scream, but I would not let him wake. Instinctively, his mind made itself rigid and tight. I prized my way through, clumsily, not knowing how strong I had become, ripping my way through memories and neural control, gouging out great chunks. Fear of losing the fight made me more violent than I ever intended. I had sought to subdue, not to lay waste. When the morning brought the doctor, he found my first host unresponsive to any form of stimulus. Naturally, the doctor could find no injury on the patient's body, but he knew a coma when he saw one. In southwest China in the 1950s, there were no facilities for people with comas. My host died a few weeks later, taking any clues of my origin that may have been buried in his memories with him. They were hellish weeks. I discovered my mistake. I had been the intruder. I tried to undo some of the damage and piece back together some of the vital functions and memories, but it is so much easier to destroy than it is to recreate, and back then, I knew nothing. I learned that my victim had fought as a brigand in bad times or a soldier in good ones in northern China. I found fragments of spoken languages which I would later know as Mongolian and Korean, but he had been illiterate. That was all. I couldn't ascertain how long I had been embryonic. I assumed that if my host died, I would share his death. I turned all my energies to learning how to perform what I now call transmigration. 2 days before he died, I succeeded. My second host was the doctor of my first. I looked back at the soldier. A middle-aged man lay on his soiled bed, stretched out on his frame of bones. I felt guilt, relief, and I felt power. I stayed in the doctor for 2 years, learning about humans and inhumanity. I learned how to read my host's memories, to erase them and replace them. I learned how to control my hosts. Humanity was my toy, but I also learned caution. One day I announced to my host that a disembodied entity had been living in his mind for 2 years, and would he like to ask me anything? The poor man went quite mad, and I had to transmigrate again. The human mind is so fragile a toy, so puny. 3 nights later, the waitress slammed a bowl of mutton down in front of Casper. She had turned and gone before he had a chance to groan. "Mutton fat for dinner," beamed Sherry. "There's a surprise." The waitress cleared the other tables. Casper was experimenting at using mind control to make his mutton taste like turkey. I resisted the temptation to help him succeed. Sherry was reading. Get this for Soviet doublespeak. From the 1940s during Choibalsan's presidency. It says, In the final analysis, life demonstrated the expediency of using the Russian alphabet. What the author says this means is that if you used Mongolian, they shot you. Oath, how did people live under a master race like that, and why the next moment all the lights in the building died? Dim light came from the window of smoke stars and a glowing red sign in Cyrillic beyond the wasteland. We had wondered what the sign meant, and we did again now. Sherry chuckled and lit a cigarette. Her eyes reflected little flames. I suppose you paid the power station $10 to stage this blackout, just to get me alone in a dark room with the manly smell of mutton. Casper smiled in the darkness, and I recognized love. It forms like a weather pattern. Sherry, let's hire the Jeep for tomorrow. We've seen the temple, seen the old palace. I'm feeling like a moody tourist. I hate feeling like a moody tourist. The Fraulein at the German embassy reckoned there would be a delivery of gas in the morning. Why the rush? The place is going backwards in time. I feel the end of the world is waiting in those mountains. Somewhere, we should get out before the 19th century comes around again. That's a part of UB's charm, its ramshackleness. I don't know what ramshackleness means, but there is nothing charming about this place. Ulaanbaatar proves that Mongolians cannot do cities. You could set a movie about a doomed colony of germ warfare survivors here. Let's get out. I don't even know why I'm here. I don't think the people who live here know either. The waitress walked in and put a candle on our table. Casper thanked her in Mongolian. She walked out. Come the revolution, darling, thought Casper. Sherry started shuffling a pack of cards. You mean Mongolians are designed for arduous lifetimes of flock tending, childbearing, frostbite, illiteracy, giardia lamblia, and jerd-welling. I don't want to argue. I want to drive to the Kongai Mountains, climb mountains, ride horses, bathe naked in lakes, and discover what I am doing on Earth. Okay, Vikingman, we'll move on tomorrow. Let's play cribbage. I believe I'm winning 37 games to 9. I would need to move on soon, too. Hosted by a Mongolian, my quest in this country was formidable. Hosted by a foreigner, my quest was plainly impossible. I was here to find the source of the story that was already there, right at the beginning of 60 years ago. The story began. There are 3 who think about the fate of the world. Once or twice I've tried to describe transmigration to the more imaginative of my human hosts. It's impossible. I know 11 languages, but there are some tunes that language cannot play. When another human touches my host, I can transmigrate. The ease of the transfer depends on the mind I am transmigrating into and whether negative emotions are blocking me. The fact that touch is a requisite provides a clue that I exist on some physical plane, however subcellular or bioelectrical. There are limits. For example, I cannot transmigrate into animals, even primates. If I try, the animal dies. It is like an adult's inability to climb into children's clothes. I've never tried a whale. But how it feels, this transmigration, how to describe that? Imagine a trapeze artist in a circus, spinning in emptiness, or a snooker ball lurching around the table, arriving in a strange town after a journey through turbid weather. Sometimes language can't even read the music of meaning. The morning wind blew cold from the mountains. Gunga stooped through the door of her jur, slapping the chilly morning air into her neck and face. The hillside of jurs was slowly coming to life. In the city, an ambulance siren rose and fell. The river Tool glowed gray, the color of lead. The big red neon sign flicked off. Let's make our city a great socialist community. Camel shit, thought Gunga. When are they going to dismantle that? Gunga wondered where her daughter had got to. She had her suspicions. A neighbor nodded to her, wishing her good morning. Gunga nodded back. Her eyes were becoming weaker. Rheumatism had begun to gnaw at her hips, and a poorly set broken femur from 3 winters ago ached. Gunga's dog padded over to be scratched behind the ears. Something else was wrong, too, today. She ducked back into the warmth of the jur. Shut the bloody door. bawled her husband. It was good to transmigrate out of a westernized head. However much I learn from the non-stop highways of minds like Casper's, they make me giddy. It would be the euro's exchange rate 1 minute, a film he'd once seen about art thieves in Petersburg the next, a memory of fishing with his uncle between islets the next, some pop song or a friend's internet home page the next. No stopping. Gunga's mind patrols a more intimate neighborhood. She constantly thinks about getting enough food and money. She worries about her daughter and ailing relatives. Most of the days of her life have been very much alike. The assured dreariness of the Soviet days, the struggle for survival since independence. Gunga's mind was a lot harder for me to hide than Casper's, however. It's like trying to make yourself invisible in a prying village as opposed to a sprawling conurbation. Some hosts are more perceptive about movements in their own mental landscape than others, and Gunga was very perceptive indeed. While she had been sleeping, I acquired her language, but her dreams kept trying to smoke me out. Gunga set about lighting the stove. "Something's wrong," she said to herself, looking around the juror, half expecting something to be missing. The beds, the table, the cabinet, the family tableware, the rugs, the silver teapot that she had refused to sell, even when times were at their hardest. Not your mysterious sixth sense again. Bryant stirred under his pile of blankets. Gunga's cataracts and the gloom of the juror made it difficult to see. Bryant coughed a smoker's cough. "What is it this time?" "A message from your bladder. We're going to inherit a camel. Your earwax telling you a giant leech is going to come and molest your innocence." "A giant leech did that years ago. It was called Bryant. Very funny. What's for breakfast?" I may as well start somewhere. "Husband, do you know anything about the three who think about the fate of the world?" A long pause in which I thought he hadn't heard. "What the devil are you talking about now?" At that moment Oyun, Gunga's daughter, came in. Her cheeks were flushed red and you could see her breath. "The shop had some bread, and I found some onions too." "Good girl," Gunga embraced her. "You were gone early, you didn't wake me." "Shut the bloody door," bawled Bryant. "I knew you had to work late at the hotel, so I didn't want to wake you." Gunga suspected Oyun wasn't telling the whole truth. "Was the hotel busy last night, Mom?" Oyun was an adept subject changer. "No, just the two blondies. I found Australia in the atlas at school. But I couldn't find what was it, Denmark or somewhere." "Who cares?" Bryant rolled out of bed wearing a blanket as a shawl. He would have been handsome once and he still thought he was. "It's not as if you'll ever be going there." Gunga bit her tongue and Oyun didn't look up. "The blondies are checking out today and I'll be glad to see the back of them. I just can't understand it, her mother letting her daughter wander off like that. I'm sure they're not married, but they're in the same bed. No ring or anything. And there's something weird about him too." Gunga was looking at Oyun, but Oyun was looking away. "Course there is, they're foreigners." Bryant burped and slurped his tea. "What do you mean, Mom?" Oyun started chopping the onions. "Well, for one thing, he smells of yogurt, but there's something else too. It's in his eyes. It's like they're not his own. They can't be as weird as those Hungarian trade unionists who used to come. The ones they flew in the orchids from Vietnam for." Gunga knew how to blot out her husband's presence. "That Denmark man, he tips all the time and he keeps smiling like he's touched in the head. But last night he touched my hand." Bryant spat. "If he touches you again, I'll twist his head off and ram it up his asshole. You tell him that from me." Gunga shook her head. "No, it was like a kid playing tag. He just touched my hand with his thumb and was gone out of the kitchen, or like he was casting a spell. And please don't spit inside the juror." Bryant ripped off a gobbet of bread. "A spell, ah yes, that must be it. He was probably trying to bewitch you. Woman, sometimes I feel it was your grandmother I married, not you." The women carried on preparing food in silence. Bryant scratched his groin. "Speaking of marriage, old Gombo's eldest boy came around asking for Oyun last night." Oyun stared steadily into the noodles she was stirring. "Oh, yep, brought me a bottle of vodka. Good stuff. Old Gombo's a buffoon horseman who can't hold his drink, but his brother-in-law has a good government job, and the younger son is turning into quite a wrestler, they say. He was the champion 2 years running at school. That's not to be sniffed at. Gunga chopped, and the onions made her nostrils sting. Oyun said nothing. It's a thought, isn't it? The older son is obviously quite taken with Oyun. If she gets old Gombo's grandson in the oven, it'll show she can deliver the goods and force old Gombo's hand. I can think of worse matches. I can think of better ones, said Gunga, stirring some noodles into the mutton soup. A memory passed through of Bryant visiting her in her parents' jur, through a flap in the roof, just a few feet away from where her parents were sleeping. Someone she loves, for example. Anyway, we've already agreed. Oyun will finish school and, fate willing, get into the university. We want Oyun to do well in the world. Maybe she'll get a car, or at least a motorbike from China. I don't see the point. It's not like there are any jobs waiting afterwards, especially not for girls. The Russians took all the jobs with them when they left, and the ones that they left the Chinese grabbed. Another way foreigners rip us Mongolians off. Camel shit, the vodka took all the jobs, the vodka rips us off. Bryant glared. Women don't understand politics. Gunga glared back. And I suppose men do. The economy would die of a common cold if it were healthy enough to catch one. I tell you, it's the Russians. Nothing's ever going to get better until we stop blaming the Russians and start blaming ourselves. The Chinese are able to make money here. Why can't we? Some fat in a pan began to hiss. Gunga caught a glimpse of her reflection in her cup of milk, frowning. Her hand trembled minutely and the image rippled away. Today is all wrong. I'm going to see the shaman. Bryant thumped the table. I'm not having you throwing away our togrugs on, Gunga snapped back at him. I'll throw my togrugs anywhere I please, you soak. Bryant backed down from this fight he couldn't win. He didn't want the neighbors overhearing and saying he couldn't control his woman. Why am I the way I am? I have no genetic blueprint. I have had no parents to teach me right from wrong. I have had no teachers. I had no nurture and I possess no nature. But I am discreet and conscientious, a non-human humanist. I wasn't always this way. After the doctor went mad, I transmigrated around the villagers. I was their lord. I knew their secrets, the bends of the village's streams and the names of its dogs. I knew their rare pleasures that burned out as quickly as they flared up, and of the memories that kept them from freezing. I studied extremes. I would drive my hosts almost to destruction in pursuit of the pleasure which fizzed along their neural bridges. I inflicted pain on those unlucky enough to cross my path, just to understand pain. I amused myself by implanting memories from one host into another, or by incessantly singing to them. I'd coerce monks to rob, devoted lovers to be unfaithful, misers to spend. The only thing I can say for myself is that after my first host, I never killed again. I cannot say I did this out of love for humanity. I have only one fear, to be inhabiting a human at the moment of death. I still don't know what would happen. I have no story of a blinding conversion to humanism. It just didn't happen that way. During the Cultural Revolution, and when I transmigrated into hosts in Tibet, in Vietnam, in Korea, in El Salvador, I experienced humans fighting, usually from the safety of the general's office. In the Falkland Islands, I watched them fight over rocks. Two bald men fighting over a comb, an ex-host commented. In Rio, I saw a tourist killed for a watch. Humans live in a pit of cheating, exploiting, hurting, incarcerating. Every time, the species wastes some part of what it could be. This waste is poisonous. That is why I no longer harm my hosts. There's already too much of this poison. Gunga spent the morning at the hotel, sweeping and boiling some water to wash sheets. Seeing Casper and Sherry again from the outside was like revisiting an old house with a new tenant. They paid and waited until their rented Jeep turned up. I bade Casper goodbye in Danish as he slung his backpack in, but he just assumed Gunga was saying something in Mongolian. As Gunga made the beds, she imagined Casper and Sherry lying here, and then thought about Oyun and Gombo's youngest son. She thought about the rumors of child exploitation spreading through the city, and how the police were being paid off in foreign money. Mrs. Inchbat, the widow who owned the hotel, stopped by to do some bookkeeping. Mrs. Inchbat was in a good mood. Casper had paid in dollars, and Mrs. Inchbat needed to raise a dowry. While Gunga was boiling water for washing, they sat down and shared some salty tea. "Now, Gunga, you know that I'm not a one for gossip," began Mrs. Inchbat, a little woman with a mouth wise as a lizard's. "But our Sanjudoy saw your Oyun walking out with old Gombo's youngest again yesterday evening. People's tongues will start wagging. They were seen at the Nadam festival together. Sanjudoy also said Gombo's eldest has got a crush on her." Gunga chose counterattack. "Is it true your Sanjudoy's become a Christian?" Mrs. Inchbat considered her reply coolly. "He's been seen going to the American missionary's apartment once or twice. What does his grandmother have to say about that? Only that it proves what suckers Americans are. They think they're making converts to their weird cult. They're just making converts to powdered milk, whatever's the matter, Gunga." A riot of doubt had broken out in my host. Gunga knew I was here. Quickly, I tried to calm her. "No, something's wrong. I'm going to see the shaman." The bus was crowded and stuck in first gear. At the end of the line was a derelict factory from the Soviet days. Gunga had already forgotten what it had once manufactured. I had to look in her unconscious. Bullets. Wildflowers were capitalizing on the brief summer, and wild dogs picked at the body of something. The afternoon was weak and thin. People from the bus trudged their way past where the road ran out to a hillside of jurs. Gunga walked with them. The giant pipe ran along on its stilts. It had been a part of a public heating system, but the boilers needed Russian coal. Mongolian coal burned at temperatures too cool to make it work. Most of the locals had gone back to burning dung. Gunga's cousin had gone to this shaman when she couldn't get pregnant. 9 months later she gave birth to boy twins, born with calls, an omen of great fortune. The shaman was an advisor to the president, and he had a reputation as a horse healer. It was said he had lived for 20 years as a hermit on the slopes of Tavanbogd in the far west province of Bayan Algai. During the Soviet occupation, the local officials had tried to arrest him for vagrancy, but anyone who went to get him returned empty-handed and empty-headed. He was 2 centuries old. I was looking forward to meeting the shaman. I have my gifts. I am apparently immune to age and forgetfulness. I possess freedom beyond any human understanding of the world, but my cage is all my own, too. I am trapped in one waking state of consciousness. I have never found any way to sleep or dream, and the knowledge I most desire eludes me. I have never found the source of the story I was born with, and I have never discovered whether others of my kind exist. When I finally left the village at the foot of the holy mountain, I traveled all over Southeast Asia, searching the attics and cellars of old people's minds for other minds without bodies. I found legends of beings who might be my kindred, but of tangible knowledge I found not one footprint. I crossed the Pacific in the 1960s. Remembering my insane doctor, I mostly maintained a vow of silence. I had no wish to leave behind me a trail of mystics, lunatics, and writers. On the other hand, if I came across a mystic, lunatic, or writer, I would sometimes talk with him. One writer in Buenos Aires even suggested a name for what I am, non corpum and non corpa, if ever the day dawns when the singular becomes a plural. I spent a pleasant few months debating metaphysics with him, and we wrote some stories together, but the I never became a we. During the 1970s, I placed an advertisement in the National Enquirer. The USA is even crazier than the rest of humanity. I followed up each of the 19 replies I received. Mystics, lunatics, or writers, every one. I even looked for clues in the Pentagon. I found a lot of things that surprised even me, but nothing related to non corpa. I never went to Europe. It seemed a dead place, cold in the shadows of nuclear missiles. I returned to my holy mountain, possessing knowledge from over 100 hosts, but still knowing nothing about my origins. I had tired of wandering. The holy mountain was the only place on earth I felt any tie to. For a decade I inhabited the monks who lived on its mountainsides. I led a tranquil enough life. I found companionship with an old woman who lived in a tea shack and believed I was a speaking tree. That was the last time I spoke with a human. "Come in, daughter," said the shaman's voice from inside the juror. Sun-bleached jawbones hung over the door. Gunga looked over her shoulder, suddenly afraid. A boy was playing with a red ball. He threw it high into the hazy blue and watched it and caught it when it fell. There was an ovu, a holy pile of stones and bones. Gunga asked for its blessing and entered the smoky darkness. "Come in, daughter." The shaman was meditating on a mat. A lamp hung from the roof frame. A tallow candle spluttered in a copper dish. The rear of the juror was walled off by hanging animal skins. The air was grainy with incense. There was a carved box by the entrance. Gunga opened it and put in most of the togrugs that Casper had tipped her the day before. She slipped off her shoes and knelt in front of the shaman on the right-hand side of the juror, the female half. A wrinkled face, impossible to guess the age of. Gray, matted hair and closed eyes that suddenly opened wide. He indicated a cracked teapot on a low table. Gunga poured the dark, odorless liquid into a cup of bone. "Drink, Gunga," said the shaman. My host drank and began to speak. The shaman halted her with his hand. "You have come because a spirit is living within you." "Yes," both Gunga and I answered. Gunga felt me again and dropped the cup. The stain of the undrunk liquid spread through the rug. "Then we must find out what it wants," said the shaman. Gunga's heart pounded like a boxed bat. Gently, I shut down her consciousness. The shaman saw the change. He picked up a feather and drew a symbol in the air. "To whom am I speaking?" asked the shaman. "An ancestor of this woman." "I don't know who I am." My words, Gunga's voice dry and croaky. "I want to discover who I am." Strange to be uttering the word "I" once again. The shaman was calm. "What is your name, spirit?" "I've never needed a name." "Are you an ancestor of this woman's?" "You already asked that. I'm not as far as I know." The shaman struck a bone against another bone, muttering words in a language I didn't know. He sprang to his feet and flexed his fingers like claws. "In the name of Kukde Merjan Khan art thou cast hence from the body of this woman, human males." "And then what do you suggest?" the shaman shouted. "Be gone. In the name of Urki Merjan who divided night from day, I command it." The shaman shook a rattling sack over Gunga. He blew some incense smoke over my host and sprinkled some water in her face. The shaman gazed at my host, waiting for a reaction. "Shaman, I'd hoped for something more intelligent. This is my first proper conversation for a very long time, and you'd be doing Gunga more good if you used that water to wash her. She believes that the Mongolian body doesn't sweat, so she doesn't wash and she has lice." The shaman frowned and looked into Gunga's eyes, searching for something that wasn't Gunga. "Your words are perplexing, spirit, and your magic is strong. Do you wish this woman ill? Are you evil?" "Well, I've had my moments, but I wouldn't describe myself as evil, would you? What do you want of this woman? What ails you?" "One memory and the lack of all others." The shaman sat back down and resumed his initial repose. "Who were your people when you walked as a living body? Why do you think I was once human? What else would you have been?" "That's a fair question." The shaman frowned. "You are a strange one even for one of your kind. You speak like a child, not one waiting to pass over." "What do you mean, my kind?" "I am a shaman. It is my calling to communicate with spirits, as it was with my master and his master before him." "Let me explore your mind. I need to see what you have seen." "The spirits do not commune with one another. Not with me they don't. Please let me in. It's safer for you if you don't resist. If I allow you to possess me for a short time, you will leave this woman." "Shaman, we have a deal. If you touch Gunga, I will leave her now." I experience memories like a network of tunnels. Some are serviced and brightly lit, others are catacombs. Some are guarded, yet others are bricked up. Tunnels lead to tunnels deeper down. So it is with memories. But access to memories does not guarantee access to truth. Many minds redirect memories along revised maps. In the tunnels of the shaman's memory, I met what may have been spirits of the dead, or delusions on the part of either the shaman or his customers or both, or non-corpa. Maybe there were many footprints, or maybe there were none, or maybe evidence was there in forms I couldn't recognize. I deepened my search. I found this story told 20 summers earlier on a fire-lit desert night. Many years ago, the Red Plague stalked the land. Thousands of people died. The healthy fled in its face, leaving behind the infected, saying simply, "Fate will sift the living from the dead." Among the abandoned in the land of birds was Tarva, a 15-year-old boy. His spirit left his body and walked south between the dunes of the dead. When he appeared in the jur of the Khan of Hell, the Khan was surprised. "Why have you left your body behind while it is still breathing?" Tarva replied. "My lord, the living considered my body gone. I came here without delay to pledge my allegiance." The Khan of Hell was impressed with the obedience shown by Tarva. "I decree that your time has not yet come. You may take my fastest horse and return to your master in the land of birds. But before you go, you may choose one thing from my jur to take with you. Behold, here you may find wealth, good fortune, comeliness, ecstasy, grief and woe, wisdom, lust and gratification. Come now, what will you have?" "My lord," spoke Tarva, "I choose the stories." Tarva put the stories in his leather pouch, mounted the fastest horse of the Khan of Hell, and returned to the land of birds in the south. When he got there, a crow had already pecked out Tarva's body's eyes. But Tarva dared not return to the dunes of the dead, fearing that to do so would be ungracious to the Khan. So Tarva took possession of his body and rose up, and though he was blind, he lived for 100 years, traveling Mongolia on the Khan of Hell's horse, from the Altai Mountains in the far west, to the Gobi Desert in the south, to the rivers of Hentai Nuru, telling stories and foreseeing the future, and teaching the tribesmen the legends of the making of their land. And from that time the Mongols have told each other tales. I decided to go south like Tarva. If I lacked clues in reality, I would have to find them in legends. Jargal Chinzareg is as strong as a camel. He trusts only his family and his truck. As a boy, Jargal longed to be a pilot for the Mongolian Air Force, but his family lacked the bribes to get him into the party school in the capital, so he became a truck driver. This was probably lucky in the long run. Nobody knows what would happen if the handful of rusting aeroplanes that constitutes the Mongolian Air Force were started up again. There's talk in the parliament of scrapping the Air Force altogether, given Mongolia's glaring inability to defend itself against any of its neighbors, even lowly Kazakhstan. Since the economic collapse, Jargal has worked for whoever has access to fuel, the black marketeers, the theoretically privatized ironworks, timber companies, meat merchants. Jargal will do anything to make his wife laugh, even put socks up his nose and chase her around the jur making a noise like a noisy yak. The road we are traveling from Ulaanbaatar to Dalanzagad is the least worst in the country. It's usually passable, even in rainy weather. The road is 293 kilometers long, and Jargal knows its every pothole, bend, ditch, checkpoint, and checkpoint guard. He knows which petrol pumps are likely to have petrol when, how much life is left in each of the parts of his 30-year-old Russian truck, and possible sources for spares. The horizon widens, the mountains toss and turn and then lie down until the grasslands begin. There's a lonely tree, a signpost, a dusty cafe that hasn't been opened since 1990. A barracks where the Soviet army once did maneuvers, desolate now with the plumbing and wiring ripped out. The sun changes position, a cloud shaped like a marmot. Jargal wipes the sweat from his eyes and lights a Chinese cigarette. He remembers a Marlboro a Canadian hitchhiker gave him last year. A chestnut horse stands on a ridge, looking down at the road. There's a settlement beyond those rocks. The great sky marmot has become a cylinder valve. There's a rock shaped like a giant's head 70 kilometers outside of Dalanzagad. Many years ago a wrestler used it to crush the head of a monstrous serpent. The sky turns clear jade in the evening cold. Jargle lights another cigarette. 5 years ago, around here just off this incline, a truck rolled over with its cargo of propane gas. They say you can still see the burning driver running towards the road screaming for help that will forever be too late. Jargle knew him. They used to drink together at the truckers' hotels. Jargle sees the town lights in the distance, and he thinks of his wife on the day their first son was born. He thinks about the toy goat that his aunt, Mrs. Inchbat, made for his baby daughter out of old scraps of cloth and string. She is still too young to talk well, but already she rides as if she were born in the saddle. Pride is something I have never felt. You've never been interested in the old stories before. The wizened man in an army jacket frowned. They were prohibited when the Russians were here. All we had was nonsense about the heroes of the revolution. I was a teacher then. Did I ever tell you about the time Horlein Choibalson came to our school, the president himself? About 15 minutes ago, you senile old man, muttered a greasy listener. A radio in the bar played pop songs in Japanese and English. 3 or 4 men were playing chess but had become too drunk to remember the rules. If I told any of the old stories in the classroom, the old man continued, I'd have been a candidate for re-education. Even Genghis Khan, the Russians said he was a feudal character. Now every bunch of jurors with a covered waist area is rushing to prove Genghis was born by their bend in the river. That's very interesting, I said. Jargle was bored. It was uphill work for me to keep him here polite. Do you know one about the 3 animals who think about the fate of the world? I could tell you a few stories of my own, though. Did I ever tell you about the time Horlein Choibalson came to my school? In a big, black car, a black Zill. I want another dumpling. How come you're so interested in the old stories all of a sudden anyway? I'll get you another dumpling. Look, a nice big one, lots of fat. It's my son. He complains if I tell the same one twice. You know what kids are like, always demanding new things. I remember when I was a kid about 3 animals who think about the fate of the world. The wizened man burped. There's no future in stories. Stories are things of the past, things for museums. No place for stories in these market democracy days. Suddenly, a shouting match broke out. Chessmen whistled past. A window cracked. He came in a big, black car. There were bodyguards and advisors and KGB men, trained in Moscow. The drunk was standing on a table, shouting down into the fray. A man with a birthmark like a mask was smashing the board down on his rival's head. I gave up and let Jargle get us out of here. The man in the museum looked at Jargle and me in astonishment. Stories. Yes, I began. He started laughing and I had to stop Jargle taking a swipe at him. Why would anyone be interested in stories about Mongolia? Because they are our culture, I suggested. And I don't want you to tell me stories. I want information about the origin of the stories. Silence. I noticed the wall clock had stopped. Jargle Chinzareg, said the curator, you are spending too long in your truck or with your family. You always were a weird one, but now you're sounding like a crazy old man or a tourist. A man wearing the smartest suit in Mongolia walked out of an office. The director was laughing the laugh of a man of no importance. The suit was carrying a briefcase and chewing gum. We've got our stuffed birds, continued the curator, our Mongolian-Russian eternal friendship display. Our dinosaur bones, our scrolls, and the Zanabas are bronzes we could hide from the departing Russians. But if it's information you want, you've got no business here. I ask you. The suit drew level. Even though it was a dull day, he had already slipped on a pair of sunglasses. You know, he said, suddenly addressing us, what's his face down in Dalanzagad is putting together an anthology of Mongolian folk stories. It's a quaint idea. He's hoping to get it translated into English and sell them to tourists. He put a proposal to the state printing press last year. It was turned down, no paper, but he's been doing some lobbying, and at the next meeting he might pull it off. The suit went. I thanked him. Now, Jargal Chinzareg, said the curator, will you please get lost? It's lunchtime. The manager shut his office door with a loud sigh of relief. Jargal looked at the curator's watch, but it's only 10:30. Exactly, we'll reopen at about 3. The moon was in the morning sky, a globe of cobweb. Sir, Jargal ran across the empty road in front of the museum. The suit was getting into a Japanese-made 4-wheel drive. Jargal was nervous. The owner of such a car must be a powerful man. Sir, the suit turned, his hand twitching inside his jacket. What? I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but would you try to remember the name of the gentleman you just mentioned, the folklorist? It might be very important to me. The suit's guard went up. I had used the wrong register of speech for a truck driver. The suit touched his forehead and dropped his keys. Jargal picked them up and handed them to him. I made sure they touched, and I transmigrated. Like Gunga's, it was a hard mine to penetrate, unusually viscous, like jumping through a wall of cold butter. I didn't need to scan my new host's memory for long. His name is Badu. Some passers-by were staring at the immobile government man. My new host regained control. Now you'll excuse me, I have important business that won't wait. Oh yes, it will. Here's a picture. Badu is a short, balding man with glasses, sideburns, and a tufty mustache. We are going to meet, you and I, Badu. You are going to direct me to my birthright. I watched Jargal walk away, a man awakening from a strange dream. My new host was Punselmajian Subatar, a senior agent of the Mongolian KGB with a disdain of vulnerable things. We sped south, his 4-wheel drive spewing up clouds of dust. He chewed gum. The grass grew sparser, the camels scraggier, the air drier. The road to Dalanzaged wasn't signposted, but there was no other road. The checkpoint guards saluted. I would feel guilty for using my host so selfishly, but as I read Subatar's past, I felt vindicated. During his career, he had killed over 20 times and supervised the harm of 10 times that number of prisoners. He had accrued a medium-sized fortune in a vault in Geneva at the expense of his old overlords in Moscow and his new ones in Petersburg. Even I couldn't see into the hole where his conscience should be. Outside this hole, his mind was cold, clear, and cruel. As night fell, I let Subatar stop to stretch his legs and drink some coffee. It was good to see the stars again, the whole deep lake of them. Humans thicken the skies above their cities into a broth, but Subatar is not a man given to astral contemplation. For the 50th time he wondered what he was doing there, and I had to snuff out the thought. We spent the night at a truck driver's boarding house, scarcely bothering to talk to the owner, whom Subatar didn't intend to pay. I made inquiries about Badu, the folklorist curator of Dalanzaged Museum, but nobody knew him. While my host slept, I broadened the Russian eye acquired from Gunga. The following day the hills flattened to a gravel plain, and the Gobi Desert began. I was getting weary of it all. Another day of horses and clouds and mountains nobody names. Subatar's mind didn't help. Most humans are constantly writing in their heads, editing conversations and mixing images, and telling themselves jokes or replaying music. But not Subatar. I may as well have transmigrated into a cyborg. Subatar drove over the body of a dog and into the dusty regional capital of Dalanzaged, an unpainted place that dropped from nowhere onto a flat plot of dust devils. Doomed strips of turfless park where women in headscarves sold eggs and dried goods. A few 3- or 4-floor buildings, with suburbs spilling around the edges. A dirt strip runway, a fly-blown hospital, a corrupt post office, a derelict department store. Beyond stories of black market dinosaur eggs fetching $500 and snow leopard pelts from the Gavaltai Mountains to the south fetching up to $20,000, Subitar knew less about the southernmost province of Mongolia than he cared about it. There's a police office he could go and scare, but I took Subitar straight to the museum to inquire after Badu. The door was locked, but Subitar can open any door in Mongolia. Inside was similar to the last museum, booming with silence. Subitar found the curator's office empty. A large, stuffed buzzard incorrectly labeled as a condor hung down from the ceiling. One of its glass eyes had dropped out and rolled away somewhere. There was a middle-aged woman knitting in the empty bookshop. She didn't seem surprised to see a visitor in the locked-up museum. I doubted she had been surprised by anything for years. "I'm looking for a Badu," Subitar announced. She didn't bother looking up. "He didn't come in yesterday. He didn't come in today. I don't know if he'll come in tomorrow." Subitar's voice fell to a whisper. "And may I ask where the esteemed curator is vacationing?" "You can ask, but I dunno if I'll remember." For the first time since I transmigrated into Subitar, he felt pleasure. He slipped his gun onto the counter and clicked off the safety catch. He aimed at the hook suspending the buzzard. Bang! The thing crashed to the floor, disintegrating on impact into a cloud of plaster, powder, and feathers. The noise of the gunshot chased its own tail through all the empty rooms. The woman threw her knitting high into the air. As her mouth hung open, I saw how bad her teeth were. Subitar whispered, "Look, you tapeworm-infested dung-puddle peasant woman with bad teeth, here is how our little interview works. I ask the questions and then you answer them. If I feel you are being just the least bit evasive, you will spend the next 10 years in a prison in a distant part of our glorious motherland. Do you understand?" The woman blanched and tried to swallow. Subitar admired his gun. "I don't believe I heard you," she whimpered. "Yes." "Good. Where is Badu?" "He heard that the KGB man was coming. He did a runner." "I swear he didn't say where, sir. I didn't know you were the KGB man. I swear I didn't." "And where does Badu reside in your fine township?" The woman hesitated. Subitar sighed and from his jacket pocket pulled out a gold lighter. He set fire to the card "No smoking" sign on the counter. The quivering woman, Subitar, and I watched it shrivel and burn up into a flapping black flap. "Maybe you want to be locked up and harmed in prison. Maybe you want me to harm your husband. Maybe you want your children to be taken into care by a Muslim-run orphanage in Bayan Algi with a nasty reputation for child abuse." Beads of sweat sprang up through her mascara. Idly, Subitar considered ramming her head through the glass counter, but I interceded. She scribbled an address on the margin of her newspaper and handed it over. "He lives there with his daughter, sir." "Thank you." Subitar yanked the phone line out of the wall. "Have a nice day." Subitar circled the house, a prefabricated little place on the edge of town with only one door. There was a barrel for rainwater which falls 10 times in a good year and an optimistic herb garden. The wind was loud and dusty. My host pulled out his gun and knocked. I clicked the safety catch on without Subitar noticing. The door was opened by Badu's daughter, a boyish-looking girl in her late teens. We noted that my host was expected. Subitar guessed that she was alone in the house. "Let's keep this painless," said Subitar. "You know who I am and what I want. Where is your father?" This girl had attitude. "You don't really expect me just to turn in my own father. We don't even know the charge." Subitar smiled. Something in the dark hole was humming. His eyes ran over the girl's body and imagined harming it. He stepped forward, gripping her forearm. But for once Subitar was not going to get what he wanted. I implanted an overwhelming desire to drive to Copenhagen via Baghdad into Subitar's mind, and made him throw his wallet containing several $100s at Badu's daughter's feet. I transmigrated through the young woman's forearm. It was difficult. The girl's defenses were high and thick, and she was about to scream. I was in. I clamped the scream shut. We watched the dreaded KGB agent throw money at her feet, spring into his Toyota, and drive west at breakneck speed. My order might not get Subitar quite as far as Caspar's flower beds, but it should take him well clear of Dalanzagad and into a displeased border patrol in a volatile country where nobody spoke Russian or Mongolian. My new host watched Subitar's car disappear. The screeching tires flung ribbons of dust to the desert wind. I saw her name, Baljan. A dead mother. There. The three who think about the fate of the world. A different version, but the same story. Her mother is weaving by firelight on the far side of the room. Baljan is safe and warm. The loom clanks. Now all I had to do was find out where the story is from. I overrode Baljan's relief and took us into her father's study, which was also his bedroom and the dining room. Baljan was her father's amanuensis and accompanied him on field work. The notes for his book were in the drawer. Not good. Badu had taken them with him when he fled. I laid Baljan down on the bed and closed down her consciousness while I searched her memory for information on the origin of the tale. In what town is it still known and told? I spent half the afternoon searching, even for after memories, but Baljan's only certainty is that her father knows. So where was Badu? Yesterday he left for his brother's jur, 2 hours, ride west of Dalanzagad. Unless he received an all-clear message from Baljan by noon that day, he would depart for Bayanhangor, 500 kilometers northwest across the desert. I woke Baljan and looked at her watch. It was already 3. I assured her the danger had passed, that the KGB do not want to question her father about anything, and that he can be contacted safely and told to come home. I waited for Baljan to choose the next logical step. We needed to borrow a horse, or maybe a motorbike. 2 hours later, we were 30 kilometers west of Dalanzagad in a sketchy village known in the local dialect only as the Bend in the River. Baljan found her uncle, Badu's brother, repairing his jeep. I had missed Badu by 5 hours. He left before noon, believing that the KGB must have reopened the file on his part in the democracy demonstrations. Baljan told her uncle about the wallet thrown at her feet. I had erased the memories of Subitar's aggression. Badu's brother, a tough herder who can wrestle rams to the ground and slit their throats in 10 seconds, laughed. He stopped laughing when Baljan gave him half the money. This would feed his family for a year. We could go after his brother in the jeep if we could get it working. I transmigrated, and with Jargal Chinzareg's automotive knowledge started reassembling the engine. Evening came before I got the engine working. My host considered it dangerous to leave after nightfall, so we decided to wait until dawn of the following day. Baljan brought her uncle a cup of arag. In the cold river, children were swimming and women were washing clothes. The river flowed from springs at the feet of the Gavaltai Mountains, born of winter snow. The sunset smelt of cooking. Baljan's niece was practicing the shadraga, a long-necked lute. An old man was summoning goats. How I envy these humans their sense of belonging. Men arrived on horseback from the town, hungry for news. They had learned of Subitar's visit 2 days ago from the truck driver's grapevine. They sat around the fire as Baljan told the story yet again, and an impromptu party got going. The younger men showed off their horsemanship to Baljan. Baljan was respected as one of the finest archers in all Dalanzagad, male or female, and she was unbetrothed and the daughter of a government employee. Baljan's aunt made some fresh arag, stirring mare's milk into fermented milk. The mares were grazed on the previous autumn's tana grass, which makes the best arag. It grew dark and fires were lit. "Tell us a story, Aunt Baljan," said my host's 8-year-old. "You know the best ones." "How come?" said a little snotty boy. "Because of Grandpa Badu's book, stupid. My Aunt Baljan helped him write it, didn't you, Aunt Baljan?" "What book?" said Snotty. "The book of stories, stupid." "What stories?" "You are so simple." The girl exhibited her recent acquisition. "Aunt Baljan, tell us the camel and the deer." Baljan smiled. She had a lovely smile. Now long, long ago the camel had antlers, beautiful 12-pronged antlers, and not only antlers. The camel also had a long, thick tail, lustrous as your hair, my darling. At that time the deer had no antlers. It was bald and, to be truthful, rather ugly. And as for the horse had no lovely tail either. Just a short little stumpy thing. One day the camel went a drink at the lake. He was charmed by the beauty of his reflection. How magnificent, thought the camel. What a gorgeous beast am I. Just then who should come wandering out of the forest but the deer. The deer was sighing. What's the matter with you? Asked the camel. You've got a face on you like a wet sun. I was invited to the animals' feast as the guest of honor. You can't beat a free meal, said the camel. How can I go with a forehead as bare and ugly as mine? The tiger will be there with her beautiful coat, and the eagle with her swanky feathers. Please, camel, just for 2 or 3 hours lend me your antlers. I promise I'll give them back first thing tomorrow morning. Well, said the camel magnanimously, you do look pretty dreadful the way you are, I agree. I'll take pity on you. Here you are. And the camel took off the antlers and gave them to the deer, who pranced off. And mind you don't spill any berry juice on them or whatever it is you forest animals drink at these dews. The deer met the horse. Hey, said the horse, nice antlers. Yes, they are, aren't they? Replied the deer. The camel gave them to me. MMMN, mused the horse. Maybe the camel will give me something too if I ask nicely. The camel was still at the lake drinking and looking at the desert moon. Good evening, my dear camel. I was wondering, would you swap your beautiful tail with me for the evening? I'm going to see this finely built young filly I know, and she's long been an admirer of yours. I know she'd simply melt if I turned up in her paddock wearing your tail. The camel was flattered. Really? An admirer? Very well, let's swap tails. But be sure to bring it back first thing tomorrow morning. And be sure you don't spill any never mind, just look after it, all right. It's the most beautiful tail in the whole world, you know. Since then many days and years have passed, but the deer still hasn't given back the camel's antlers, and you can see for yourself that the horse still gallops over the plains with the camel's tail streaming in the wind. And some people say, when the camel comes to drink at the lake, he sees his bare, ugly reflection and snorts and forgets his thirst. And have you noticed how the camel stretches his neck and gazes into the distance, to a far-off sand dune or a distant mountain top? That's when he's thinking, when is the horse going to give me back my tail? And that is why he is always so sad. Dust devils bounced off the shell of the jeep like kangaroos. Nothing among these rocks but scorpions and mirages for the length and breadth of the morning. Badu's brother stopped in an isolated juror. A camel was tethered outside, but there was no one around. As Gobi etiquette permits, my host entered the juror, prepared some food, and drank some water. The owner's camel snorted like a human. A warning flared up from my host's unconscious, but it went before I could locate its source. The wind was strong, but the world was silent. There was nothing to blow against or in or through. We got back in the jeep. Gazelles darted through the distance, flocks of them turning like minnows in a river. Badu's brother drove down the valley of the Vulture's Mouth, where we stopped at a store for enough provisions and petrol to get us to Bayanhangor. Badu had passed through early that morning. We were catching up with him. Hawks circled high. One of the last Gobi bears shambled along the fringe of forest. There are less than 100 left. Badu's brother slept in the jeep under several blankets. It gets cold at night, even in summer. Dreams came of bones and stones with holes. The next day the dunes, the longest running for 80 miles, swelling and rolling grain by grain. Badu's brother sang songs that lasted for miles with no beginning and no end. The dunes of the dead. There were bones and stones with holes. There was a stationary jeep in the shimmering distance. Badu's brother pulled up to it and cut his engine. A figure was asleep under a makeshift canopy in the back. "Are you all right, stranger? Are you in need of any help, any water?" Yes, said the figure, suddenly sitting up and showing his face, chewing gum. I need your jeep. Mine seems to have broken down. At point-blank range, Punselmajian Subitar fired his handgun twice, a bullet for each of my host's eyes. Nobody replies, firelight without color. Outside must be night if there is an outside. I am hostless and naked. The faces all stare in the same direction, all of them, all of their ages. One of them coughs. It is Badu's brother, his eye wounds already healed. I try to transmigrate into him, but I cannot inhabit a shadow. I've never known silence so deep. By being what I am, I thought I understood almost everything, but I understand almost nothing. A figure rises and leaves the jur through a curtain. So simple, I follow the figure. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you can't come through here, says a girl I hadn't noticed, no older than 8, delicate and tiny as an ancient woman. Will you stop me? No, if there is a door for you, you are free to pass through. Wrens flutter. I touch the wall, there is no door. Where is it? She shrugs, biting her lip. Then what shall I do? A swan inspects the ground. She shrugs. Tallow candles spit and hiss. These few guests are many multitudes. Thousands of angels swim in a thimble. From time to time, one of the guests stands up and walks through the way out that is not there. The wall of the jur yields and reseals behind them like a wall of water. I try to leave with them, but for me it never even bends. The monk in a saffron robe sighs. He wears a yellow hat that arcs forward. I'm having some problems with my teeth. I'm sorry to hear that, I say. The little girl talks to her twitchy marmot, horses galloping by or thunder. The swan spreads its wings and flies up through the roof. Badu's brother has gone through the door. But why can't I pass through? The others have. The little girl is playing cat's cradle with a length of twine, knitting her brow. You chose not to. I chose nothing. All your tribe leave your body while it still breathes. What do you mean, my tribe? The monk with the yellow hat is here, humming through his broken mouth. He whispers in her ear. She stares at me distrustfully. Very well, she concurs. The circumstances are uncommon, but what can I do? The monk turns to me. I'm sorry, my teeth. A prophet's nod. Time has gone around, the years are cold and far away. I kept my promise. And he too passes through the wall of the juror. Last to leave is the little girl carrying her marmot. She feels sorry for me and I don't want her to go. I'm all alone. I was in a human host again, and the walls of the jur were living, pulsing with viscera and worry and nearby voices. I explored the higher rooms but found nothing. No memories, no experiences, not even a name. Barely an eye. Where were those voices coming from? I looked deeper. There were whispers and a suffusion of purposeful well-being. I tried to open my host's eyes to see where I was, but the eyes would not open. I checked that there were eyes, yes, but my host had never learned to open them and couldn't respond. I was in a place unlike any other, yet my host didn't know where, or rather, my host didn't know anywhere else. A blind mute. The mind was pure, so very pure that I was afraid for it. The well-being transformed into palpitating fear. Had I been detected? A knot of pain was being pulled tight. Panic, such panic I had never known since I harmed the mind of my first host. The curtain was ripped, and my host emerged into the world between her mother's legs, screaming indignantly at this rude wrenching. The cold air flooded in. The light, even through my eyelids, made my host's tender brain chime. I transferred into my host's mother along the umbilical cord, and the depth of emotion was sheer and giddy. I forgot to insulate, and I was swept away by joy, and relief, and loss, and gain, and emptiness, and fulfillment, a memory of swimming, and the claw-sharp, bloodied love, and the conviction that she would never again put herself through this agony. But I have work to do. Another juror. Firelight, warmth, and the shadows of antlers. I searched for our location. Well, good news and bad. My new host was a Mongolian in Mongolia. But I was far to the north of where Badu was last heading, not far from the Russian border. I was in the province of Renchenhumb, near the lake of Tsagan Nuur and the town of Zuwalin. It was September now, and the snows would be coming soon. The midwife was the grandmother of the baby I just left. She was smiling down at her daughter, anesthetizing the umbilical cord with a lump of ice. Her hair cobwebby, her face round like the moon. An aunt bustled about in the background with pans of warm water and squares of cloth and fur, chanting. This flat and quiet song was the only sound. It was the early hours of the morning. The mother's labor had been long and hard. I dulled her pain, put her into a deep sleep, and set about helping her unstitched body repair itself. As my host slept, I had time to wonder where I had been since Subitar shot my previous host. Had I hallucinated the strange juror? But how could I have? I am my mind. Do I have a mind I don't know about within my mind like humans? And how was I reborn in Mongolia? Why and by whom? Who was the monk in the yellow hat? How do I know that there aren't non-corpa living within me controlling my actions? Like a virus within a bacteria. Surely I would know. But that's exactly what humans think. The door opened and an autumn sunrise came in with the baby's father, grandparents, cousins and friends and aunts and uncles. They had slept in a neighboring jur and now crowded into their home, excited and eager to welcome their newest relative. When they spoke, I had great difficulty understanding. I had a new dialect of Mongolian to learn. The mother was glowing with tired happiness. The baby bawled and the elders looked on. I left the mother and transmigrated into her husband as they embraced. His tribe was known to Baljan as the reindeer people. Reindeer are their food, currency, and clothing. They are semi-nomadic. A few of the men visit Zuwalan several times a year to exchange meat and hides for supplies, and to sell powdered reindeer antler to Chinese merchants who market it in their country as a medicine. Other than this, there is little contact with the rest of the world. When the Russians were busy making a proletariat in this non-industrial country to justify a socialist revolution, the reindeer people had proved impossible even to conduct a census among. They had survived when the local Buddhist clergy was being liquidated. My host was only 20 and his heart was brimming over with pride. I'm rarely envious of humans, but I was now. I am and always shall be wholly sterile. I have no genes to pass on. For my new host, the birth of his offspring was the last bridge into true manhood and would increase his status with his peers and his ancestors. A son would have been preferable, but there would be other births. I noticed his name, Bibi. He lit a cigarette and left the juror. I envied the simplicity of his expectations. He knows how to ride reindeer and how to skin them, and which of their organs, eaten raw, assist which aspect of human physiology. Bibi knows many legends, but not 3 who think about the fate of the world. The night ebbed away, the dawn dripped into a pool of light, and the shadows in the pine trees around the village murmured with gray. An early riser's footfalls crunched in the heavy frost. His head was hooded and his teeth shone. A shooting star crossed the sky. Well, what now? Nothing about my quest had changed. Badu was still the only lead I had. I had to get back south to the town of Bayanhongor. If I could access the museum network, it should be fairly easy to track him down. 3 months had passed since he had fled Subitar. This setback would cost me time, but immortals don't lack time. I told Bibi's grandmother midwife that Bibi had some business in town that day. I hated to separate the young father from his baby daughter, but the grandmother gladly shooed us out. Men get in the way. Bibi and his eldest brother rode through forests between hewn mountains along narrow lakes. Fishing boats, willows and wild geese flying up and down the morning. An ibex stood on a hill crest. I learned from Bibi about the moose, elk and lynx, about the argali sheep, wolves, and how to trap wild boars. We saw a bear fishing in a river thrashing with salmon. Sharp rainbows, misty sunshine. There are no roads here, but the cold weather had firmed the mud, and so the going was easy. Bibi and his brother discussed the new baby and how she should be named. I wondered about kinship. For all my Mongolian hosts, The family is the juror to be protected in, to be healed in, to be born in, to make a family in, and to die in. A parasite, I could experience all of these secondhand, but I could never be of these. Unless, perhaps, this hope kept me going. Zuwallin was another decrepit town of wooden buildings, concrete blocks, and dead lorries rusting in shallow pools where dogs drank. A power station churned smoke into the perfect sky. Another ghost factory with saplings growing from the chimney stack. A few squat apartment blocks. A crowd gathered around the small corrugated shack that served as the town's only restaurant. Bibi usually drank there after seeing the owner of the tannery. Some foreigners in town, a bearded hunter told Bibi. Round eyes. Russians from over the border, anything new to trade. Nah, others. Bibi walked into the restaurant and I saw Casper poking at something on his plate with a fork and Sherry poring over a map with a compass. It's good to see you, I spoke before I thought. Townsmen in the restaurant stared, amazed. Nobody knew this nomadic herder could speak any language other than a reindeer-flavored dialect of Mongolian. "G'day," replied Sherry, looking up. Casper's eyes were more guarded. "How are you enjoying their country?" This was very indulgent. I had to dampen and then erase Bibi's shock at hearing himself speak in a language he'd never learned. "It's beautiful," Casper and Sherry said at exactly the same time. "Full of surprises. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your stay, but I'd advise you to get somewhere warmer before winter sets in. Somewhere nearer the ocean. Vietnam can be beautiful in November, up in the hill country, at least it was." Bibi sat down and ordered a plate of food while waiting for his brother. His tribe exchanges reindeer meat for credit with the restaurant owner. I picked up the 3-week-old newspaper from Ulaanbaatar. Bibi was illiterate. His dialect has no written form and his tribe has no schools. There was little news, much whitewashing, and a belated report on the National Day festival. None of it meant much to Bibi, who rarely left his tribe, never left the province, and never wished to. I was turning past the obituary page when an article caught my eye. Double tragedy for Mongolian culture. Badu was dead. I rarely feel despair. I forget how it gouges. Both brothers had died in the same week of a heart attack, which I knew from Subatar was one of the Mongolian KGB's favorite ways to dispose of political liabilities. This tragedy was made all the more poignant by the imminent publication of the late professor's lifework, a comprehensive anthology of Mongolian folk stories. Out of deference to this anthropological giant, we include one story below, retold by the late professor. I should have sent Subatar over a cliff. Damn him, and damn me. A hand slapped down on Bibi's shoulder. My host's hand slid to the hilt of his hunting knife. The drunk man swayed. His breath made Bibi flinch. "What are you pretending to read the newspaper for, reindeer man? And what's this about you speaking foreign languages? Where were you when I was fighting for democracy?" That's what I want to know. His pupils were huge and his eyelids red. You can't read Cyrillic, you can't read Mongolian, and it sure ain't written in reindeer. Where were you when I was fighting for communism? That's what I want to know. Go on, read for me then, antlerhead. Then he bellowed, "Oi, bring me some vodka, it's story time." I was back to where I had started. I was frustrated enough to transmigrate into this drunk and hurl him through the wall, but what would be the point? I read the story. I owed it to Badu. In a lost spring of the Buryat Nation, Corey Tumd, a young hunter, was roaming the southernmost shore of Lake Baikal. Winter was melting from the silver birches, drip by drip, and Corey Tumd gazed at the turquoise mountains beyond the lake. As he rested, the hunter saw 9 swans flying from the northeast, low over the water. Corey Tumd grew uneasy. They flew in a circle, and silently. Fearing enchantment, he hid in the hollow of a gnarled willow. And sure enough, as the swans alighted on the strand, each transformed into a beautiful girl, each with pale skin, slender limbs, and jet black hair, and each more radiant than the last. The swan girls removed their garments and draped them on the very willow tree that concealed Corey Tumd. The hunter's limbs grew heavy not from fear, but desire and love. Very carefully, when the girls were swimming a little way from the shore, he stole one of the robes. The swan girls returned from their bathing to the willow tree. One by one they slipped into their robes and rose as silent swans, circling out and away over Lake Baikal. The ninth swan girl and the most beautiful searched frantically for her missing robe and called out to her sisters, but the swans were already vanishing towards the northeast. With a thump, Corey Tum jumped down from the tree, gripping her robe. "Please, give me back my dress. I must follow my sisters." "Marry me," said Corey Tum. "I will dress you in emerald silk when the summer comes, and the fur of black bears will keep you warm when the snows fall. Let's talk about it, but please give me back my robe for now." The hunter smiled gently. "That I will not do." The swan girl watched her sisters disappear from sight. She knew that she had no choice, either accept the stranger's hand in marriage or freeze to death that very night. "Then I must go with you, mortal, but be warned, when our sons are born I shall not name them. And without names, never shall they cross the threshold into manhood." So the swan girl returned to Corey Tum's jur and became a woman of his tribe. In time, she even learned to love the precocious young hunter, and they lived in happiness together. 11 fine sons were born to them, but the swan girl was bound by her oath, and Corey Tum's sons were never blessed with names. And in the evening she looked longingly to the northeast, and Corey Tum knew she was thinking of her homeland beyond the winter dawn. Years arrived, years saddled up and rode away. One day at the end of autumn, when the forests were dancing and dying, Corey Tum was gutting a ewe while his wife sat embroidering a quilt. Their 11 sons were away hunting. "Husband, do you still have my swan's robe?" "You know I do," replied Corey Tum, carving the sheep's midriff. "I would so like to see if I can still fit into it." He smiled. "What do you take me for, some kind of marmot brain?" "My love, if I wanted to leave you now, I could use the door." The swan girl got up and pressed her cheek to his. "Let me." Corey Tum's resolve melted. "Very well, but I'm going to bolt the door." He washed his hands, unlocked his iron-bound chest, and gave the robe to his wife. He sat in the bed, watching her prepare herself. A wild beating of wings filled the jur, and the swan flew up through the gap in the roof, the chimney flap which Corey Tum had forgotten to seal. In despair, Corey Tum lunged upwards at the swan with a ladle, and just managed to hook the swan's foot with its handle. "Please, my wife, don't leave me here without you. My time here is over, mortal. Love you I always shall, but my sisters are calling for me now, and I must obey their call. Then at least tell me the names of our sons, so that they may become men of the tribe." And the swan girl named their sons, as she hovered above the tent: Karagana, Bodangud, Sharade, Sagan, Gushid, Kudai Batnai, Kalban, Kuetsai, Galtsut, Kavdud. And the swan girl circled the encampment of jurors 3 times to bless all who lived there. And it is said that the tribe of Corey Tum were such people, and that the 11 sons became 11 fathers. The drunk's eyes had closed, and his face had drooped into his plate of lukewarm meatballs.